Is it unplugged somehow?
Good morning, everyone. I call the Senate out of recess and call the Senate to order and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution.
I think, Senator Carson, everybody would be happy with that motion. That's the closing motion.
Hey, yeah, let's go home. Yay. Just the first one? Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn from the late session. I was getting ahead of myself. We could leave early. Ooh, we could leave early, but oh well. I tried, everybody. Okay.
All in favor, please.
You could say no.
Now listen, I told everybody I'd be in a good mood if the Celtics won. They won. I'm in a great mood, so yay. All right, all in favor of Senator Carson's motion to adjourn from the late session, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We're now in the early session, and we welcome back the Reverend Chaplain Mark Warren. Good morning, sir.
Good morning and welcome back today. Let's pray. Lord, we gather today in gratitude for the dedication and service of our senators. Bless them for their significant sacrifice of time, energy, and personal commitments to serve the people of New Hampshire. Lord, we acknowledge the long hours and tireless efforts they invest. We ask that you guide them with wisdom and compassion as they address the diverse needs of our communities. May their work foster unity, justice, and prosperity. Grant them strength, wisdom, and clarity in their decisions, and let their service be a beacon of hope. We ask for your continued blessing on this assembly and the people of this great state. Amen.
Senator Innes, will you do the honors this morning?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Introduction of guests. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce Representative Christine Perez from Londonderry, who's here today to watch us go through our bills.
Further introductions? Well, thank you all for being here. Good morning. Without objection, the following bill is waived from the Committee on Finance and special ordered to next week in the Committee on Education, House Bill 1665. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
I thought we were going to have someone come in, the woman in the wheelchair wanted to participate. The woman with the wheelchair was supposed to come in for this. Oh, here he is.
Welcome our guests on the floor. I apologize, I don't know your name, but welcome and thank you for being here. We're now out of recess. And the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 1283 FN, an act relative to the end-of-life options. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1283 FN be referred to interim study. HB 1283 FN establishes a procedure for an individual with a terminal illness to receive medical assistance in dying through the self-administration of medication. The bill establishes criteria for the prescription of such medication and establishes reporting requirements and penalties for misuse or noncompliance. The committee heard deeply personal and emotional testimony on both sides. And while we are obviously sympathetic with the pain and suffering of terminally ill people, we must be vigilant for the expansion and abuse of this system. We've seen in Canada and the Netherlands the expansion of their programs to the point where the people with mental health issues and developmentally disabilities are being recommended for death. These countries have also seen their programs expanded to the point of commercialization, where it has become an industry driven by economic incentives. Yes, this bill proposed today has guardrails, but what is there to ensure that the guardrails do not move after the new legislature is elected in November? What about this legislature after that? We could say that this program in its final line for us until we are blue in their face, but we will not always be the legislators sitting in these seats. The legislature who comes after us could not share the same values that we share, and could not have the same respect for our most vulnerable granite staters. The danger posed by opening this door, even just a crack, is way too great. For these reasons, we ask that you support the motion of interim study. Mr. President, we did hear a lot of testimony. And the beginning of the testimony, we heard, well, this isn't going to be a slippery slope. And then we heard, well, others wanted to make it a little bit more intense and a little bit broader in scope, which belies the slippery slope issue. We're not always going to be here. And what I'm seeing in our country right now is very disturbing. We're seeing protests all around our country, on campuses. And they're saying, kill the Jews. What does that have to do with this bill? They're tomorrow's leaders. They're the lawyers, the doctors, the teachers. Mr. President, they're the next legislatures. This bill opens that up just enough for it to be expanded in the next legislature for Alzheimer's, for mental illness. And like the other countries are doing it, they're commercializing it. We're very sympathetic to those that are suffering. But this has ramifications that we don't want to deal with. We don't want this door to open up to be expanded on any level. I prefer that we kill the bill completely, but we're settling for an interim study at this point. So I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Senator Prentice to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the interim study, and before I make my comments, which are going to be very specific to the construct of the bill that is before us, I want to say, as we lead out today, that we might not always agree with each other as colleagues in this room, as well as amongst our constituencies, but it is the respect, that the respectful way that we treat each other and the way that we listen that's important, okay? So for many of you know, not many, I think you all know by now, I'm a paramedic. I'm not a nurse. I'm not a doctor. I have worked with nurses and doctors all throughout my career. And I have been at the bedside in the homes as well as in the emergency departments of patients who had only wished that they had had this opportunity, nor would they have had to have been with us, had to call an ambulance, or to be in an emergency department. So let's just talk about this bill. 3 things that I want to focus on, and this is the bill that's before us, okay? The construct, consent. You have to consent to this. You, the person, okay, that wants to undergo this treatment, has to, or make this decision, is the one that has to consent. You have to have the mental capability, the acuity to make this decision. You are required to have 2 witnesses. Only one of the 2 can be even remotely related to you. So you make the decision, you have the mental capability, you request and have the signature and attestation of 2 witnesses. That's first. Second, really difficult and very narrowly tailored is a diagnosis with 6 months to live or less. And why I think this is important to bring up is that it is very narrowly tailored and almost so much so that this applies, in my opinion, primarily to, if not only to, patients who are suffering from a very aggressive late-stage cancer. I brought up in our exec session very briefly an email that I had received from Martha McLeod, and many of you know her husband, Rich. I knew Rich. They are a family from Franconia. He served on the select board for years. He had a late-stage, late-term diagnosis, and it wasn't even 6 months. It was a matter of weeks. This would have been an option that he would have wished for. This, I believe, rules out a lot of the longer-term neuromuscular diseases like Lou Gehrig's disease, which is, it is a chilling way of losing your body, but not your mind, and you have no other options. So I see this as narrowly tailored for a very small group. And lastly, what I'll say is about the administration of this medication that is prescribed by a prescribing physician who is part of this program. You have to give it to yourself. There are no death pills, there are no death injections. You have to give this to yourself. So, Mr. President, again, and colleagues, I'm just speaking to the construct of the bill that is before us today, what I believe are the 3 key points, and I know that there are others that are in this room, in the chamber, and my constituency that have varying opinions on this, but I appreciate your time. I appreciate you listening to what I've brought forward, and I look forward to hearing from you today in this debate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday I was speaking to a colleague, and she was considering how to vote on a different bill today. And she'd received a lot of communication on both sides of the issue. And I reminded her of a quote, one of my favorites, from Sir Edmund Burke. The quote was, "Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment. And he betrays instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion." Last night I was driving home and I thought about that quote. And it's relevant to me today because my vote on this issue is going to surprise many and disappoint many, people who I'm lucky to count as friends and supporters. And so I want to provide an explanation for my vote. I had a great aunt. Some years ago, she had cancer, stomach cancer. She had surgery, she had chemotherapy, was in remission, and after a year, she went back to the doctor, had some pain, and she was told it had spread to her spine, it was terminal. She was home alone, and she reached for a shotgun, took it into her kitchen, and ended her life. In that split second, she ended her pain. She avoided months of debilitating decline. My family gathered to mourn her, but no one second-guessed her decision. We respected it. We understood it. Not all of us would have made that decision, but we respected her right to make the decision she made. Now, had this law been in effect at that time and in that place, here's what we would have been spared. Her children would have been spared coming home to find what was left of her. We would have been spared hiring a crime scene cleanup team for that kitchen. We would have had an opportunity to say goodbye. We could have had an open casket. In short, she would not have had to reach for a shotgun to end her life because there would have been a better option available. And the hope of sparing another family that pain is why I can't bring myself to vote no on this. Having said all of that, I am concerned by the fact that this bill, if it were to pass, would crack open the door that my colleague spoke of. And if and when this policy becomes law, I believe the legislature needs to throw its full weight upon the door to keep it from opening further. I am troubled by the suicide creep we've seen in other countries. I want to be clear that I am voting for the right of terminally ill people, not healthy people, to end their lives quickly and peacefully, rather than choosing between a grisly end or a drawn-out, painful one. Of all the bills that I have voted on this term, this is the one that has weighed on me the most. I have lost sleep on this issue. And given the seriousness of that bill, I think that's to be understood. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here's a universal, oh, yes. Oh,
Would you mind yielding
we
for
have,
a moment?
yes,
Yeah,
we
thank
have,
you.
Yes.
So, Senator Abbas, I think you have some very special guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have the fourth graders here from Pelham, and they're here to watch us do our work, so give them a warm welcome.
Welcome, everybody. Enjoy your day in the State House. Thank you, Senator Altshuler.
Is that appropriate for children?
It's not great.
Should we maybe consider
I don't know.
whether it's appropriate for children?
I don't think it's. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Here's a universal truth. Death is coming for all of us. Some people have never thought a moment about what they wish for their final moments to be like. As my colleague from District 12 noted, this topic is deeply personal. And in the final moments of a person's life, the government shouldn't be dictating those last breaths. I know the experience of sitting beside a dying family member or a friend is one that is not unfamiliar to many of us in this room. As antithetical as it is to our New Hampshire ethos of fierce independence, we have set up huge roadblocks for Granite Staters to ease into their death experience with grace. We deprive people of their right to make their own decisions about their own bodies. Across the state, Granite Staters are asking us to take action so that they can be in control of their own dying when they have reached the very end stage of life. 71% of Granite Staters support medical aid in dying. The provisions in this bill would only be available to people over the age of 18 who have a terminal condition with a prognosis of 6 months or less to live, who are mentally capable of making an informed healthcare decision, and who make a written request witnessed by 2 other people, and finally, they must be able to take the medication themselves. That's still a lot of conditions to be met. House Bill 1283 is consistent with existing New Hampshire law. RSA 137-J1 which says New Hampshire recognizes that individual persons have the right founded in the autonomy and sanctity of a person to control decisions relating to the rendering of their own medical care. The End of Life Options Act is a conservative bill modeled after time-tested laws that have been in place in other places since 1997 and that are proven to prevent coercion. It offers terminally ill patients the freedom to make informed decisions based on their own values and how they want to experience the last days of their lives. The act is compassionate and it protects the vulnerable. The option of medical aid in dying offers solace to suffering patients and their loved ones and helps foster honest conversations about end-of-life care. Mitchell Simon from Kentucky said this: "I've been involved in the issue of medical aid in dying for almost 30 years. For many of those years, I was a legal aid lawyer working on behalf of elders and persons with disabilities, knowing that we have not, as a society, done our best to help those with disabilities, and hearing the speculation as to how this might impact people with disability, I initially opposed the concept. The specter of the slippery slope outweighed my fundamental moral belief that we should all be able to control our own bodies. However, over the next 30 years, as a health law and legal ethics professor at UNH Law School and a member of the Concord Hospital Ethics Committee, I followed the implementation of these laws in the 10 states that now allow aid in dying. I found that the carefully crafted protections, especially the reporting rules and involvement of medical professionals, worked in those states, and that the fears were not borne out. Facts matter if you're going to force dying individuals to endure a painful death." In just the past week, 1 week, 890 New Hampshire residents have signed a petition supporting House Bill 1283. They reached out and asked us to listen. They support House Bill 1283. 71% of Granite Staters support medical aid in dying. I urge this body to listen to the will of the people and not put more families and people through the painful experience of not being able to control the circumstances around their end of life. I ask you to please vote against the motion of interim study so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Senator Ward.
Mr. President, I'm a retired nurse practitioner, and as part of my job was caring for terminally ill people when they were on my floor. We're talking about medical care. To me, medical care is not assisted suicide. What I have heard from patients and from my very late husband, the biggest item in their head when they were considering that they were terminally ill was the fact that they were going to have a painful death. It doesn't have to be painful. If you provide good medical care, you keep that person comfortable. You don't inject them with something to end their life. You never know what the end of life is going to mean to somebody else who is there. My thing is, I just cannot support having assisted medical suicide. I'm absolutely for keep that person comfortable, let them live their last days, hours in comfort, and have somebody be there for them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there further discussion? Senator Gendro, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing that's missing here, God is our creator. You know, before the beginning of the foundations of the earth were even formed, he tells us that he thought of us. He created us. And he also reserves the option to, when our life is over, And I just would be remiss if I didn't say that. And I feel like the good senator from 24 said, it's not up to the legislators to decide. I agree with that. It's up to the Lord to decide when our time on earth is done. And I want to be extremely respectful, especially to the good senator from District 16, that, and very sensitive to that. So that's not, doesn't go without being noticed or pain. My dad went through a really bad bout of cancer 2 years ago, and we watched him deteriorate and suffer. And as hard as it was, he still maintained. We had visits with him. He was in an extremely amount of pain. And could he have said, I want it over? He could have, but you know what? There was still a sweet time of fellowship there. The other thing that I want to say, that eternity is in the balance. And it's very clear. The Lord talks more about hell than he does heaven. And I just want to put that out there too, that suicide is not a permanent, it is a permanent solution for potentially a short-term problem. And when we leave this earth, it is either going to be heaven or hell. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. Senator Perkins-Coca.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think a lot of the points have been made here, so I won't belabor them. I also rise against the motion of interim study just because I think that this is really a compassionate way for us to go. You know, as many of you know, I recently lost my mom, and it was to an aggressive late-stage cancer. And at the end, there's just a lot of bad choices, you know. Your choices to stop eating or to rest in pain, and to contemplate having to leave your home and go to another state. I think it's just not a compassionate way to go. And so for those who feel like this really should be a personal decision, I think what we're doing here is we're allowing people to live gracefully and to end their life gracefully. And I would ask that we consider that, and even if you're not ready to consider that today, that you think about that as we move forward, because I do think this is a conversation we should continue. We owe it to our residents to give them that degree of grace in their lives and in their choices. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coca. The bill is on further discussion. Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this is a tough decision for everyone, but HB 1283 seeks to allow terminally ill people to end their lives through the self-administration of medication, also known as medical aid in dying, or MAID. This would allow individuals who have a terminal condition with a prognosis of 6 months or less to end their lives with a prescribed medication. Note, I said individuals, not granite staters, and that is the major issue. That is the first major issue with this well-intentioned piece of legislation. There is no residency requirement, though a number of states have passed MAID laws. Only Vermont and Oregon allow residents from other states to come to die. We've discussed in this chamber passing legislation to prevent us from becoming magnets for crime, drugs, human trafficking, and more. This bill, because it has no residency requirements, would make our state a magnet for a much more tragic purpose. This is a very sensitive topic, I understand, for many people, and the Health and Human Services Committee heard hours of testimony on both sides of the issue. When considering this bill, we have to also look at other places that have passed similar legislation, the most notable being Canada. MAID was legalized in Canada in 2016 with many of the same guardrails provided in HB 1283 that we have today. However, the Canadian government has since expanded MAID options to allow people whose sole criteria for MAID is a mental health issue such as depression. This expansion becomes effective March 2027. To put this in perspective, according to the National Institute of Mental Health in 2021, an estimated 21 million had at least one major depressive episode. This number represented 8.3% of the U.S. adults. If this bill passes, how long will it be before we allow adults with depression to end their lives with MAID. Just a few months ago in Canada, a court in Calgary ruled that a 27-year-old who the court reported was generally healthy but had ADHD and autism could seek MAID. The court ruled this despite family members pleading with the court that the 27-year-old did not have the mental capacity to make this decision, and any physical symptoms she was suffering were from caused by the undiagnosed mental health issues. The father is now appealing the decision. The young woman did not have to prove her MAID qualifications for the courts, as it was presumed the two doctors who signed off on her application followed the legal requirements. One thing I do want to talk about is how much money have we spent trying to prevent suicides in this state? We've spent a lot of money to prevent suicides in our veterans, and thank you for your service. For our first responders, I've worked diligently on that in my PTSD commission, and in our teens. What does this legislation say to our young people about the value of life? Just Tuesday, we had a group of young people do a press conference in the LOB. Sam Farrington, a student at UNH, said, "I recognize that this is a sensitive topic, death, life, end of life, terminal illness is a hard situation, but the answer to this hardship is not death," he said, reflecting on how suicide impacts youths and his peers' experiences with suicide attempts compels him to challenge this proposed law. This bill gives the message that in certain circumstances you can end your own life, and that is just not the case. He thinks this will provide permission for people at risk of suicide to act on and increase this suicide rate, and I am concerned about our teen suicide rate. Charlie Taylor said legalizing suicide harms young people by the message it sends. Again, I am concerned about the message we're sending to our young people. And going back to Canada, what has happened in Canada is exactly why I oppose this legislation. We cannot stop what the next legislature is going to do. They've already talked about expanding MAID to other injuries. So we should not be normalizing suicide in New Hampshire, and we must protect our vulnerable communities from abuse and exploitation. I therefore urge my colleagues to support the committee recommendation of interim study on House Bill 1283. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The motion is refer for interim study. Question, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question is from my colleague from District 19. Okay, thank you for taking my question. As you know, we've gotten a lot of feedback from our constituents as well as other people that are interested in this issue. And I took a look at the actual legislation, and I found something that I am really trying to get an answer for, and I hope you can do that. It's on the bill, it's on page 2, line 35. It says the ability to self-administer the medical assistance in dying medications. Did the committee get testimony why an individual has to be able to self-administer this as opposed to having a doctor, nurse, or medical personnel administer this?
I don't believe that we did hear about this because the bill is not assisted suicide, but they can request the they have to request the medication, and they have to be able to administer it themselves.
Thank you.
Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak. We've heard some very heart-wrenching stories here about our colleagues who have lost family members to suicide. I've been one as well. But we need to take a look at this legislation, the actual language. And the question I asked my good friend was, why do you have to have the ability to self-administer? Why is that important? Why is that a qualifier? Mr. President, I suspect that the medical profession, they don't want their hands on this. They will be liable for this. So if you tell the patient, you have to be able to give this to yourself. If this is this important, Mr. President, why can't they determine when? It's like they're saying you only can get it at a certain time, 6 months. I'm going to get it now, the beginning. I can give it to myself. I don't know what condition I'm going to be in 4 months from now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. So perhaps someone's making a premature decision. And we all know that when we get these timelines from doctors, how many times they're actually wrong. People live longer than what the doctor told them they were going to live. So I'm concerned that people are prematurely going to end their lives. And I don't think we want to put our stamp of approval on that. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there further discussion?
Roll call.
A roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Murphy. Are we ready for the question? I believe so. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 17-7. The motion of refer for interim study on House Bill 1283 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred, House Bill 1330 FN, an act relative to establishing an emergency medical service disciplinary review panel and relative to procedures for removal of records of discipline. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move 1330 FN be referred to interim study. I know there was some confusion last night, but I think we got this down. House Bill 1330 FN establishes a disciplinary review panel to consult, review disciplinary investigation findings, and make determinations for the discipline of licensed emergency medical service providers. The bill also requires procedures for the removal of disciplined licensees' names from public record. The committee heard testimony that there were extensive technical issues with the potential implementation of this bill. The committee recommended interim study in the hope that a compromise could be reached, the motion could be rejected, and a floor amendment could be offered. We did take a look at the amendment. It wasn't what the director of the Fire Academy had requested. So for these reasons, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support in the motion of refer to interim study on House Bill 1330 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The motion is refer for interim study. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of refer for interim study on House Bill 1330. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of refer for interim study on House Bill 1330 is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 1616, an act relative to parental consent for student participation in Medicaid to Schools program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1616 ought to pass. HB 1616 requires schools to obtain parental consent to each services that is provided to a student under the Medicaid to School program. The bill also requires certain legislative policy committees to receive reports regarding the Medicaid to the Schools programs. This is a common sense bill to me, and parents must be directly involved with any care their child receives. That's their job as a parent. No school nurse or school administrator will know a child half as well as their parents does. And requiring parental consent for each services will ensure that parents know about and approve of everything that happens to their child. For these reasons, the majority of the Senate Health and Human Service Committee asks for your support on motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
To the ought to pass motion, not because I don't think that parents should consent to treatment in school. Of course they should, but the reality is they already do. It is already required for all services provided in schools to, to first obtain parental consent through the IEP. It's one way, many other ways. We already do this. What this bill does is create yet another barrier to treatment for children. What this bill will do will create delays in the provision of needed medical services to children in schools. This is an unnecessary administrative burden for something that we already do. So I'm unclear about why this is necessary. Furthermore, why are we adding an administrative barrier to delay the treatment for services in school, but we're also adding another thing to the plate of our school districts. Our teachers, our providers are already asked to do so much. Our teachers are asked to do so much more than just teach math and science and social studies. They have become social workers. They have become so much more to our students. Why add another barrier to the provision of important services for children? If a child is receiving a Medicaid service in school, it is for a very important reason. And consent is already required. So I think this bill is unnecessary and will delay important treatment for children. And I urge the body to vote against the ought to pass motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Underlying bill. All right, I recognize Senator Birdsall to introduce a floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I introduce Amendment 2024-1990S and would like to speak to.
You are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment to House Bill 1616 is a technical request from HHS. We passed it on consent yesterday on House Bill 1236, but because of its importance, we wanted to ensure it would pass. DHHS realized statutory authority that allows them to provide DCYF workers with bonuses for voluntary overtime was ending, and this amendment allows them to continue doing so. This is important for recruitment and retention of DCYF workers, which we all know is a challenge our state is facing. Therefore, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment and then vote ought to pass as amended on the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment. I thank the chair of our committee for bringing this forward. This is a very important thing to move forward to make sure that our children are getting adequate mental health services in a timely way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Susi, did you have a parliamentary inquiry?
I do, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this time, would it be appropriate to request division of the question so that sections 1 and 2 of the bill may be voted on, followed by section 3 in the balance?
Yes, the question is divisible, and the first vote will be on sections 1 and 2 and the effective date. Okay, is everybody clear on that? And sections 1 and 2 are the underlying bill. Is everybody clear on that? Okay. So if you're in favor of sections 1 and 2 and the effective date, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. All in favor of sections 1 and 2, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. Sections 1 and 2 are adopted. The second vote is on sections 3 and 4, which is the amendment, the floor amendment that Senator Birdsall just offered that we just adopted. Is there any further discussion on sections 3 and 4 and the effective date? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. And this bill, House Bill 1616, is ordered to third reading. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a 2-minute recess.
We will be in recess for 2
Attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 147, an act relative to membership of Advisory Committee on the Education of Students with Disabilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Fenton, you need to pull us out of recess.
The Senate will come out of recess. Now be attentive to the clerk.
What did I say? What did I do? I did leave.
Senator Fenton
Okay.
for the committee.
Just as long as I'm not, got one foot in front of the other and the wrong one.
We are.
Senator Fenton.
That's me. Thank you,
Recognize.
Mr. President. I rise to move that House Bill 147 be referred to interim study. House Bill 147 seeks to modify and reduce the size of the State Advisory Council on the Education of Students with Disabilities. Considering HB 147's removal of representatives for the Disability Rights Center and the Parents Information Center, the Senate Education Committee elected to refer House Bill 147 to interim study to better determine how the State Advisory Council may be improved. I ask that you please support the Senate Education's recommendation to consider HB 147 for interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of interim study say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the motion to refer to interim study is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Of the motion of interim study.
We have a motion and a second to reconsider our last vote. All those in favor of reconsideration say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it. Okay.
So the vote on interim study again.
The motion before us is interim study. Is there discussion? Senator Bradley.
Could I ask a question of my colleague from District 8, please?
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes. Thank you.
My understanding is you were going to recommend ought to pass, and then there was going to be a discussion about a floor amendment. Is that correct?
That's right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I vote ought to pass.
But we have to vote down the interim study.
All right. So the motion in front of us is interim study, okay? If you are in favor of interim study, you will vote aye. If you're against interim study and want an alternative motion, you will say nay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. The nays have it, and we are open to another motion. Senator Ward, are you going to be making?
President, I vote ought to pass.
We have a motion of ought to pass. Would you like to speak to your motion?
This particular group, Special Education Advisory Board, has been very non-productive. They have had 47 members. Parents who are part of the group are not showing up because they feel their voice is not being heard. And they've got together with the House Education Committee, and they came up with this bill. And what they're doing is they're cutting down from 47 to, I think, about 28 members. And one thing in particular is they do not want to have any of the lobbyists on the committee. They have found that the lobbyists come up with suggestions that the parents do not approve of. The House Special, whatever they call it, special group to look at this bill, got together with the parents, and they produced this bill. And they have had 4 separate meetings with the parents. So this bill is the result of those meetings. And I would say ought to pass because we have to have parents in majority on the committee in order for the federal money to come in, which is $58 million a year.
Thank you.
That's one of the reasons for passing this bill.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Fenton, do you have a floor amendment?
I do, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce, may I introduce it?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Floor Amendment 1804. I think this is a good compromise that will reduce the State Advisory Council on the Education of Students with Disabilities required membership from 45 to a maximum of 35 members, of which 18 would either have a disability or be a parent of a student with a disability. The amendment will assist in recruiting additional parents as well, parent members and members who have disabilities by authorizing the council to nominate potential members. The council's inability to nominate potential members has served as a barrier to recruiting and vetting candidates. And the reasoning for this bill that we heard in committee was written by so-called active members of the SAC who supported the removal of representatives from the Disability Rights Center of New Hampshire and the Parental Information Center. And based on the minutes from the New Hampshire Department of Education's website, one of the parents who signed the letter had not attended a single meeting, and another member had only attended one meeting. So we have this letter of parents who wrote this that haven't attended a single meeting. This amendment will address concerns about the large size, which we heard of the council, while keeping the necessary experts on board and on this council. I ask for your support on the floor amendment of 1804. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Senator Wood.
Mr. President, I rise in support of this floor amendment. I started my career as a disability rights attorney representing children and families on issues related to their disabilities. The disability rights organization that we have in New Hampshire is one that every state has. There are federal dollars to support their important work. They are really the only organization dedicated to advocating for the rights of people with disabilities. And so it's very, very important that we include them at the table. They have the legal expertise. They have the federal mandate to do this work, and I think it's very important. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there further discussion? Senator Ward.
President, this amendment puts back the very people that the parents do not want on the committee. So I think that is a disservice to the parents who like to be heard and be able to conduct their business without the interference of people they do not want to see on this. Besides, with addition, it increases the commission to almost to 40 members with all the additions. And we're trying to keep the commission actually functioning and cutting it down to a reasonable amount of people. So I am against the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Fenton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify one point. Of the 35 members in this amendment, 18 would either have a disability or be a parent. So the majority would be disabled individuals or parents who will have the majority on the council. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question for us is adoption of Amendment 1804. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The nays have it. The motion fails. We are back to the bill as introduced. Is there any other discussion? Okay. The motion is ought to pass on House Bill 147. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1205, an act relative to women's school sports. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Bill 1205 ought to pass. House Bill 1205 requires that any public school or private school competing against a public school designated student athletes based upon the biological sex of student athletes at their birth. House Bill 1205 further provides cause of action for injunctive relief and damages for aggrieved individuals subject to a violation of the law. Civil actions must be instigated within 2 years of harm occurring to be considered. The members of the House of the Senate Education Committee votes in favor of this. We've debated women's sports several times already this year. HB 1205 does two things to protect women's sports. It protects the safety of female athletes, and it protects opportunities for female athletes. In New Hampshire and across the nation, a growing number of biological males are joining middle and high school girls and college women's sports teams. This defeats the purpose of Title IX, which has expanded opportunities for women's sports across the nation over the past 50 years. This is unsafe for contact sports, unfair for other sports, and takes away opportunities for female athletes by destroying the level playing field on which athletes rely. HB 1205 would require New Hampshire public schools to designate their athletics teams as female, male, or co-ed based on the biological sex of the participating athletes at birth. Teams designated as female would only be open to female athletes. Females that can compete on the male teams could do so. This applies to grades 5 to 12, when the biological differences between males and females begin to impact athletic performance and safety. Students will simply have to show their sex designated at birth on their birth certificate. Lacking such a document, the family of the student athletes would have to provide evidence of the student's sex at birth. There are no intrusive exams, as opponents claimed in committee. HB 1205 would not only apply to intramural sports or to private schools and colleges, and it would leave college sports to the various governing bodies that control those leagues. The science is clear that adolescent and young men have a tremendous advantage in size, speed, and strength over their female classmates. Certainly, there's a lot of variance among boys and girls, but the range of athletic ability barely overlaps. Earlier this year in New Hampshire, a biological male high school sophomore set the women's high jump record at 5 feet 2 inches, 1 inch higher than any of the girls, but a full foot below the boys' winner. Allowing women to compete against athletes born male is simply not fair play. There is a growing consensus to protect women's sports. 25 states already limit the ability of athletes born male from competing in girls' and women's sports. 5 other states allow schools to set such limits locally. Sports federations across the country are instituting policies to ensure fairness and safety in women's sports. New Hampshire should do the same. Athletics is part of a complete education experience. Every taller, faster, stronger male who plays on a women's team bumps a girl out of the starting lineup, knocks another off the roster entirely, and makes it harder for top female athletes to earn college athletic scholarships. No student should be denied the chance to try out for the high school and college teams. That's an important part of growing up. All we ask is for safe and fair play for everybody. Limiting women's team to athletes who were born female does just that. Please join me in supporting or to pass on House Bill 1205. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading and open for further discussion. Senator Prentice, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise opposed to the committee report on Senate Bill 1205. And as the senator from District 8, so I'm getting my numbers right today, has already pointed out, we have talked about similar bills throughout this session. So I'm not going to belabor that point, but what I do want to talk about is section 4 of this bill, and I want to talk about fairness and safety as it applies to proving biological sex if it is not on a birth certificate. Okay, so it says here, if a birth certificate is provided by a student pursuant to paragraph 3, and it does not appear to be the student's original birth certificate or does not indicate the student's sex upon birth, then the student must provide other evidence indicating the student's sex at the time of birth. The student or the student's parents or guardian must pay any costs associated with providing the evidence required. So there is no guidance on this. I asked almost everybody that testified who offered different opinions, but the truth, well, my opinion is that this is vague, that this is potentially dangerous, and this is unfair and it's not safe. What if you are a student that is accused of not being, they say, we think that you are a man, you are a boy, not a girl, and you don't have a birth certificate that meets this criteria. Who is going to examine you? Is it fair to say we're just going to have the school nurse, the school principal, the Department of Education make this decision? Okay, there were some folks that testified that actually brought forward some actual medical testing that could take place, which may be a safer way to do this. But what I'm asking my colleagues here to think about is this one particular provision is vague, it's troublesome, I don't think that it's fair. Okay? And I also think that there is a safety issue for the students that are going to have to undergo an examination that is literally undefined. So with those comments, thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak, and I remain opposed to 1205. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gendro, you had a question of?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. It's for the senator from District 8.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes.
So,
Go ahead.
What about privacy? Would this force girls that want to play basketball or any team sport to go through an intrusive physical to prove that they are biological females?
Thank you for the question. No, this was something that we discussed on how to determine what was allowed to who was allowed to compete. Some places have complicated tests for hormone levels, surgical procedures, or other intrusive questions. Rather than impose such tests on student athletes, the simplest and fairest ways to clear up any question is to show your birth certificate. This approach has worked well in many states and is easily adopted in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Senator Waters, you had a question of?
The senator from District 5.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do.
Go ahead.
Thanks so much. You know, as you know, my wife and I are adoptive parents, and when our adoption was finalized in New Hampshire, we could approach the state in which our son was born and have the birth certificate changed and have our names on it. And we did that, and in that state, that is the real and the only birth certificate. Now, in the same case here, wouldn't it be the case that if someone in another state has had their birth certificate changed, and that state is the only legal document of birth, and by the way, all the states around us now have shield laws, so that the ability to, if there were a record behind that, to request that in this case would be illegal for them to comply with such a request. So if the case is that the legal birth certificate indicates a certain gender that somebody doesn't agree with, then the only option would be the genital inspection or some other means.
Thank you for the question. It is my opinion, based on the lack of clarity in this particular section, that the only evidence, that the only pathway forward be to provide evidence, and that evidence, because it doesn't say what it is, could be a genital inspection by a member of the school, a school nurse, school administrator. So the answer to your question is yes, that is the only place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Fenton, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass. As my colleague mentioned, House Bill 1205 bans transgender girls from playing on girls' teams from 5th grade through 12th grade. It singles out only transgender girls from playing on the team that aligns with their gender they live every day. Their teammates know their girls, their coaches know their girls, their parents know their girls. Yet this bill would force them to either play on a boys' team or not play sports at all. Additionally, this bill is riddled with complications that will impact students who are not transgender as well. This bill states, for the purpose of the subdivision, the sex of a student, for the purpose of determining eligibility to participate in interscholastic sport activity or club athletic team, shall be determined by the student's biological sex on the student's official birth certificate or certificate issued upon adoption. Seemingly based off this language, this requirement of proof would apply to every girl who is playing a sport from the years of 5th grade to 12th. A school, in order to prevent themselves from being opened up to liability and ensure they are in compliance with this language, may have to adopt a policy to check the gender of every girl in order to be in compliance. So what does that compliance look like? This bill lists what is considered an appropriate birth certificate and states that if appropriate documentation cannot be presented, then the student must provide other evidence indicating the student's sex at time of birth. This bill certainly does not explain what would qualify as other evidence. So potentially, under this language, a school may require all participating students to produce approved documentation of their gender or submit the other evidence. And what would seem that other evidence may require genital inspections of all girls, not just transgender girls. Who would perform these inspections? Are we asking male coaches to check the genitals of a 10-year-old girl? Would parents be allowed to be present for these inspections? Or administrators be going to students directly and asking them in private to pull down their pants? The vagueness of this bill makes it completely unclear as to how a school will comply with this new requirement. Further, this bill is in violation of Title IX. One of the violation of Title IX because there are multiple violations in this bill includes Section 7. Section 7 states that an investigation cannot be opened if a transgender student is being discriminated against when it comes to school sports. Title IX requires investigations to be open to ensure fairness for all students. So this bill's language directly violates Title IX with this section, ultimately opening up the state to significant litigation. We have seen in other states where language such as this has passed and taxpayer-funded litigation has been required to defend these discriminatory bills. In fact, 3 weeks ago, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that the West Virginia ban on transgender girls from playing in girls' sports violated Title IX. In the ruling, it was written that offering the transgender girl athlete a choice between participating only on boys' teams is not a real choice at all. They went on to say, the defendants cannot expect that the student will countermand her social transition, her medical treatment, and all the work she has done with her schools, teachers, and coaches for nearly half her life by introducing herself to teammates, coaches, and even opponents as a boy. This is in addition to the Ninth Circuit decision in Idaho where a similar bill was blocked. The courts keep siding with transgender athletes. And so this bill will likely see a lawsuit from the transgender athletes who have shown up to the State House, shared their stories in the face of misinformation and transphobia, and urged us to protect their ability to play on teams with their friends. So why are we choosing to pass a bill that will discriminate against our students and open up the state for litigation? Why are we going down this road when our communities are already managing this issue on their own? This bill has no place in our state. It is discriminatory. It will easily open up the state to multiple lawsuits, and it targets some of the most vulnerable members of our community. This is not the New Hampshire way. Because of these reasons and many more that my colleagues will explain, I ask that you please join me in voting down this ought to pass motion so that another motion can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ennis, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any prepared remarks on this, but I felt it was important to speak. As some of you may know, I'm the vice chair of the Log Cabin Republicans. We've been dealing with this issue for a number of years in our organization, and we have a pretty strong position on it. But it's through that service that I've had the opportunity to meet Caitlyn Jenner. And we've talked twice about this very issue. And Caitlyn, as you may remember, was once Kris Jenner. And Caitlyn tells me this is a common sense approach to sports in high school, and that it's about safety and fairness. because Kris Jenner in high school would have destroyed every female athlete that he ever came up against if he was transitioning. And he points out that it's not just dangerous, but it's unfair for biological males to compete against biological girls. And Caitlin went on to further say, eventually, someone is going to get killed or be seriously injured. And that's going to happen more and more often. And we find that some collegiate athletic associations are starting to understand this fact. The NAIA has said biological males may not compete with biological females. And I think we should follow the lead of the independent colleges and universities in their sports programming and do the same thing in New Hampshire. It is common sense, it is about safety, and it's about fairness to all athletes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lang, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you. Hard to follow that up. So thank you, Mr. President. So to my deference to my colleague from District 3, and the Celtics did great. However, this has been a great year for women's sports. Led by Caitlin Clark, Paige Bucher, and Angel Reese, the women's basketball tournament had better ratings than the men's tournament for the first time ever. But forcing girls to compete against biological males is both unfair and unsafe. And it forces biological girls uncomfortable with sharing the field or a locker room with a biological man to give up playing sports altogether. Just last month, 5 middle school girls from West Virginia objected to competing against a biological male in a field and track event. The athlete who was born male won the shot put with a throw of 32 feet. The best throw from any female athlete was just 29 feet. The five girls protested by refusing to take their throws. And what happened? For this unacceptable offense to political correctness, the girls were suspended for the rest of the year from track and field events. It's no wonder that our girls are in fear of speaking against the inherent unfairness of biological males playing in female sports. So I ask you, speaking for those young biological girls looking for fairness and afraid to step up, please support the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1205 so we can protect our women's sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading and open to further discussion. Are there, Senator Altshuler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of the ought to pass motion. HB 1205's title is relative to women's sports, but the bill is about girls. It's not about women, it's about girls. 5th grade to 12th grade girls. Let's be honest about what this bill is actually trying to do. If there was such a deep and abiding concern for girls' sports opportunities, we would be mandating fidelity to Title IX and providing equitable opportunities for investment and participation in school sports for all genders. But that is not what is happening here today. Sherry Boschert from Lebanon, who actually wrote the book on Title IX, and it's called 37 Words, Title IX and the 50 Years of Fighting Sex Discrimination. She says this: the problem with House Bill 1205 and the arguments behind it is their goal of excluding transgender students is the opposite of Title IX's goal of including all students and the benefits of education, which includes sports. And if anyone should be targeted for stealing thousands of athletic playing opportunities from girls and women, it should be boys and men's athletic programs, not a very tiny number of transgender students. During the committee hearing, we heard a theme in the testimony that, as a rule, all boys are stronger, faster, and better athletes than girls. That assertion is so dismissive of the realities of youth development and the capabilities of girls in athletics. The fact of the matter is this: Some students are faster, stronger, and more coordinated than others. Some students start kindergarten on the young side of 5, and others start fully into their sixth year. Some students grow taller than others faster, which may help them in basketball. Some students are shorter, which may help them as batters in baseball. Some kids have wide wingspans, which give them an edge in swimming, and others are incredibly coordinated with long legs, and that gives them an edge and a boost in running track with hurdles. Some students have the benefit of having played a particular sport on a travel team for years before they join a school team. And all students take on the risk of injury when playing youth sports. That's why we as parents have to sign waivers. This bill says absolutely nothing about girls who play on boys' sports teams, which happens all across the state. Girls wrestle against boys, but there is no bill before us to ban girls from competing in that way, even though wrestling is an incredibly physical sport that has an element of danger and injury in it. Girls on boys' teams are apparently not worthy of this so-called protection. Ultimately, there is no evidence that transgender girls have a categorical advantage when competing against cisgender girls. 2 weeks ago, a story came out in the New York Times reporting on a very recent study that stated the study's most important finding, according to one of its authors, Yanis Pitsiladis, a member of the International Olympic Committee's Medical and Scientific Commission, was that given physiological differences, transgender women are not biological men. Let me repeat that. The most important finding in this study is that transgender women are not biological men. Transgender girls are girls, and they should have the opportunity to participate on the team that aligns with the gender they live every day of their life. Ultimately, this bill ignores how transgender girls who play on sports teams are known to be girls. Their teammates know they're girls, their coaches know they are girls, their friends know they are girls, and their parents know they are girls. Transgender girls are girls. Parker Terrell, 15-year-old high school freshman from Plymouth, describes herself as a regular kid who plays soccer. She said to this committee, "I am not a physical threat to my peers on the field, nor do I seek any unfair advantage by playing on a girls' sports team. I play soccer because I love the sport, the camaraderie, the opportunity to grow as an athlete, joking with my teammates, kicking the ball around during warm-ups and hearing our coach loudly encourage us from the sidelines are the things that I love about being on a soccer team." It is disheartening to hear lawmakers pushing for discriminatory measures without taking the time to understand the real impact that it has on students like me. Why is my safety any less important than my peers? Claims that I should play on a team based on my assigned gender at birth completely disregard the very real risks I would face playing on a boys' soccer team. And it's not just about the risks. I can't play on a boys' soccer team because I am not a boy. I am a girl. My safety, well-being, and sense of belonging matter just as much as anyone else's. And Parker is so correct. She is a girl. Do we actually think we have big enough pockets to contain the audacity of denying Parker her earned spot on the Plymouth High School girls' soccer team? The audacity to adopt a policy that in its inception assumes the fragility of girl athletes? Goodness, I hope not. Parker's mom, Sarah, told us that athletics provide her daughter solace and support, and a sense of belonging amidst the tumultuous teenage years. Parker's mom said to us, quote, "Contrary to misconceptions and misinformation about transgender girls, Parker's participation in sports is not about dominance, but rather her passion for the sport and the acceptance it offers her in a society predisposed to marginalize her journey as a transgender athlete. In reality, it is a complete myth that any boy will decide that he will, in the throes of adolescence, suddenly transition to living as a girl in all aspects of his life solely for the remote possibility of a college athletic scholarship. And we know from the committee hearing testimony that a grand total of 0 scholarships have been awarded to transgender athletes. It is a myth, and it is fear-mongering to say that transgender girls are pretending to be someone they aren't. It is a preposterous fear-based fantasy when the reality is this: there is a very, very, very small New Hampshire population of transgender youth, and an even smaller population of them are athletes. The fact is, in New Hampshire, right now, there are 5. 5. And the truth of the matter is, those 5 girls are not a threat. They are the threatened. Supporters of this bill and others like it have already been debated in this chamber have stated they're protecting the girls by trying to ban them from girls' sports. And while this gesture of protection may seem valiant, we say no thank you. If you really want to protect girls, protect the marginalized transgender girls. And while you're at it, throw your other self-appointed wing of protection over the transgender boys too. Protect them from hunger by funding school breakfast and lunch programs. Protect their academic opportunities by supporting their public schools. Protect girls from increasing gun violence by making their schools gun-free. Protect those girls as they grow into women who want to make their own reproductive health care decisions. Protect their earning potential by closing the gender pay gap. There are 6 areas of deficit Granite State girls could use some governmental help and protection. One last thing girls could use protection from transgender girls being used as political scapegoats in this latest culture war. Let's protect them from that. This bill and others like it are meant to create a panic about transgender people, particularly transgender girls. We've seen panics like this in the past, and every time, those who created and perpetrated those panics were on the wrong side of history. There are 5 transgender girls that this ban would apply to. 5. Are we going to bring down the full force of the legislature on the participation in sports for 10 to 17-year-old girls because some people don't believe that transgender girls are girls? I certainly hope not. We want Parker and Iris and my Seacoast kiddos, Asher, Parker, and Sarah, to know that we see you. And your well-being as you develop into healthy adults matters. I ask you to vote no on this so a kinder motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading and open for further discussion. Is there further discussion? Senator Chanley, you had a question?
Yes, please, Mr. President. Of the senator from District 10.
The Senator from District 10 is not in the audience at this time. Do you have another senator?
Who else spoke on it? I could ask the Senate.
We'll take, the chair will take a drink and we'll see if we can come get the senator.
1 minute recess?
All right, Senator will be in recess for 1 minute. Senator Fenton, Senator Chanley has a question of you. Do you accept the question?
I apologize for calling on you when you were out of the room. This bill really has created more questions rather than answered them for me. So I have a couple, if you could help me out here. I heard today that we are leaving the decisions regarding college athletes to their governing bodies. Do you think it would be then appropriate to leave high school decisions to the NHIAA and elementary school decisions to their local governing bodies?
Senator Chanley, or Senator, thank you for the question. I apologize for my tardiness. I agree. We have heard in testimony in committee that schools are addressing this already. The New Hampshire Scholastic Athletic Association is addressing this already. They have policies in place already. The colleges are addressing this already. So there's no need for us to dictate to the schools what they should be doing.
And if I might follow up? Thank you. With regard, you also spoke about court cases, and with regard to local control, local decision-making, and NHIAA decision-making, are you at all concerned that this might open up those bodies to extensive lawsuits? As I understand the bill, the breadth of cause of actions in this bill is shockingly extensive. Would schools be able to sue each other, students sue parents? Wouldn't that be an enormous burden on our communities to fight these lawsuits?
Thank you for the questions, Senator. Yes, and we heard in committee as well that the majority of courts are turning down this legislation as discriminatory. And like I mentioned, West Virginia is a very conservative Supreme Court. They've recently turned this down as well. Same with Idaho. We are opening ourselves up to litigation. We're opening up our schools up to litigation, and we've seen that this almost certainly always gets challenged in the courts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. The bill is on second reading. Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak today. I've already spoken many times on this issue. But again, I have coached dozens of teams, and usually from kindergarten to 7th grade is when I've coached basketball and soccer. The physical difference around 5th, 6th grade is just something you can't ignore. There's a change that comes over, maybe The other side doesn't notice that, but my son was a college athlete. My daughters are college athletes. I have a high school college athlete. My son was probably proportionally not the athlete that the girls were, but they could never run his times. They could never move him on a soccer field or a hockey rink. There's just a physical difference that one side here is ignoring. There is a safety component. My daughter, it is rough in soccer. We thought she took a ball to the head the other day, and it wasn't kicked as hard as the boys kick it. And it's just, there's a definite physical advantage for one side over the other. If they haven't done hormone therapy, gender stuff in the early ages, by the time they're in high school, it's a 30% approximately physical upper body difference. There's a lower body difference. You're putting girls in danger. And then the opportunities. My daughter, one of them just made the varsity team at the end of the season, but she barely made it. But that's giving her an opportunity. All my kids desire and try to play in college. So this is an opportunity to be seen. My older daughter, when she was running in high school, was going to the New Englands. There were 3 trans athletes at that time who dominated every event they ran in the track meet. They beat every single biological girl in every meet. So it's just an unfair advantage. It takes away, if you really care about women's sports, this is taking away from it. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Lang, you have a question of?
Senator from District 7.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes, of course.
Go ahead.
So in researching, the question is this. So Professor Williams from the University of Manchester Metro University, who is a professor of sports and exercise, along with 28 other co-author researchers from the UK, Europe, Canada, and the US, stated that the IOC framework that everyone was talking about is unfair to female sports. It went on to prove in that article and in that research paper that using medical data, they showed the difference between male and female physiology, that males had a 50% greater upper body mass, that males had 40% greater lower body mass, that males were generally 9% taller than women, that 14% had greater shoulder width, and never mind the fact that they practice oxygen, they produce oxygen or do oxygen differently in the lungs and have generally greater speed and strength. That puts biological females at a distinct disadvantage. Do you agree with those 29 researchers that are in the field that say that biological men playing women's sports are fundamentally unfair?
I do agree with that, and we know that to be true just based on observation. Again, this is common sense. This is a common sense bill. We should listen to experts like this who understand what they're talking about. VO2 max is a very serious thing that affects endurance athletes like Bruce Jenner and others. So if you've eaten Wheaties or watched the Kardashians, Bruce rather than Chris. But no, absolutely. And there's been a lot of research that's proven this, and we see it proven on the field. And I would reiterate what some others have said, and that is, when that biological male joins a female sports team, there's a female that's left behind. And we talk about Title IX, which has brought opportunity to girls and women in sport, and how great that is. And yet now we're taking some of that opportunity away when we engage in this sort of activity. So I think it's really important that we think about this and we follow a common sense path and protect the health and safety of all of our athletes. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Senators. The bill is on second reading, open for further discussion. Senator Prentice, you have a question of?
I have a question of the senator from District 10.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
District 10 is in the room. Senator, thank you for taking my question. So, would you believe that the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Pediatricians say that such claims that transgender girls are stronger than non-transgender girls is true? They say, would you believe that they're saying it's not clear and that trans athletes have an inherent advantage? So this is the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics This is an NPR article from this year in New Hampshire featuring our own Parker Terrell from District 5. Would you agree with this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Bradley, you want to speak?
So there's been quite a bit of discussion already today about studies. You know, it was funny, I quoted this story in New Hampshire Journal a couple of weeks ago when we were debating Senate Bill 375 about a bearded transgender basketball player in Massachusetts ragdolling a female competitor and hurting not only that participant but 3 others. I think the facts are pretty clear. It may not be universal, but biological males have a strength and speed advantage over biological females. And I don't think too many people would disagree with that. The evidence is, quite frankly, right in front of us. Like my friend from District 23, I was a longtime Little League coach. It was boys and girls. Boys had an advantage. Girls played hard, they played well. My daughter, when she hit the ball, it went a long way, so I was pretty proud of her. But boys had an advantage. And when we are in this chamber, we have long debates about rights and fairness. And we try to do the best that we can to apportion rights and fairness so that we're as fair to everybody as we possibly can be. But life is inherently not perfect. There's no magic bullet that makes fairness across the board for everybody. I think I do a pretty good job when I'm speaking, but there are people that speak a lot better than me. That's just the way it is. There are people that are taller than me. There are people that rock climb better than me. There are people that hike better than me. It's not always fair, but we try to do the best when we are designing laws to ensure fairness. Now, I stood on this floor in 2018, and I voted to add gender identity into our anti-discrimination statute, RSA 354. It was the right vote. I think Senator Innes, you were with me on that vote. I think Senator Gannon may have been too. But we were somewhat in the minority of our party, but it was still the right vote. And remember what that vote was. It was for public accommodation, housing, and employment. But when we talk about fairness and rights, we can't cover every circumstance. And so in a very narrow way that I think to most of us is very clear, biological boys have an advantage over biological girls. We'll never be able to legislate total fairness. But what we can't do is create rights for one at the expense of another. And that's what's happening here. There's been a lot of discussion. The high school high jumper, that took a title away from a female athlete. That's a lifetime title that one would have as a high school athlete. Look at Riley Gaines. Is that fair? I don't think so. And is it fair for middle school athletes and high school athletes on supposedly all-female or all-male teams to share locker rooms with somebody that's biologically different from them? Now, this bill doesn't specifically talk about locker rooms, but it's implied that if you're on an all-male or all-female team, you'll use an all-female locker room. Anybody that wants to read this New Hampshire Journal article will see what happened to the bearded bearded trans athlete, excuse me, and what she said in the locker room. Not appropriate. It happens. Is that fair? Whose rights are being denied then? The right of privacy of women. I think we all would agree with that. That's not fair. So we can't create rights for one at the expense of rights for others. And that's why this bill should pass, to protect the rights of biological females in sports. A very, very, very narrow carve-out from the bill that we passed, which I proudly voted for, that created the rights of gender identity under the anti-discrimination statute for public accommodation, housing, and employment. We're protecting the rights, if we vote ought to pass, for women in sports. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I have a request for question from Senator Fenton of who?
Senator from District 5.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Go ahead with your question,
Thank
Senator.
you for taking my question. We've heard a lot about rights and fairness. I want to get back to a portion of this bill and want your understanding on it, that if we cannot supply the birth certificate or we don't have that evidence, essentially we are giving permission to teachers and coaches to pull our children's pants down to identify their gender. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. It is my understanding that you are correct. And if I may take this further, when we're talking about rights and fairness and safety, this part of the bill is particularly troubling because it is vague. It's vague, it is unclear, and it does not provide the proper guidance for fairness, for safety, and for the rights of those who are being asked to provide evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also wasn't planning on speaking, but just feel compelled to do so for a few reasons. My friend from District 3 mentioned the rights to privacy. Well, as my colleagues from District 10 and District 5 just illuminated here, what about the rights of privacy for our children, for our trans girls, for our girls who want to play sports? I think it is very clear that trans girls are girls. What about their privacy? I would hope when we're having the conversations about reproductive freedom, what about our rights to privacy, right? I would hope that the focus on privacy also extends to women's bodily autonomy, to the bodily autonomy of trans girls who want to play sports. So let's be consistent in our application in enforcing the right to privacy. This bill assumes, and what we've heard in the debate here, that participation in youth sports, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about collegiate sports. That participation in youth sports is a zero-sum game. That is not the case here. This bill assumes that one girl, one trans girl, means one less of another girl. That's not the way youth sports happens. This is not a zero-sum game. This is about inclusion. This is about making sure all children have the ability to participate on a team with their friends. It's not a zero-sum game. What is most troubling to me here is why we are even talking about this right now. Why are we even right now singling out a very small group of children? As my colleague from District 24 identified, we are in this bill singling out a very small portion of children who are already particularly vulnerable. Vulnerable children are the ones that are being targeted by this bill. There was an analysis done by the Washington Post of FBI data that says in states with laws targeting LGBTQ youth, that's what this bill is doing. It is targeting a very small group of LGBTQ youth. that in states with laws targeting LGBTQ youth, school hate crimes have quadrupled. What are we doing here? Are we really here to protect children? If that's the case, we would summarily agree to ITL this bill. If you care about the safety of children, you will vote against this bill. This is already a very vulnerable group of students. And with this bill, we are making their lives even more difficult. And why? Why are we doing this? I cannot begin to understand why we are allowing national rhetoric meant to divide us into this body. A body that is usually and otherwise united in a bipartisan way to protect children and to protect children's mental health. Why are we doing this? Why now? Why, after this body, this legislature, passed in a bipartisan way important legislation, anti-discrimination legislation to protect this community? Why in 2018 we wanted to protect this community? Why not now? Why not after we extended those protections, those anti-discrimination protections, to schools, to children? We did that. Why did we do that in 2019, yet in 2024, we're completely going back on that? Why? I would ask my colleagues, if we truly care about the right to privacy, if we truly care about bodily autonomy, if we truly care about keeping children safe, protecting youth mental health, I would ask to vote against this bill and vote instead to protect our children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rothschild, you had a question of?
The senator from District 5.
Senator from District 5, do you accept the question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I do.
Thank you, Senator. Would you say that sports, particularly elementary school, middle school, and high school sports, are more than about dominance and winning, and actually have an element of camaraderie and make kids feel like they belong somewhere?
Thank you for the question. I would agree with you that it is more than just about winning and losing. It is about, and we heard this in the testimony in our committee, and a number of times when we've talked about this type of legislation, we're talking about building community, about building our future of our young folks, and for them to learn how to work together so that someday they can serve in a body like this and work together to do things in a bipartisan way that protects everyone. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Senator.
Do you have a follow-up?
I have a follow-up.
A follow-up?
Are the rights of Title IX a limited pie, only available for a certain number or a certain kind of girl?
Thank you for the question and the follow-up. Unfortunately, the way that this has been drafted and scripted, it is. Thank you.
Last question, Mr. Chair.
Follow-up?
You were present for the committee hearing.
Yes.
And met Parker, who's about 95 pounds, soaking wet. Is she a threat to other 15-year-old girls who want to play sports?
Thank you for the question. So I've gotten to know Parker and Parker's family, who are from District 5. They live in Plymouth. And when Parker testified, in particular, she talked about the fact that she had been injured by other students, other players on her team, and never once complained about that because she wanted to play. And as I've said before, I'll say this to you, Senator Altshuler, and to everyone in this body, we should let Parker play. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. The question is on adoption. Senator Lang, you have a question of?
The senator from District 3.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Thank you.
So we've heard earlier today that this is supposedly not a zero-sum game and that there's opportunity for all. But isn't it true that some opportunities for scholarships, and never mind, as a prior coach myself in both middle school and high school, having to cut kids from teams once that goes on, that this isn't a zero-net game, that by acting in this, there are people who will be displaced either through scholarships or positions on teams, playtime, those kind of things.
You are absolutely correct about that, whether it's scholarships, whether it's a place on a team, whether it's playing time on a team. All of those opportunities are diminished if someone is better by virtue of their biology than others. And again, I think the only way we can look at this is through a lens of trying to be fair. And it's not fair when someone's rights are denied at the expense of others. And rights should not be created for some at the expense of others. And unfortunately, if we don't pass this bill, we are allowing that to happen. And that's why I urge everybody to vote yes on the ought to pass motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rosenbaum, you wanted to speak?
Yes, thank you. I hadn't planned to speak, but I've been sitting here listening to what sounds like every student athlete in New Hampshire is going to first get a D1 scholarship and then going to be an Olympic athlete. That's just not the case. I have two kids. One is male, one is female. I can tell you that my male son, who many of you know, was not good at sports, even though he was bigger than some of the girls in his class. And I think it's a mistake to think that sports is only about winning and getting college scholarships and being Michaela Schifrin, who we all love and adore because she's from here. Sports teaches you lessons that are about how to be part of a group and also teach you how to lose gracefully. Sports is just not all about winning. And I think to lose sight of that is a mistake. I also would say that, like most of you, I meet with a lot of fourth graders who come in, and look at them. The girls are bigger than the boys, and in a generation, the onset of puberty in girls has declined by 2 years, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that means they have hit their growth spurts way before. Like now the average age of first period is like 11. And that means girls are actually growing faster and earlier than boys. So I think this is much ado about nothing. We should leave it up to kids, parents, and schools, and not try to solve a problem that doesn't really exist. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1205. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. The Senate will be Recess.
And she is excused.
The status right now is that we are in the voting mode on House Bill 1205. We're going to take parliamentary inquiries, and then we're going to continue on with the roll call vote, which already has been requested and seconded. Okay? And Senator Prentice, you're recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Question. So if you believe that Parker Terrell should be able to play, if you believe that her privacy, dignity, safety, and fairness could be violated by an unnecessary physical exam, and lastly, and most importantly, if you believe that communities and leaders are built by playing sports, then would you vote against or in favor of this legislation, 1205?
I'm in favor of House Bill 1205. I will vote yes. If I'm against it, I will vote no. Senator Bradley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I believe that the rights of one should not come at the expense of the rights of another, would I vote yes on the pending motion of ought to pass? Thank you.
If you're in favor of the bill, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to the bill, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew. Yes. Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi is excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes. The vote is 13 to 10. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. And the Senate will be in recess for an hour. Out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1288 FN, an act relative to establishing certain due process rights for students, student organizations, faculty members facing disciplinary actions by the state institutions of higher learning. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1288 FN to be referred for interim study. House Bill 1288 FN sought to expand the due process rights afforded students, student organization, and faculty at institutions of higher learning here in New Hampshire. House Bill 1288 FN introduced the civil legal standard for the university system proceedings, while also providing student rights and protections comparable for those civil and criminal proceedings. The Senate Education Committee remains concerned that the House Bill 1288 FN may be duplicative of university policy, may supersede grievance and termination provisions in collective bargaining agreements, and additionally is concerned with the bill's prioritization of criminal processes over the university's disciplinary processes. For the reasons above, the Senate Education Committee asks for your support to recommend a motion of interim study for House Bill 1288. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill the motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study on House Bill 1288. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is referred to interim study is adopted. The Senate shall be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1312, an act requiring parental notification of student health or well-being in certain curricula by school districts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-1. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang again.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1312 ought to pass. House Bill 1312 amends RSA 186:11 Roman numeral 9-C so that at least 2 weeks advance notice is provided to parents for any curriculum course material used for the instruction or program of human sexuality, human sexual education, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, or gender expression. This is the expansion of a pre-existing policy relative to sexual education and shall not be applicable to an educator's reply to a student's inquiry while in the classroom. I respectfully ask that you join the members of the Senate Education Committee in supporting the recommendation of ought to pass for House Bill 1312. Thank you, Mr. President. Wish to speak if I have an opportunity.
Did you say you wanted to speak?
Yes, please.
You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Parents should know what is happening to their kids in school. For some reason, this has become a controversial issue, with school districts adopting policies that intentionally hide information from parents about their children's education. We should not be asking teachers to keep secrets from parents or to put teachers between parents and children. If parents have a question about their children, including mental and emotional and physical well-being, public school personnel should answer them honestly. We already have a requirement in law that parents should be given 2 weeks' notice for material that some parents may find sensitive. This includes instruction on human sexuality and sexual education. This would include such topics such as sexual orientation and gender identity, but not all schools follow the law that way. HB 12 adds those terms so parents have the time to review the curriculum materials, determine if it is sensitive to them, or to have a conversation to their child about what is being taught. What HB 1312 does not do is prevent the inclusion of any topic in school curricula. That's up to local school districts. It does not apply to questions from students and conversations in classes. It only applies to curriculum course material. If schools are going to teach the sensitive subjects, parents ought to have the opportunity to review the material and make informed decisions about their child's education. I'll add, Mr. Speaker, that a while ago we were talking about a parental rights bill, and the opposition to that point was talking to the point that these are conversations that belong between parents and their children, not parents and their teachers. This bill, by its very nature, acts as a prompt for a parent to talk about these sensitive topics with their children, but they need to know that the conversation's coming up. And that's all this bill does, is let parents know there's a conversation coming up. We're going to be talking about this in this explicit curriculum material, and it gives that parents the opportunity to start and broach that subject. So please stand up for parents and support the ought to pass motion on 1312. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Senator Fenton, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion. There is no feasible way this bill could be put into practice the way it is written. By requiring a 2-week notice on curriculum and course materials related to gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, we are adding the topics of gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression to what is deemed by the state as objectionable material. This sweeping and vague change to our statute seems to require teachers to provide notice before discussing pretty much anything in the classroom. If a teacher wanted to speak about the instance of oppression of women in foreign countries, under this legislation, they may have to provide 2 weeks' notice to all parents. In fact, any current events directly related to gender would likely require 2 weeks' notice. It seems that if a teacher was teaching many of the foreign languages, such as French, Spanish, German, or Latin, that are gendered languages, they would essentially have to notify the parents constantly. A teacher would have to determine if they would be required under this to give 2 weeks' notice before teaching the differences between el gato and la gata, or la chat, which is a male gendered word but refers to all cats. The language of this bill also seems to require near constant notifications when teaching about historical figures. If a teacher has to notify about any reference to gender or sexuality, a history teacher who wanted to teach about George Washington could not mention his gender, his marriage, or pretty much anything about him without notice. Should we be telling our history teachers that they will need to refer to the founding fathers as founding parents, unless they send out a 2-week notice prior? Ultimately, every instance where gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity is mentioned would trigger this statute. As the bill reads, the policy shall also require the school district or classroom teacher to provide parents and legal guardians not less than 2 weeks advance notice of any curriculum, course material used for instruction or program of human sexuality, human sexual education, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, or gender expression. The policy shall address the method of delivering the notification to a parent or legal guardian. So, will a teacher need to notify parents 2 weeks in advance before reading "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," which reads, "He was dressed in all fur from head to his foot," referencing gender, Cinderella, which mentions heterosexuality through the central character's romance, or Madeline, which mentions gender with Miss Clavel, or even "Make Way for the Ducklings," which in its first words read, "Mr. and Mrs. Mallard," which references gender and sexuality. I cannot imagine that it was the intention of the sponsors of this language to be so sweeping in their language. I cannot imagine that they would be looking to cripple our public school system so severely. So the question then becomes, what are we trying to achieve with this bill? Are we trying to capture all sexualities in this notification requirement, or just certain ones? Are we trying to capture all genders, or just certain types? Are we trying to notify parents about all gender identities, or just certain ones? Colleagues, I'm deeply concerned that we are in a time in our state where there are declarations by high-ranking state elected officials to recognize the natural family and multiple efforts to target our LGBTQ+ community members through legislation and public rhetoric that ranges from the veiled to overt. This is not the New Hampshire way. This is not the ethos of the live free or die state. Given the language of this bill, I cannot support it. Therefore, I ask you to recognize that this is not the direction we should be taking our state, and instead joining me in voting down this ought-to-pass motion so that another motion can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ennis, you had a question of?
Yes, the senator from District 2, please.
Senator from District 2, do you accept the question?
I will.
Go ahead with your question.
Senator, I'm a little confused at the moment after hearing testimony. Would this bill, should it pass, restrict discussion of issues, or does it simply concern itself with the curriculum? Because as I read the language in the bill, it says 2 weeks advance notice of any curriculum course material used for instruction or program, and so on. To me, that seems specific to the curriculum as opposed to a discussion. Can you help me with that?
Thank you for the question. So again, first, HB 1312 does nothing to limit school boards from setting its curriculum or setting its course materials, nor does it give parents the right to veto any of those choices. It simply expands to 2-week notice, already in statute, to cover other sensitive areas, giving parents time to review that with what their kids are being taught. It also does not apply to questions or discussions that come up in the classroom. One objection to the committee was they would require notice about the discussion of Romeo and Juliet because they contain human sexuality. But the current law and this bill only cover instruction specifically in human sexuality, not the mention of. Not every topic, and not every topic that might be discussed. Giving parents notice is good. Telling parents the truth is telling parents the truth is good. And I'll add, in a discussion where I had at an interview, they asked me about how would this apply. I'm like, I'll give you a great example. Harvey Milk, a gay legislator from San Francisco, who was assassinated in 1979. Nothing prevents the school from talking about it. You don't even have to give notice of that because you're not teaching human sexuality. You're just referencing the person, right? So that is the difference in this bill. This bill does not ban topics. It just strictly says if you're going to teach children about human sexuality, if you're going to teach children about gender identity, if you're going to teach children about sexual orientation, parents have the right to have some advance notice to know what's coming up. And it'll spark those conversations that we all think are so important. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Rosenwald, you had a question of?
Senator from District 10.
Does the senator from District 10 accept the question?
Thanks.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm reading that you need to give 2 weeks' notice for program or curriculum instruction in a list of things, including gender. Not English, but most other languages literally gender every noun. So let's say I'm a French teacher, and I'm going to give my students instruction on what to eat for lunch, le sandwich, okay? I'm going to make it with la tomate, le concombre, et le fromage. Gender, right there. Or let's say I'm teaching German, where there are 3 genders, and we're talking about a girl when she is born and is a girl, she is referred to as das Mädchen. That's actually a neuter gender. But when she grows up and is fully mature, she is referred to as die Frau, feminine. Will I, as a foreign language teacher, potentially need to notify the parents 2 weeks in advance every time I want to include nouns in my foreign language instruction?
Senator, thank you for the question. I wish I paid more attention in foreign languages. But no, what you said, you bring up a great point, and my interpretation of this is yes, because gender is so broad sweeping. There's not a day that goes by where gender isn't mentioned in some sort of facet in life, especially in the classroom. So we'd be requiring almost constant notification to parents when gender or these issues are brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. And may I remind you, Senators, that when you're asking a question, there should be a question, and it shouldn't go on for a lengthy period of time. All right. The Dean of the Senate is recognized to speak.
Mr. President, this bill is one of the reasons why nobody wants to go into teaching, because it's BS. We don't need this kind of crap. I taught all of my life. I began teaching in 1961. I presented my course. I presented my workbook. The parents could look at it. The kids could look at it. We had an interchange. Parents have a responsibility to talk to their kids before they come to school. That's their responsibility. The responsibility of the teacher is to teach, not to get involved in the minutia that's being thrown around here. Nobody wants to teach. We can't get teachers. We can't get people to go into the teaching environment today because of the restrictions that are put on teachers. We're there to teach. We're there to create good citizens. We're there to enable these young men and women to move forward. This nonsense that we're talking about here today inhibits good teaching. Just inhibits it.
Point of order. Ben, point of order.
Please.
I got that point. The fact of the matter is, this and pieces of legislation that we're talking about today do nothing but discourage people from doing the right thing. They put parameters around what you can do, they put restrictions around what you can do, and as a result, you can't do the job. You just can't get it done. Why are we spending time and effort? This bill cost $1,750 to produce. I could have taken a lot of ways to spend $1,750 where it would be useful and worthwhile. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Waters, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and colleagues, I too rise in opposition to House Bill 1312. And let me just start, not with a grammar lesson, but I hear what is said by the senator from District 2 in introducing the bill. And if this was meant to be limited to correct the gender or gender identity or gender expression was meant to be limited to the program of human sexuality, it would have had to include the preposition of before each of the subsequent phrases. Now, the lawyers will parse this out, I'm sure, if it passes. But I think the problem is the way this bill is written, it implies that where gender identity or gender expression appears anywhere in the curriculum, that it is liable and subject to this bill. And I want to speak to it particularly about my 44 years as a teacher of literature. And as any teacher knows, the joy of reading and learning is not reading alone, but the learning comes in reading and discussing books together. HB 1312 creates immense problems in practical effect for reading together, both on a teacher and students with a 2-week notice, but what an absurdly heavy burden on an objecting parent who will, as the bill language notes, note the specific material. And so in the case of gender, it might be almost every page that a novel that could be so construed. So the parent would have to list each and every specific instant. And then alternatives. Well, if they don't like Romeo and Juliet, what's the alternative to Romeo and Juliet? Another Shakespeare play? Goodness knows not Macbeth with Lady Macbeth crying out, "Unsex me now," or Othello, or goodness knows not the mixed up genders of Midsummer's Night's Dream. But even if a parent wants to build a wall around their child's mind, in effect, it also builds a wall around all the other children's minds by depriving them of a shared experience with other students. What's so confusing, though, about this bill is the lack of definition of gender, gender identity, or gender expression. And as I've said about the grammar of the bill, that's what we're at. What doesn't that include in so much of literature, especially about coming of age, marriage, clothing, love itself, let alone sexuality? And frankly, a parent could intervene with their child and require 2 weeks' notice to lose Romeo and Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo, or to excise much of the Bible, which I often taught in my literature classes, from Abraham and the Handmaid to Song of Solomon, let me kiss me with his oral kisses, and gosh, that whole book, or David and Bathsheba, Noah, Lot, or the first great classic autobiography in American literature, Ben Franklin's autobiography, by the way, written as a letter to his illegitimate son, including his plan for human perfection, which includes his advice on gender and sexuality. Rarely use venery, but for health. Franklin was very healthy. or offspring, never to dullness, weakness, or the injury of your own or another's peace or reputation. Oh, Whitman, I sing the body electric. Farewell, Robert Frost. Farewell, the Scarlet Letter and Salinger, the Iliad and the Odyssey. And are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. Oop, wrong number. Can't teach that one. Don't take it from me. What do you read? What literature do you read that someone might find a page or two of it objectionable if it were in a classroom? Or heaven forbid any teacher try to teach art history. Senator D, there aren't enough leaves on all the fig trees in Italy to cover the classical statue, and I'm not going to talk about Michelangelo. All right? This bill is bad for education, and it's bad for the freedom to read and to learn. And finally, fellow lawmakers, what's the point of making laws we surely know won't pass muster in the courts? Do we really expect our Department of Education, our school boards, our Attorney General to be able to defend the undefined terminology of gender, gender identity, gender orientation when it comes to their depiction in fiction, poetry, and drama or visual arts? Sounds like a festival of billable hours to me. Maybe we can learn from all the legal actions to ban Peyton Place. It made that book a bestseller for high school students. That Pandora in blue jeans, Grace Metalius, who surely made the word flesh, let the imagination out of the New Hampshire closet. I don't think HB 1312 can slam it shut again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Avard, do you have a question of?
The good senator who just spoke.
Senator, do you accept the question? Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Just a quick question. Those references to Abraham and all the other ones, those are already banned from the public school now, aren't they? From the Bible.
Thanks for your question. Oh, heavens no. One can teach Bible literature, certainly. And I couldn't, and by the way, I would say one cannot teach much of American literature, especially, really all American, especially in the early period, without also bringing in the biblical stories. That's just essential. So I guess, and I like them all, by the way. No matter how objectionable some may be.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator.
All right, thank you, Senator. Senator Carson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank our colleague from District 20 for finally articulating what this body has been dancing around for at least a year when we're talking about this. And it's about all the crap that's being taught in our public school system today. Thank you, Senator, for saying that. That's the purpose of this bill. Parents are upset because of what is being taught to their children, and they want to know. They found out during COVID when all the students were home and doing online learning. And I don't know about any of you, but I was contacted by a number of my constituents who were really upset at what their kids were being exposed to. And they started going to our local school board meetings when they were held. All this bill does is says, look, let us know what's going on. Why not put your curriculum up on the internet, on the school website, so you know? That's, parents just want to know, they want to be informed. Parents are not the enemy here. But they've become the enemy when they ask questions. And that's wrong. That is just plain wrong. I hope that my colleagues can support the ought to pass motion on House Bill 1312. Thank you.
Senator Pearl, you had a question of?
The senator from District 14.
Senator, do you accept the question? Go ahead with the question.
Thank you, Senator. I've been told that this bill puts students at risk from abusive parents. Do you feel that's a concern?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said I've been told that this bill puts students at risk from abusive parents. Do you feel that's a concern?
No. How would that, I
They don't know?
I don't know.
That's what
I
I've
mean,
heard.
I think the better informed parents are, they can talk to their kids about issues. And that's important. Today, just to continue on to answer your question, we heard about all these gendered pronouns in different languages. My God, our kids are subjected to that every day because heaven forbid you use the wrong pronoun towards a person. All of a sudden you're ostracized and you're called out and everything else. Kids need to understand this, and it all needs to be put into context. And that involves the parents as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Lang to speak for a second time.
Thank you, and thank you to the senator from District 20 again for bringing up a good topic. And the question is, why do we spend $1,700 on this bill? And the answer is 160,000 students and their parents are the reason we're doing this. Is that parents should be told, I think we all agree, these are sensitive topics. So we talk about human sexuality and gender identity. These are sensitive topics in families. And so when you're going to bring that up, as we drift away in public education from math and science and English, as we drift away from those topics and embrace other social, I think someone earlier today called teachers social workers, as we start embracing more of that and less of education, parents want to know what's going on. This bill just does that. It lets parents know what's going on, especially in these sensitive topics that families are concerned about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fenton, you had a question of?
Colleague from District 4.
Senator, do you take the question?
Thank
Go
you,
ahead with your
Senator,
question.
for taking my question. Just reading through the bill and having sat through the testimony, I just wanted your take on this as a professor. Looking at this, it says that, a book with 2 mothers and no sexual content would require parental notification, but I'm curious if the same book with just a mother and father would be held to the same standard?
Well, thanks for your question. I think isn't the problem where all these hypotheticals and anecdotes and so on, when the common sense is that it's hard to read any literature which might not be construed as someone as dealing with issues of gender. And that is why I think the bill is misdrafted. We have all, I think, in general supported that if we're having, sex ed education and that program, that's something we very carefully have made sure that parents are informed and participate in. But I really do think the way this bill is drafted, that it invites that kind of inquiry about almost any, the word gender, that's everything, right? And gender, so it seems like any relationship or any coming of age story in which someone is coming to understand who they are or having their experiences or falling in love, that potentially may be something that is seen as objectionable. And, again, I don't gainsay a parent's concerns. What I'm really concerned about is that when you essentially build a gated community around your child's mind, it's not just your child who may be absent from a certain education, but it means the common good, the public school, the other students in the classroom will not have the advantage of the diversity of all their students or the common experience. Why else do we have the common school movement? Why else did Jefferson say that education is the foundation of our democracy? Because it will be shared together. And I think what this does is it sets up these minefields in classrooms, and I just think it's a loss for all students. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Prentice, you had a question of?
Senator from District 4.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Thank you very much.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much for taking my question. Is it your position that parents now have access to all instructional materials should they request it and want to know what's happening in the classroom?
Thanks for your question. I can't speak authoritatively, but I believe that is the case. I think what the difficulty with this bill is saying that, okay, let's say you have your curriculum in a novel under the Scarlet Letter, which is still being taught in our high schools. There it is, a minister having an extramarital, not having an affair with a married woman, and having a child, and you know, someone might find that conflicts with their moral sensibilities, and fair enough if it does. But that's what I'm concerned about, is that kind of intervention, not just that the curriculum is available, but once it's available. And the bill says that the parent has to give specific instances, so the parent has to go through with a highlighter every single page. Now, maybe the kid could still read the book. It'd be like one of those Freedom of Information requests with all the redactions, right? You know? But I'm sorry making the absurdities of it, but I just, as a teacher, I think, oh, heavens. And as the dean said, if you look, there's a collapse of students enrolling in education tracks in our universities and colleges and in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gannon, you had a question of?
Good senator from District 2.
Senator Lang, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator.
Go ahead.
I see the saving word that really pulls it all together and makes this whole thing good is the word instruction or program, those 3 words. Because I see a big difference between, you know, they're saying pronouns come up or a word here or there or a concept in a book. I don't see you banning them. I see you saying that when there is a program or a course of instruction, and that's what you're trying to get at, not mere words.
That is absolutely correct. Again, it's about specific instruction in those topics, not generally those topics. So if I said, you know, Senator Bradley, he was a great guy, that's not an instruction in gender, right? That's just a statement of gender, right? And so again, we're not instructing in gender, we're just having a conversation in the course of it. So, and again, this bill bans nothing. It strictly requires notification if you're going to do instruction specifically on those topics.
Thank you for the clarification, Senator.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more speakers. Senator Chanley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I rise in opposition to the bill, and with a great sense of disappointment, I'm disheartened by this conversation. I think that we are looking at education all the wrong way. I mean, we are talking, learning is difficult. Instruction is difficult. Learning is challenging. People are complex. No one that we could possibly be talking about, no subject that we could possibly instruct in is without controversy, is without something that someone would find objectionable. I also have heard a sense that it's recent materials, current materials that are being taught that are most objectionable. Well, I look back at the things that were studied decades ago, generations ago, even hundreds of years ago, and many of those things would still be considered objectionable. The students who read the autobiography of Alice B. Toklas by Gertrude Stein, those students that book was not recently published, but high school students and college students have been reading that for generations. There are plenty of other examples, whether we were talking about the poetry of Lord Byron or the works of James Baldwin. Those works have been read for decades. Go Ask Alice has been read by many middle school. Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret has been read by many a middle schooler. These are not new works that people might find objectionable. I am disappointed that we are trying to pick out certain topics to say these are the ones that folks will find objectionable and these are the ones that must be notified. Instruction is difficult. Historical figures they are few and far between that would not be considered difficult, complicated, and maybe offensive. But that's where we are. To teach properly, we need to be open to learning about all kinds of situations, even those which might make us uncomfortable. I also need to respond just briefly to what the senator from District 2 said, that we were getting away from mathematics and science. Well, in fact, those subjects themselves may be found objectionable by many. We need also, one of the things I think about is perhaps a book itself the parent does not find objectionable. Perhaps the subject matter is not objectionable, but what if the parent were to learn that the author of that book or that work of art or that piece of music was someone whom the parent considered objectionable. Is that then to be notified? Is that then something that we would have to respond to? Again, thank you, Mr. President. Please do not support this bill.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. It's open for further discussion. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1312.
Roll call.
We have a request for a roll call by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. They're coming in.
What?
I'm missing Senator Rosenwald.
She's right there.
Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
Nope. We need to go back and get Senator Bradley.
Oh, I jumped right.
So probably the best thing to do is start again.
I'm going to. I grabbed the wrong roll call.
All right.
Sorry. Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Shortis excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Cuoca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Gray.
Yes.
1310.
The ayes have it, 1310. And it is, the bill is ordered to third reading.
Took him right out of game.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you. Education, to which was referred House Bill 1570 FNAL, an act requiring the Department of Education to conduct a facility assessment of public schools and public chartered schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
President, House Bill 1570 makes very simple changes to the facility assessment provision of RSA 198:15(a). Currently, the Department of Education is required to develop and maintain a 10-year school facilities plan for potential school building projects. HB 1570 requires that the department now contract with a vendor to conduct facility assessments of public school and chartered public schools to ensure the department's facilities plan is ranked accurately according to need. To improve the efficacy of our school building aid, I ask that you please support the Senate Education Committee in finding House Bill 1570 FN ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1570 FNAL. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will pay attention, or be attentive to the clerk.
Can pay
Same
attention. Same thing. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1656 FNL, an act relative to adequate education grant amounts for pupils receiving special education services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study By a vote of 3-1, Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1656 FNL to be referred for interim study. House Bill 1656 FNL sought to restructure and recategorize students enrolled in special education services and subsequently differentiated special education aid according to 3 new classifications. While the configuration proposed by House Bill 1656 is congruent with the federal government's reported categories among Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, members of the committee felt that the funding mechanism which accompanied the simplified classifications failed to adequately address localized and extreme catastrophic aid scenarios. Additionally, members of the Senate Education Committee felt that increases to special education aid in the last budgetary season were sufficient in providing more aid to most districts and therefore sought a more calculated approach to determining further adjustments. With the intent of maximizing the precision in which our aid is distributed, I ask you to support the interim study motion for House Bill 1656. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak to my motion.
You're recognized to speak, Senator Lang.
Thank you very much. So, House Bill 1656 would increase adequacy grant for special education students by $2,600 in Category A, $5,200 in Category B, and nearly $8,000 in Category C at a cost of $17.7 million in fiscal year 25. Last year, we approved the new student-centered education funding formula that increased state aid to local schools by over $169 million for the biennium. I'm proud of the work we did to update the state adequacy formula, particularly because it increased differential aid for special education and for districts with large numbers of families eligible for free and reduced lunches. Targeted aid ensures that state dollars are going where they're most needed. This bill would add an additional $17.7 million in state special education funding next year and an unknown amount going forward in subsequent years. If we had extra education money to spend, special education is a good place to start. But changing the school funding formula just a year after we've already increased differential aid and in the middle of a budget cycle is the wrong time to do it. Targeted aid to special education will be a worthy cause for whoever holds our seats next year. Let's take up this cause as part of a comprehensive budget debate rather than appropriating additional funds in a time of uncertainty. If I may add, Mr. Speaker, in the committee, I committed to a true interim study. This is not a polite death I'm asking for. I agree that special education needs some more money. However, I want to target it towards catastrophic aid. We just heard of a town in, I think it was Hudson or Pelham, $500,000 because of one student that moved into the district. They had to have more appropriations. I want to see the state be able to put more money towards those catastrophic students that really hurt our local tax economy, our local taxes, and drive them up. The state can provide. So I will work in the interim study to find a good path forward that deals with special education, especially in those catastrophic instances that so dearly hurt our local communities. So I ask you to support the interim study and vote with the Education Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study on House Bill 1656 FNL. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it. The motion to refer to interim study is adopted.
See ya.
Before we are attentive to the clerk, I just want to give a brief update on Senator Ricciardi, who is in the hospital, being checked out, doing well. And I think that we should all recognize Senator Prentice and Senator Chandley, for what they did in jumping up along with our Sergeant at Arms and other first responders. But Senator Prentice, you did a great job. All right, now we'll pay attention to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 447 FN, an act relative to the purchase of election equipment. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 447 FN inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 447 FN would have allowed grants from the state to help America vote, of states Help America Vote funds to be given to cities and towns for the purchase of the new ballot counting devices. Testimony given by the Secretary of State stated that the passage of this bill would restrict his ability to administer the HAVA funds for ongoing projects. Those projects and programs include the poll worker training, voter education, maintenance of the databases, and the statewide database in general. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support in the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 447 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there further discussion? Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of ITL, and as myself and my friend from District 6 often debate on, I will be making some points I think we've heard before. So the funds here, as my friend from District 6 correctly pointed out, it would have been up to $3 million that would have been available to pay for half the cost of voting machines in our cities and towns. And what we know is that we have voting machines in some of our cities and towns that are no longer being supported. The software on them is going to be out of date by the time of this election. And, you know, right on the heels of that are municipal elections, right on the heels of that is another midterm election. And so the cities and towns need to replace these machines. We've tried different versions of these programs to provide that assistance to cities and towns. I know, again, my colleague and I from District 6 have a disagreement about this, that they should cover that cost entirely themselves. However, it is our job, given that they only have one time a year to make appropriations for these things, to support at the state level when needed. And this is an important enough cause that I think it's well worth the $3 million that we were proposing. So I hope you'll join me in voting down the ITL motion. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coker. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 463 FN, an act relative to the establishment of election information portal. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill will refer to interim study by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 463-FN be referred to interim study. This bill would authorize the Secretary of State to develop an election information portal. The intent of this portal is to modernize existing voter registration processes and create a more efficient and secure system for officials on Election Day. Voters would be able to complete a new voter registration update and update their information and request an absentee ballot all online. The committee determined that the language in HB 463 is a good start in developing an online election information portal, but still needs some work regarding confirmation of voter identification. Therefore, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of refer to interim study on HB 463-FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The motion is refer to interim study. Senator Gray is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request that the Senate overturn the motion to go to interim study so that an alternate motion can be made. There are many towns, small towns here in New Hampshire that have very, very limited city clerk hours, that they may only be one afternoon during the week and sometimes have some Saturday hours to accomplish things. So there is a need for people to be able to at least make requests for changes in the database and other items, and that would be possible through the amendment that will be presented if this motion is overturned. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of refer for interim study. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Perkins spoke up.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do, I guess first parliamentary inquiry, we do have a copy of a floor amendment that it doesn't appear is being introduced. Okay. Thank you. So I think that this, we want to make sure that we are seeing advancements towards having this election information portal available. I think that, as Senator Abbas mentioned, that there are some pieces here we're still looking at, but, I think it's important to recognize that as we're talking about verifying identity for voting, we want to create the easiest processes possible. What's going on? And so there's some pieces here that still need to be cleaned up. I think that talking about date and place of birth on, a registration form for voting really doesn't speak to anything. It's, it doesn't provide proof of citizenship, and it's just sort of a further fact that needs to be proved to create a hurdle to voting. And furthermore, the procedures here would allow us to start a new voter application, but not necessarily finish it, which would still require some in-person attendance. So I think there's pieces here as we move towards establishing an electronic information portal that will be really helpful, and we hope that our colleagues will join in voting down this floor amendment so that we can act on the bill as introduced by the House, as amended by the House. Thank you.
So the pending motion is interim study, just so everybody's clear. Senator Gray to speak.
Just so that there's no question, I'd be happy to speak to any of those things, but right now it is the interim study motion that I'm asking you not to vote in favor of so that another motion can be made, and then we'll address all of those issues.
The situation clear. The pending motion is interim study. If you're in favor of interim study, you would say aye. If you're opposed, you would say no. All right, are you ready for the vote? All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. The motion of interim study fails. The bill is on second reading, and it's open for discussion and floor amendment. And Senator Gray moves on to pass.
Senator Gray moves on to pass. And Senator Gray also moves amendment, I think it's 1920. Thank you, Senator. Mr. President, you're going to hear me talk several times this afternoon about confidence in voters. And right now, New Hampshire state law does not require somebody who is seeking an absentee ballot to provide proof of identity. When you go to the polls on election day, they're asking you for your identity, and if you don't provide that identity, currently there's an affidavit for you to do that. But for an absentee ballot, that's not the case. There's no provision in law for them to ask for your identity. So what I'm trying to do with part of this bill, and if you look at the page 2 and 3 of the bill, we are doing the same thing at the portal
as we are in the application for an absentee ballot, we're going to ask them for the last 4 digits of Social Security number, which is allowed by federal law. We're going to ask them for that driver's license identification number or the number of their non-voter or non-driver license, or to check a box that they don't have one. We are going to put those same requirements in the application for an absentee ballot. We're going to record those in the database that we have, the centralized database. And if things go the way I would like on further legislation that we'll act on this afternoon, we'll actually try to verify them if they forget something. But that's not in this bill. But what this bill will do is, if you change your party affiliation, you want to change it, you call up the clerk. There's not any documentation that you need to provide there. That should be able to be done right through the portal without you going there. People who do have to provide things, and depending upon whether this version finally comes out of the House, because this bill will go to Senate Finance, you have to present your documentation that is required to register to vote, and that's in existing law already. It says present the documentation to the clerk, to the supervisor of the checklist. It's already there. Okay? We're just spelling it out on here also. But what it will do is that person who only has very little time, especially in the evening, in a town that only has very limited hours, would allow them to get the application back, would be able to fill it out at their leisure, would be able to understand what the requirements are that they need to provide for documentation, and then in those precious hours that the clerk's office is actually open, they can go in, drop off the application, show the documentation, and they'll be registered to vote. Eventually, what would I like to see? I'd like to see anybody who's standing in that line to register to vote, who's already voted somewhere in New Hampshire, to be recognized, and state law already provides for this, that they don't have to prove citizenship. They don't have to prove age. They just need to prove domicile and identity. If we implement all of this, it will be quite easy for Richard Tracy, the investigator over at the AG's office, to bring up your records in TransUnion, to be able to look at things in there, to find out. He asked me when I got my Social Security card, when I gave him my information. I said, well, I think it was in the 60s, here in New Hampshire. He says, yeah, it was either 63 or 64, and, again, there is information in there and databases that we have access to, including the records for Real ID. Does Real ID prove you're a citizen? No. But in the Real ID, in getting that, you had to bring a copy of your birth certificate in with a seal and the whole thing, and a copy of your Social Security card and what? They've got that information in the database. So if someone comes in and they say, I was born in Derby, Kansas, and that's what's in the database, hey, you're a citizen. You don't have to prove citizen. And if you were born in, first half of the last century like I was, or after 1949 like most of the rest of you, okay, you don't have to prove age. So domicile is the next thing. Well, domicile, we have the permanent change of address file from the post office. We have TransUnion, okay? So we know where they're sending your credit card bills, okay? So again, this is one step, okay? There's two pieces in here. There is the database itself, but there's also modifying that absentee ballot form so that we are requesting the information that we are allowed to request by federal law, which includes those last 4 digits of that Social Security number, to help verify voters.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Abbas.
President, I'm going to support the amendment. I understand that I may have had some objections to the portal, but this amendment, I would say, in credit to the senator who put this forward from District 6, this is a significant improvement of the bill that was originally presented to the Senate. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas.
President, I rise in opposition to the pending amendment, although I do agree with my colleague from District 6 that part of our job here is to try to make things easier for those involved, whether it's the person trying to register or the clerk trying to register the individual. Hours of clerks' offices being open are often a problem, and that's why for many years, I think all of us have tried to get to a point where there is an election portal, so that at someone's convenience, whether it's later at night or on a Saturday or Sunday, they can access that information. That's particularly important for things like change of address and things where you're already a registered voter, but you have to make what is a smaller change. But this is going a lot farther than that, and I think that's what concerns me the most. The Secretary of State did testify that the Secretary of State has the ability to do an election portal. Hasn't done it yet, but I think has made other advancements that could get us there without this legislation. The thing that concerns me the most, though, is that our Constitution in Article 11 says that all elections are to be free. Every inhabitant of the state of 18 years of age and upwards shall have the equal right to vote in any election. Every person shall be considered an inhabitant for purposes of voting in the town, ward, or unincorporated place where he has his domicile. No person has the right to vote, and it continues. But I think what we are doing with this amendment is to begin to create more obstacles to what is a process that already exists. We spend a lot of time talking about privacy. When we sent an amendment about privacy to the voters a few years back, overwhelmingly people said, yes, we want certain rights, and we don't want the government. The issue is really about the government. Now, if you're simply making an address change, you live in one ward of Manchester and you move across the river to another ward. So you lived in my ward and you moved to Senator D'Alessandro's ward. All you're doing is changing your address. You still live in Manchester. Right now, in order, if this were to pass, in order to make that simple change, you provide your full name, your address, last 4 digits of your social security number, your driver's license or non-driver's ID. Now, this says that you shall include that information. What if you're 85 years old and you've been registered for years, you've given up driving, you don't want to pay for the cost of a non-driver's ID? You're not going to be completing information that's required on this form. My colleague from District 21 mentioned date and place of birth. You're already a registered voter. Why do you need to prove your date and place of birth? So if the idea is to make this process an easier process, why are we now putting roadblocks in the way of those who... Now, we're not talking just about registration. If we were talking about just registration, I think we, might have differences of opinion, but I think those circumstances are different. We're talking about someone who wants to request a change, such as name, domicile, or mailing address. Mailing address or party affiliation? You have to have that information? Really? With the number of independent voters we have who want to switch back because they might not have had a chance at the polls to do that? Well, what are we doing? Why are we doing all of these things to make it harder? That's not what this, I think, was originally intended to do, was to make it more challenging for people who not only are registering, but for people who are already registered to vote. This will have a disproportionately difficult a chilling effect on many of our elderly voters. I mean, so many times we talk about voting rights and we talk about college students. Sure, it might have an impact on them, but it will also have an impact on a lot of older folks who have every right to vote, have been registered for years, are now living in assisted living or in nursing home. They're not going to have access to these things. Some of them don't have these forms of ID anymore. They don't need them. Why are we requiring them, telling them the only way they can fix their address is to provide this? That's not helpful to these folks. What we need to do is go back to what was the underlying bill, and we need to let the Secretary of State implement the program. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Gray.
Yes, I have a question for the senator from District 18.
Yes.
Senator, is it true that I can, without filling out any of that information, send an email to the clerk and request any of those changes?
I believe you can, Senator.
Further question? Senator, is it true that I can go to the city clerk's office without any of those and actually do those changes?
At this moment, you can. It is unclear to me that once the portal is done, if whether or not people are going to have to use the portal. And that's why I'm addressing many of these concerns now before we implement the legislation, Senator.
And is it true that there's another bill today that talks about the clerk's office going actually out to the elderly homes and being able to register and help people to vote?
Yes, there is another bill that deals with people going to those homes, and the clerks have expressed objection to it because of some of the language regarding marking the ballot. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
The question is on adoption of Floor Amendment 1920S. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you in favor? Senator Birdsall, question? Yep.
For the good senator from District 6. I'll be quick, Senator. I've heard some concern that this piece of legislation or this amendment is bringing us closer to motor voter. Can you address those issues?
What about motor voter?
That this is bringing us closer to potentially motor voter.
I would think that it would actually take us further from motor voter. That right now we are trying to enable people to be able to register to vote, to change party affiliation, and on that party affiliation, I did forget to mention something else that Senator from District 18 talked about. Without providing information such as the last four digits of my social security number, date, and place of birth, I would be concerned that someone would be able to go in and change my party affiliation from Republican to Independent, and then a week later change it to a Democrat, and therefore I wouldn't be, able to run in the Senate election. So I certainly do, want to make sure that the person who on that portal is, saying that they are me is actually me. So I would say it's not getting us closer. It's keeping, our current exemption intact.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of Floor Amendment 1920, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill's on second reading. It's open for further discussion and amendment. A roll call has been requested by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll. Excuse me.
Wait. Whoops.
Now the clerk may call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi is excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Bertzel?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
Senator Bradley?
Yes. The ayes have it 12 to 11. The motion is adopted. House Bill 463 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senator Bertzel, I believe you have a guest.
I do, Senate President. Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to introduce the Derry Chief of Police, Chief Fioli. Welcome to the Senate.
If we're making introductions, I'd also like to introduce the Chief of the Manchester Police Department, Chief Alan Aldenberg.
And in that case, I'll introduce the Chief of Police of Franklin and the former Chief of Police of Dover. Did I miss one?
The chief from the town of Hudson is here as well. How are you in the back?
Sorry, Chief, I couldn't see you behind the column. All right, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 1098, an act relative to ballots delivered to elder care facilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1098 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1098, as amended, enables the ballot clerk, assistant clerk, or clerks pro tem to deliver absentee ballots to elder care facilities for the convenience of the residents. This legislation requires a process of receiving, marking, returning absentee ballots and at elder care facilities to be fair, private, and properly handled. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1098. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee amendment, which essentially replaces the whole bill. I rise in opposition because this is something that simply isn't needed. Right now, this was not a request of our clerks. This was an instance where we had one or two people who made complaints about a couple of nursing homes that they felt were not properly administering the absentee ballot process. Now, the concern that the clerks have that this really won't solve anything is with regard to marking the ballots. Now, the language was changed to say that the clerk, assistant clerk, the person authorized to do this shall, to the extent possible, ensure the process of receiving, marking, and returning absentee ballots in fair, private, and properly handled. The problem with that is that the clerks don't mark ballots. The clerks deliver ballots. The clerks are there to answer questions about ballots. But the clerks, to the best of their ability, can't always be sure about the individual marking the ballot. Many times, we were told by the clerk from Nashua, previously clerk in Derry, who testified, many times people will say, no, leave me alone. I want to mark my ballot because I want to do it privately, and then put it in the envelope and then hand it back to the clerk. Now, in that instance, if there was someone else in the room, it's not the clerk who's responsible for the marking of the ballot. Many times, people who are in nursing homes who have some physical limitations ask someone to help them mark. Now, that could be the clerk, but in instances, that is not the clerk. This is a solution in search of a problem. You know, people who are in nursing homes, whether they be elderly or whether they have physical or other limitations, should be able to privately mark their ballot, and we shouldn't then, based on the actions of that individual, have complaints unsubstantiated filed against our clerks, and our clerks are quite concerned about it. Clerks have gone, I think, to great lengths in many of our communities at the 11th hour to ensure that everyone who possibly wants to have their vote cast and counted have gone to many of these facilities late at night, early in the morning, during election day. I think our clerks do extremely great work in making sure that people have the opportunity to cast a ballot. And as I said, I don't think this is going to do anything to improve it. I think it might, unfortunately, cause some of our clerks to have aspersions cast upon them that really are not substantiated. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I oppose this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. Senator Murphy.
Question for the senator from District 6. Thank you, Senator, taking the question. Do you recall the Deputy Secretary of State, Ms. Hennessy, stating there had been complaints received from residents of nursing homes that they felt pressured to vote a certain way, and that was why this language was in the bill?
I don't specifically remember her comments, but I was a moderator in Rochester for a number of years and assisted people, had people come in to vote and ask for assistance from one of their helpers, etc. In the nursing homes is a special case where we have people, who have dementia, who have other illnesses that are perfectly good in the morning, but as we get later and later in the day, do have some difficulties in doing the things. Part of the duty of the moderator is to assess people that come in to vote on election day. But if a clerk is there and they're marking ballots and it's in the common room and they're all going to one particular nurse and the nurse is the one actually marking the ballot, I have a problem with that, okay? And it should be at least questioned, if nothing else. And what the language in the bill doesn't say that they're going to go around and look at every one. They said to the, as much as practical, that they will observe it, they will try to make sure that it's fair, equitable, and so.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? We've adopted the committee amendment. So the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? We have not adopted the amendment. Okay, thanks for correcting me. The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. So the question now is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 1098. Are you ready for the question? Is there any discussion? Now, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1098 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1105 FNL, an act relative to application of local tax cap. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1105-FN ought to pass. HB 1105 amends the current local tax statute to provide clarification that all recommended appropriations in the warrant are included when determining the estimated amount of local taxes to be raised for the fiscal year. In particular, this bill makes clear that in towns and school districts that have adopted a local tax cap, the budget that is subject to the tax cap is the operating budget in any warrant article that has an impact. Currently, some of those towns are incorrectly interpreting the budget to mean the operating budget only. In order to effectively apply a tax cap, proposed appropriations must be considered, which was the legislative intent of the original law. This bill does not affect the ability of the voters to change the amount of any appropriations, nor does it prevent voters from overriding the tax cap. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on HB 1105-FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? A roll call has been requested by Senator Murphy, seconded by Senator Pearl. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Shortis excused. Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Coca?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Bradley?
Yes.
13.
The ayes have it 13 to 10. House Bill 1105 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which is referred House Bill 1150, an act relative to advertising rates for political advertising. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-0. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1150 ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1150, as amended, simply removes the requirement in RSA 664:16 that rates for advertising be filed with the Secretary of State and open for public inspection. Political advertising rates are still required to be the same for any candidate, political committee, party, or cause. The original language of the bill, as amended by the House, also removed the requirement that political advertising printed in newspapers, periodicals, or billboards be marked at the beginning or end as political advertising. The committee determined that such a marking is an important disclosure for the public when it is not immediately apparent who is trying to influence them. Full transparency is always best practice in New Hampshire, and therefore the committee amendment adds this requirement back into the bill. A majority of the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1150. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, questions on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and open for further discussion. Seeing none, the questions on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1150. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 1150 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1181, an act relative to solid waste districts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Susie for the committee.
Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1181 ought to pass. House Bill 1181 defines the scope of a solid waste district's ability to contract with public entities and expands their ability to apply for funding through the Department of Revenue Administration when an emergency situation arises and an overexpenditure occurs. Under RSA 332:11, a municipality can seek approval from the DRA after they've made an over-expenditure to fix an emergent situation. Currently, because of the way solid waste districts adopt their budget, they do not fall under the provisions of this statute and cannot get that approval. The language used in House Bill 1181 mirrors the language used in Chapter 32, granting authority to solid waste districts, which is authority already granted to municipalities. This authority is critical when an expenditure is needed to quickly address a public safety issue. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1181. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1181. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 1181 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 1264, an act relative to the definition of accessible voting systems. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1264 FN ought to pass. House Bill 1264 enables municipalities to access voting machines for individuals with disabilities during elections. Currently, assisted technology devices are only provided for state and federal elections. New Hampshire is one of only 2 states who do not provide them for local elections. In collaboration with Secretary of State's office, stakeholders developed a pilot program that allows the state's accessible voting systems to be made available for local elections. Cities, towns, and school districts will bear the cost of programming and transferring the devices, which eliminates the need for a fiscal note. Every voter in New Hampshire should have the equal opportunity to cast their ballot in privacy, and this legislation affords those with disabilities that opportunity. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 1264 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1264. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 1264 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 1310 FN, an act relative to meetings of supervisors of the checklist. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-0. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1310 FN ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1310 FN as amended requires the supervisors of the checklist to meet every 90 days for periodic checklist maintenance. Specifically, the supervisors will meet for the purpose of taking action on all requests to correct the checklist. The committee amendment simply clarifies the notice requirements. Throughout the year, municipalities are given updated voter information by change of address cards, death notifications, or reports from the Secretary of State's office. With the process created by this legislation, supervisors will use that information to correct the checklist on an ongoing basis instead of every 10 years. The result will be a more accurate checklist that is easier to maintain and increase voter confidence in New Hampshire's election process. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1310 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is now on second reading, and the first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1310. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 1310 is ordered to third reading. Senator Birdsall?
Please.
The Senate will be in recess until 3:15. Recess, please. And please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1313 FNL, an act relative to access to the voter checklist by candidates. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Just right there.
I move House Bill 1313 FN ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1313 FN as amended requires supervisor of the checklist or the city or town clerk to provide, upon request, the electronic copy of the local voter checklist in a sortable format. Additionally, the committee amendment allows that one free electronic copy may be requested per election before a fee of up to $25 may be charged. Having the checklist in a sortable format is a helpful tool for local candidates to create walk lists for campaigning instead of having to purchase those checklists. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asked for your support on the motion of all to pass with amendment on House Bill 1313 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Perkins Quokka.
Briefly, Mr. President, this is a long day. Just to say that one comment we did receive was that if we just charged for every copy of the checklist, then it would make the administration easier on local officials. And so that was what we had originally proposed, was that $25 be charged for every copy just to help with the local administration costs of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Question?
You got blessed.
Rocking in the free world, Avard. All right, the questions on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1313. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The aye. The ayes have it, and the motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. And House Bill 1313 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1345, an act relative to the length of terms for Coos County officers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1345 ought to pass. House Bill 1345 changes the terms for certain Coos County officials from 2 years to 4-year terms beginning in 2024 state general election. The impacted positions are the county attorney, sheriff, register of deeds, register of probate, and treasurer. House Bill 1345 has the support of the Coos County delegation. The committee heard testimony that 4-year terms will bring consistency to those positions that will benefit the constituents they serve. Rockingham County made the same change 2 years ago and has experienced success. And the majority of the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support and motion of ought to pass on 1345. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1345. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 1345 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1359, an act relative to appeals of certain zoning decisions by abutters. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-0. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1359 ought to pass. House Bill 1359 clarifies the definition of abutter in RSA 672:3 and includes abutters and those who have a right of appeal to the Board of Adjustment. In RSA 676:5, there is language that leaves zoning appeals open to any person aggrieved. This has become problematic when people who do not have standing initiate legal proceedings to prevent projects they do not agree with from starting. Developers do not have large budgets that allow for long, costly appeals, and as a result, proposals that would add housing units to a community are sometimes withdrawn from consideration. In an attempt to resolve that problem, this bill removes any person aggrieved and replaces it with the applicant and an abutter. Currently, RSA 672:3 defines an abutter as someone whose property adjoins or is directly across a street or stream from the land under consideration by the local land use board. To ensure the correct interpretation of an abutter, House Bill 1359 adds language that specifies how to determine which property is directly across the street or stream. One of the solutions presented to address the housing crisis in New Hampshire is the ability for developers to produce smaller housing units. The hope with this legislation is that by making these small adjustments to state policy, a situation that is more conducive to development is created. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asked for your support on the motion of all to pass on House Bill 1359. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is on second reading. Questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1359. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 1359 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1399, an act allowing municipalities to permit 2 residential units in a certain single-family residential zones. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 3-0. Senator Susi for the committee.
Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1399 re-referred to interim study. House Bill 1399 would allow municipalities to permit 2 residential units in certain single-family residential zones. Addressing New Hampshire's housing crisis has been a top priority of legislators in this chamber, and this bill sought to increase the availability of middle-income units. While well-intended, the language of the bill did not clearly propose how to account for current local zoning and master plans. Property owners have purchased land or homes based on what the local zoning is for the area. Additionally, any change to zoning is done during a town meeting or other public process where there are local discussions and local decisions are made. The committee also heard testimony that some municipalities are already allowing 2 units in residential zones and permit them based on the needs of their individual community. For these reasons, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of re-refer to interim study on House Bill 1399. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The motion is refer for interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Perkins-Cuoco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that this is a tricky issue, but I just wanted to say a few positive things about this bill. So it is, there is this balance, right, between local zoning and what we can do here at the state to sort of help move this housing crisis, because the housing crisis isn't some people's problem, it's everyone's problem. Everyone goes to restaurants, everybody visits small businesses, everybody wants to live in a multi-generational community, and I'm sure all of your constituents are mentioning housing to you. So we're considering some new ideas when it comes to housing and how to solve this crisis. A lot of the problems address how do we increase housing supply. This is an easy way to increase housing supply, and the protections of zoning are there so that when we have certain expectations of a zone, like a single-family zone, that those expectations are generally adhered to. I think in this case, we should start to open our minds to the idea that having 2 units in one home as opposed to one really wouldn't create a very different experience for neighbors because of parking and traffic. There would be barely any increase on your water and sewer infrastructure. You're actually using it more efficiently because you have more users per square mile. And this is a practice that we're starting to see in other places naturally called upzoning, which is just sort of ticking the density up one tiny level in certain areas, because this isn't just a problem in New Hampshire, it's a problem everywhere. So I say that all to voice support for this bill and support for just exploring new measures as we all try to solve the housing crisis together. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. The questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of refer for interim study on House Bill 1399, seeing no further discussion. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of refer for interim study is adopted on House Bill 1399. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 1567 FN, an act relative to zoning provisions concerning family and group family child care uses. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Perkins Quokka for the committee.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1567 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, requires family and group family child care programs to be allowed as an accessory use to any primary residential home under local planning and zoning regulations. Since COVID, child care spots have decreased, resulting in a greater demand for child care. Family and group child care within a community can be a more affordable and accessible option for working families. Unfortunately, zoning requirements can be a hindrance in the establishment of these small businesses. Currently, some planning and zoning boards do require site review and set up requirements that make permitting for new businesses in this child care space difficult. In some zoning-heavy communities, there are big gaps where no opportunities are available for this use at all. HB 1567 addresses family and group child care programs that are licensed and regulated by the Department of Health and Human Services. As amended by the committee, these businesses would have been allowed only by conditional use permit, but I do have a floor amendment that I'd like to introduce with a technical amendment, and so I would ask that the body vote down the committee amendment so that we can consider this floor amendment on the motion of ought to pass.
The bill is on second reading, and the first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion? Yes, Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, briefly, I just want to say that I concur with my colleague, and I also ask the body to vote down the amendment, committee amendment, and adopt the floor amendment. It does seem to be exactly the same end language, just a bit cleaner and shorter, and therefore better. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Are you ready for the question on the floor amendment? All in favor, please say aye.
Committee amendment.
I said floor, didn't I?
See, I'm not even telling you now.
Shame on me. Thank you, Senator Susi. All in favor of the committee amendment, say aye. You guys are more in tune than I am. That's a good thing. Any opposed? No. Excellent. Senator Perkins Quokka, you are recognized to introduce Amendment 1981. It was a good year.
It was just before I joined you all. All right, Mr. President, I move floor amendment 1981S, and I'd like to speak to my motion, if I may. We all got very distracted by ages. Okay. So as Senator Murphy, my colleague from District 16 mentioned, this is just intended to be a cleanup amendment. The content essentially captures what the committee amendment did, which was allow new businesses to open under conditional use permits. But where local zoning previously did allow these businesses to operate by right, it respects that local zoning decision with a simple draft and correction.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recognize the hard work that Senator Perkins Quokka did. Certainly my objection in committee was that the original bill that came to us, that this would be allowed by right, and I said that that would take away the ability for the local zoning to enter into the discussion on this. I think that the compromise that she's reached here is satisfactory to me, and I hope that the rest of the Senate will support.
You're doing great. All right. You ready for the question on Floor Amendment 1981? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. And now the bill is on second reading. It's open for further discussion and amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of ought to pass as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass prevails, and House Bill 1567 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1569 FN, an act relative to eliminating voter identification exceptions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1569 ought to pass with amendment. This bill removes the affidavit process. Election affidavit investigations done by the Attorney General's office reveal that although there is not widespread voter fraud in New Hampshire, many of the people that have filled out voter affidavits cannot be found after the election. Eliminating the voter affidavit is another step towards increasing voter confidence and keeping New Hampshire's elections secure. This bill requires that the voter present documentation of their qualifications. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks you for your support and ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1569. Thank you, Mr. President, but I would like to talk.
You are recognized.
Thank you. Many of you have heard me say, I want to make it easy to vote, hard to cheat. 1569, as it came from the House, is a hard to cheat bill, okay? Making it more onerous in some people's opinion. But that is the obligation of that person who wants to vote, is to present their qualifications as it states in the law right now. Present their qualifications. We've taken that, we've made affidavits, okay? Yes, we haven't investigated, we've investigated those people, but when I talked to Richard Tracy over at the Attorney General's office, the investigator, he says, I can't find him. I put in a bill that says, well, hey, have a box in there and say, you know, give me your social media account, give me your whatever, so that he has more information to work with. It got voted down. I'm going to ask you to turn down the committee amendment so I can grab 2 chances to get this legislation passed, and the second one will be more easy to vote, okay? It won't be all the way to easy to vote. It won't be all the way, you know, make sure that, that we get it right, but it's a compromise. So, you know, in looking at this, the situation that we're in right now is that the bill, as passed by the House, which would be that bill without the committee amendment, will go to the governor if we pass it through here and through finance. Why does it need to go to finance? Well, the other bill that we're talking about that may be amended to one I'm pulled off of the consent calendar doesn't have an appropriation in there except for $1. Okay? If you do that bill, I need to put money on it. And I can put money on it by taking it to finance. But I got to get it through the House first. I've got to get it before I take that vote on putting that money on there. So this is kind of a stick and a carrot thing. Okay? If you don't vote for the kinder, gentler version, then I'm sorry, you've just voted for getting this version, which with 13 members here in this body will go directly to the governor's office. Is it a good bill? I have the former Chief Justice of the Hampshire Supreme Court that says this is a great bill. You see his name where it says sponsor. I say, Judge, but won't it get, challenged in court? Oh, we can withstand that. Just look down at what happened in Georgia. They withstood a thing about qualifications. Well, I want to hedge my bet. I want to give you 2 opportunities to vote for this. Okay? A vote for the partner to cheat version, which we're talking about right now. Vote down the committee amendment, so the bill is just the way they gave it to us from the House. Take it to finance while they act on what I hope will be the second, easier to vote modification, and then we'll go from there. So if you would, please vote down the committee amendment, and we'll pass the bill as it is, and then we'll take it to finance, and then later in this session, we will talk about the easier to vote section that would help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Senator Perkins Quokka. Is there any other discussion? Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All in favor of the committee amendment say aye. All opposed? No. The noes have it. The committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Perkins Quokka.
A lot of procedure involved in today. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition of this ought to pass motion. So, New Hampshire runs accurate and secure elections. Governor Sununu has even stated, here in New Hampshire, our elections are secure, accurate, and reliable. There is no question about it. We do things right here in New Hampshire, and we have not seen instances of widespread voter fraud in New Hampshire. The Attorney General's office has stated that as of April 8th, 2022, more than 1 million votes cast in the 2020 September-November elections, only 5 investigations had been opened and no charges had been brought. HB 1569 places unnecessary barriers in the voting process by making dramatic changes to the New Hampshire election law while increasing costs and driving down turnout. In fact, it is likely to be unconstitutional for several reasons. First, this bill removes the qualified voter affidavit, as my colleague from District 6 said, and potentially removes the domicile affidavit. This means every single person would need to provide a birth certificate, passport, or naturalization papers when registering to vote in order to prove their citizenship. In 2022, 739 voters used a qualified voter affidavit to prove citizenship, 219 used a qualified voter affidavit in 2022 to prove identity, and 1,643 voters used the domicile affidavit in 2022. In 2020, over 1,400 people used the qualified voter affidavit to prove identity and/or citizenship. By removing these affidavits, New Hampshire places itself at risk of violating the Constitution. Why? Because we do not all go to the polls with our passport or our birth certificate in our pocket. Our passport can take 6 to 8 weeks to obtain at a cost of about $110. Birth certificate, if you happen to live in the town you grew up in, might be easy, but we've heard several cases of people who have to drive across state borders or wait several months for their birth certificates to arrive. And we also have case law that can tell us how this is going to be viewed in the courts. In Fish versus Schwab, the 10th Circuit considered a Kansas law that required that people registering to vote submit documentary proof of citizenship very similar to what we have in 1569. In reviewing the case, the court determined that approximately 31,000 Kansans were prevented from voting because they didn't have documentary proof of citizenship. That is more than 10% of the people who tried to register to vote during the 2 years the law was in place. The court further found that the state's interests were insufficiently weighty to justify the limitations on the right to vote imposed by the DPOC requirement. Ultimately, the 10th Circuit Court concluded we conclude that the DPOC requirement is unconstitutional and uphold the injunction, and on December 14th, 2020, the Supreme Court of the United States declined to even review that determination. This means New Hampshire would likely face the same outcome. What good is a same-day registration process if it turns away eligible voters? Again, these are people who are eligible to vote and won't be able to exercise their constitutional right. HB 1569 also reinvigorates voter challenges, which is also likely unconstitutional. Currently, when a voter is challenged in a New Hampshire election, the moderator or supervisor of the checklist must rule upon that challenge. If the challenge is well-founded, the voter may vote only if they utilize the challenge voter affidavit. With HB 1569, if the challenge is deemed well-founded, the voter simply may not vote. And what do we use to deprive this person of their constitutional right? The same affidavit that is not good enough to support using their constitutional right. It puts our election officials in an impossible position as acting as the ultimate arbiter of someone's right to vote. All procedural protections are removed with no guaranteed notice and opportunity for the voter to be heard, no guaranteed opportunity for the voter to introduce witnesses or evidence, no guaranteed provision for a neutral fact finder in the circumstances in which the supervisor, the checklist, or moderator are conflicted or biased, no meaningful right of judicial review. Under these changes, a voter risks deprivation of the fundamental right to vote without sufficient due process, making it unconstitutional. On a very practical basis, think of what this will mean for our voters come November, walking into the polls. It's a huge change in the rules. Voters will be turned away in droves. We don't need to wait to see what happens. We already have the example out in Kansas to tell us what's going to happen. And who will be hurt the most? Those who move. It'll be our military families. It'll be people whose house burned down and they lost some papers. It'll be those who were divorced, or even young people. Last, and maybe most important for how New Hampshire runs its elections, is 2 decades ago, New Hampshire was granted an exemption to the National Voter Registration Act, the NVRA, otherwise known as motor voter. The rules of the exemption are clear. New Hampshire does not have to follow motor voter as long as every single voter has the ability to register and vote on election day. If this bill becomes law, New Hampshire is immediately at risk of losing that exemption. And what does this mean for our state? First, it means tens of millions of dollars updating technology and getting into compliance with the National Voter Registration Act. It also means granted staters would no longer have to register at their town clerk's office, but we'd be allowed to register at any state agency, whether it be DMV, HHS, or any other. It opens the door even for third-party registration in New Hampshire, with activist groups being able to register people and then turn in their registrations. Importantly, once the exemption is gone, it cannot be reinstated. New Hampshire will never be able to get rid of the federal rules to govern our elections again, and our unique but tested and proven way to run our elections will be lost forever. I know we all believe in secure and accurate elections, and we want our residents to have faith in our elections. My friend and I from District 6 have discussed this many times. But this bill will not achieve that. It will only create unnecessary barriers to voting. And our local election officials deserve better than to be put in this impossible position. Therefore, please join me in voting down this ought to pass motion so that another motion can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coie. Senator Gray.
Question of the senator from District 21. Thank you, Senator. Right now, in state law, if I am previously registered in New Hampshire and I move to a new location, do I have to prove citizenship or age?
If you are registered in the state of New Hampshire, the intent is that you're able to transfer your registration. But if you are not previously registered in the state of New Hampshire, certain significant logistical challenges would arise under the new procedures in HB 1569.
Thanks, Senator. Further question? If I were able to utilize the systematic alien verification of entitlements database, which supposedly has verification of citizenship for almost everyone, according to this, if they were legally in the United States, would that not prove citizenship?
I am unfamiliar with the system, sir. I understand that you might have heard information that it does that, but the bill in front of us doesn't contain any process by which someone would access such a database.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Bill is on second reading. The motion is ought to pass. Senator Susi to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the current motion, and I'm not going to reiterate the things that my colleague from District 21 said, because I think she articulated it quite well. But I think we have to consider what kind of message this sends. We have, I think, gone out of our way. The Secretary of State has gone out of his way, empowered a commission to ensure that people know the truth, and that is that we run fair and accurate elections here in New Hampshire. People have come to expect it. We have one of the highest rates of voter participation. We are a state that knows how to do elections. We are the model for the rest of the country. So if we're making this radical a change, what are we saying? I think we're undermining our own message here. This is really a departure from where we have been. There are other reasons for someone changing their voter registration. We talked about address. It's very common for women who get married to change their last names. Their birth certificate isn't going to qualify for citizenship if they're registering because different last name. They're going to have to go to further steps to prove that they are in fact who they are. The cost of doing these things, passport was mentioned, $110, acquiring other documents, fees attached to it, as well as delays in the time period. I mean, people don't live their lives like that. I mean, how many young people walk around today without so much as cash, you know, $1 in their pocket or even a credit card? They live their lives on a phone. Well, you don't have a birth certificate on your phone. You don't have these items. People don't have these things. And yes, it's true that we would apply a different standard to the people who were already once registered in New Hampshire. But what about the people who move over the border? I mean, for Pete's sakes, we're bordered by 3 states and people go back and forth all the time. Think nothing of, you know, purchasing a home or renting an apartment over the border. How difficult is it going to be for them when they're lawfully residing here in our state for them to register to vote? So I do think those are important considerations, but the one that I think is worth reiterating that my colleague from District 21 said is that New Hampshire was one of the very first states. I was actually a member of the House at the time, and I believe the Senate President was too, when we crafted the law to allow same-day registration. Same-day registration was what has exempted us all these years from participating in motor voter. And the point that I want everyone to realize is that we could be asking ourselves today, will it or won't it cause us to lose our exemption from motor voter? I don't think that's a chance we should take, given that once you lose it, you never get it back. We were one of the first states to apply for it. We did it right. As a result of it, we have one of the highest rates of voter participation. And if we lose it, as my colleague said, the cost to us, and if you're worried about fair and accurate elections, you're going to have to allow third parties to now register people to vote. We don't want to do that. Why would we put our very fair and accurate system at risk? This is the wrong message to send, but it's also the wrong bill. It's wrong for the people of the state of New Hampshire, and I hope you would vote against it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Further discussion. Senator Abbas.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Here in New Hampshire, it is I think there was one example presented to the committee of a person who wanted to vote and didn't have an ID. One example. That person wanted to live off the grid for whatever, that's their own personal choice. So they didn't have any registration or any ID. That was a lifestyle that they chose. One person. Over 1 million people live in the state. I'm not seeing how this is denying people's rights to vote. People have IDs, they use them all the time, they carry them with them, they need it to drive, people go when they use their insurance, if they're picking up prescriptions, they have to show IDs all the time. We don't hear any of these debates in those contexts. When it comes to registering to vote, or it comes to voting, then all of a sudden it's now an issue. And everyone's saying people aren't going to be able to vote, and this is going to be, people aren't going to be able to, they're going to be denied their right. Where are all those people? Couldn't find more than one example in the entire state. So this is what this is doing is, yes, we have secure elections. I live in a safe neighborhood, doesn't mean I don't lock my door. There's nothing wrong with requiring someone to show and present an ID or some form of identification to prove who they are when they're casting a vote. That is not an unrealistic expectation. So please join me in support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Susi.
My colleague from District 21.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator, do you recall in committee when one of the clerks testified about 95-year-old veteran who comes in to vote, who does not have his license because he doesn't drive, and who has not gotten an ID, but has been a registered voter in the town for decades, and has his son bring him in because he wants to vote in person, and the clerk has to verify him each time he comes in? Do you recall that example?
I do recall that example.
Do you think there are many more like that who are elderly, who have been registered for decades, who have fought for our country, but may not have documents?
I do.
Thank you.
Senator Perkins Quokka to speak.
Question of?
A question
Yes.
of.
My question for my colleague from District 18. I have one for you too. So in the bill, the language says that a person aggrieved by the decision of the local election official may take immediate appeal to the Superior Court, which shall hear an appeal forthwith and shall make every reasonable effort to decide the matter as soon as possible before the close of the polls on election day. Did we hear any testimony from the judicial branch that they'll be able to hear every election official's decision appeal on election day?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Not only do we not hear any testimony from the judicial branch, but it is unclear to me whether or not people will even be able to access the courts, because in order to file an appeal, currently the Superior Court costs are $280. We also heard no testimony about whether or not someone would need a lawyer in order to handle that. And it's unclear to me whether the courts would even have the capacity, if there were multiple people showing up that evening, to be able to handle that number of complaints. So I do believe on that basis alone, this would be disenfranchising voters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there further discussion? Senator Gray.
Question from Senator from District 21. Or 22.
You pointed to him, so
I looked out of the corner of my eye. Senator, would you believe that I met with Judge King a couple of days after this, and we had a discussion about this, and that he expressed no objection to what we were doing?
Thank you for the question. I absolutely do believe that.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
question of my colleague from District 22. Thank you for taking my question. Do you have your passport or birth certificate with you right now?
I do have my driver's license.
Would that prove your citizenship?
It would not, but if I was planning on registering to vote, I do have a copy of my birth certificate in my desk drawer. Also, I have gotten that tax return several times over my lifetime. I believe a check issued by the government as a, there's certain things you can also use, like a benefit statement like that. It says it in there.
One more follow-up. Do you have one of those pieces of documentation with you?
I'm not carrying my taxes with me at this moment. I may have a digital copy, but I'm not sure that would be sufficient.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I made my point.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? The motion is ought to pass. All in favor of the motion of ought to pass?
Second.
Roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Rayvard. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Nope.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 12 to 11. House Bill 1569 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1626 FNA, an act relative to repeal of certain designated funds and relative to apportionment of dog license fees. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1626 FN ought to pass with amendment. House Bill 1626 FN is a housekeeping bill which repeals certain designated funds and reduces the dog licensing fee upon the recommendation of the Joint Committee on Dedicated Funds. Additionally, this bill fully compensates veterinarians for animal population control program participation, establishing that all three functions are reimbursed at 100%. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support, and a motion ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is now on second reading, and the first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill's on second reading. Open for further discussion or amendment. Seeing none, the question's on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1626. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 1626 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 306, an act relative prohibiting reunification therapy. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I move House Bill 306 ought to pass. This bill prohibits certain types of family reunification treatment as part of a parenting plan and requires any counselor recommended by the court be recommended by the parties and is a participating provider in the parties' health insurance network. Currently, New Hampshire residents may be going to unlicensed practitioners who have potential to do serious harm to a family. Reunification therapy frequently employs no contact orders with one parent without evidence of abuse, transfer of custody from one parent to the other over the objection of the child, the use of threat or force towards the child to compel compliance, and undue coercion. This bill will end the practice of reunification therapy. Instead, families will go to a licensed therapist who is preferably covered by the parent's insurance plan. For these reasons, the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 306. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is on second reading. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 306. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 306 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 318 FNA, an act relative to magistrates, bail commissioners, the standards applicable to an administration of bail and making an appropriations. Having considered same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 318 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill makes various amendments governing the standards applicable to and the administration of bail. It authorizes counties to establish criteria concerning a criminal defendant's ability to repay the costs of electronic monitoring, makes amendments to the amount of the bail commissioner fee and the process to pay the fee, and establishes a judicial training coordinator position. Ever since 2018, bail reform laws were enacted, law enforcement in communities across the state continue to experience challenges with the current law. There are still countless cases where individuals continue to reoffend while out on bail. The committee heard testimony from the mayor of Manchester that over the past 12 months, Manchester PD conducted 4,529 arrests, and 26 of those arrested were out on bail at the time of their arrest. This underscores the critical issue that violent and repeat offenders continue to be released onto the streets, thereby putting the citizens of this state at risk. This amendment was carefully crafted and seeks to fix the most pressing issues regarding bail in this state. One major change from the House-passed version was the removal of the magistrate system. In a non-budget year, it would not be wise to create a whole new system within the courts to deal with bail, as there is no telling how much it will cost. Nor was there any actual language in the bill about what qualifications magistrates had to have to be considered for the position. For these reasons, the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 318 FNA. Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may speak to the bill, thank you very much. Before I begin, I'd like to thank our House colleagues in the Criminal Justice Committee who took on this issue, and they spent a good part of the summer and the fall working to try to come up with something that would really try to solve the problem. And I think they did a very, very good job, and I just want to personally thank them and applaud them for all of their hard work. But Mr. President, we know that this system is broken. We've been debating on how to fix this issue for years. The Judiciary Committee's amendment to HB 318 is a result of an intensive line-by-line review of the bill with numerous stakeholders. The result of that review and in-depth discussion was this amendment. There are many critical provisions in this bill I hope we can all support. I think we can all agree that if someone commits a violent crime, they should not be released immediately by a bail commissioner. That is the problem that we have right now. The list in Section 1 ensures that anyone who commits a violent or dangerous crime will be held to be seen by a judge, and the judge can then decide whether that person is a danger to the community or not. We also have a huge problem with bail jumpers in this state. Section 1B2 is a first step in ending this practice. This is the language of Senate Bill 321, which creates a rebuttable presumption that people who have missed court 3 times in 3 years will not show up again, and we've also added language to ensure violations of bail conditions can be prosecuted as a misdemeanor. Electronic monitoring can be an extremely helpful tool for the counties that is less costly than jail and allows individuals to stay in their communities. We therefore included language that promotes the use of these programs without infringing upon local control when it comes to the creation and administration of pretrial services. We also ensured bail tracking, an extremely critical tool to the safety of our residents, is going to be funded through ARPA funds, which is why it was removed from this bill. Finally, our bail commissioners work hard, and we want to ensure they are paid. This bill raises their fees and ensures they are paid by the courts and that they have proper ID cards, and critically, they have properly training. This bill is a blend of the hard work done by the House and the hard work done by members of the Judiciary Committee. This is a reasonable compromise that includes things both bodies want and that will address the many existing problems within our bail statute. It is critical that we pass this bill to ensure the safety of our state. Mr. President, I had mentioned that the Senate amendment pulled the magistrate system out. This, I think, is something that we, in principle, agreed with the House, but this is a non-budget year, and we can't afford it. And I took the time to speak with the Speaker of the House, and he assured me that he had informed the House committee that we couldn't afford to do this year. It should be done in a budget year. This is not a one-time, one-cost issue. This is going to be an ongoing issue every year until we decide to end the magisterial system. So we need to be very careful. We just don't have the money to do this right now. So I therefore urge my colleagues to vote ought to pass on House Bill 318. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question, Senator Abbas to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation and to adopt the amendment. In respect to the magistrate system, and I agree with my colleague from District 14, where I think that the idea of a magistrate system was not the problem, but a lot of the issues with the bail system, a lot of people are pointing their fingers at the bail commissioners, And that's not fair to the bail commissioners, because there was never any evidence presented, and I'm going back to when I was in the House. There was never any evidence presented when I was on the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee or on the Senate Judiciary Committee that the actual bail commissioners are applying the law incorrectly. If they're applying the law correctly, swapping them out for a magistrate system is not going to solve the problem. All right? It will not. What is happening, and we say violent crimes, we're talking about robbery, felony stalking, murder, sexual assault, sex crimes against children. These are the most violent offenses, and all we're saying is we want those individuals brought before a judge. One of the most important changes that we made was the standard that if the state is going to ask that a person be held because they believe them to be a danger to themselves or to the public, because they committed one of those offenses listed, the standard said substantial evidence. And that was not really, there was no legal definition of that, at least in the context of a hearing of this nature. In other areas of law, substantial evidence is actually a lower standard than I believe what was intended that when the bill was sent over. They were trying to kind of thread the needle between different evidentiary standards, so we did change it to preponderance of the evidence, which is at least a standard that the state, the defendant, everyone knows what that standard is and how it would be applied. So I think that was a very important fix as well. It was needed. We live in a very safe state, and the police do an excellent job here, but when we're dealing with violent criminals getting released on PR bail, or they're being released in such a short period of time, many of them are committing additional violent offenses within that short period of time. It's not unreasonable to have a person charged with a violent offense be brought into a courtroom before a judge. That's all this is asking for. So please join me and support the committee's recommendation of OTPA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbott. Senator Gannon, did you wish to speak? You're all set. Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the committee amendment for a whole host of reasons. The first of which is that over the summer, my colleague from District 14 mentioned this, over the summer, there were months and months of bipartisan negotiations. There were work sessions. There was input from law enforcement, the courts, domestic violence advocates, other stakeholders. They all came together. And I think they did so because, you know, since I've been in this body, there have been efforts to try to come to some sort of agreement. This body passes one version, House passes another, and then it fails in committee of conference. So I think if we are really serious about getting something done here, I don't know why we would pass an amendment that completely sweeps away all the work of all the stakeholders. Were all these stakeholders involved in this Senate committee amendment? I don't think so. So I think it really this amendment undermines this work that was done over the summer to get to a bill where most people, including myself, could have voted for this bill. Now we are at a point where we're completely undermining that work, and I think it makes it far less likely that we're going to get anything done this year. Is that what we want? I don't think so. I think the other critical problem here is that this amendment allows the hearing to take place, quote, at the first available date. This means that an individual accused of an enumerated crime could be held for an indefinite period of time with no hearing, subject solely to the convenience of the court. Right? That means that, you know, without a hearing. I think when you think about someone detained, their liberty removed, we should all be very concerned that someone's liberty in the live free or die state is going to be removed without a hearing until when they're able. A lot of this conversation, why this is important, in addition to the constitutional rights of anyone whose liberty is taken, is that pretrial detention for any time period, you know, has been shown to increase the likelihood of innocent people pleading guilty to a crime. Do we want that? Loss of employment, loss of income, loss of housing, of course, family disruption. That's really troubling. I think this amendment does not take into consideration these collateral harms. I recognize there is a balance here but I don't think that we are striking the balance with this amendment. I think we're also not identifying the true cost of this amendment. I think my colleague identified there will be costs one way or the other, whether we're adding magistrates, as in the previous version, or this version. This version that the committee amendment passes will necessitate that the courts actually hire more judges, right? Which they will have to pay more than magistrates, right? The court has actually estimated the cost of this to be over $1.5 million. So we can afford that, but we can't afford a magistrate system? I'm not sure about that. And I think, lastly, the most troubling thing to me is that this version really brings up some very serious constitutional issues. Because again, we're talking about balancing public safety, which is incredibly important, with someone's constitutional rights to due process, right? The bill as amended eliminates the detention hearing process for anyone arrested for committing these enumerated crimes while on bail by automatically detaining them without a hearing. This is due process in the live free or die state. Shouldn't we all be standing up for due process? This, as written, removes critical due process protections for individuals who have not yet been convicted of a crime, colleagues. That's where the serious constitutional concerns come up. I would remind the body that the U.S. Supreme Court has made clear that individuals cannot be detained pre-trial without bail unless there is a basis of dangerousness, and that dangerousness must be proven by clear and convincing evidence. Colleagues, if we are very serious about bail reform, which I know everyone in this body is, this amendment is not the way to go. Let's vote down this amendment, go back to the version passed by the House that we know that they will accept. If we really want to get something done this year, let's defer to the work of all the many months of stakeholders who had input. Let's not sweep that all away with an amendment that raises serious constitutional issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little concerned because I'm just going back through the hearing report. The counties told us it was going to cost them at a minimum $15 million. Now, where are they going to get the money? We're mandating that they're going to do that. So not only are we going to have the cost that the judicial branch told us, but you've got to add in the amount from the counties. So now you're talking $16, $17 million. So where are we going to get that from? And I know this will go to finance. But my colleague from District 15 said there's no, that, I don't want to misquote, but I'm going to say there is no balance right now. What we have is a revolving door where people are committing crimes and they're going right out the door. And, you know, we just keep going around and around and around about this. And it really is unfortunate that we just can't seem to come to an agreement, that our House colleagues don't realize that serious crimes, murder, rape, armed robbery, the list is here. These folks can just go right out the door again. It has really been an exercise in frustration to try to fix this problem. And I want all of you to remember that. How hard it is to fix something once it gets put into law. It becomes nearly impossible. And that's why it's very important that you've got to try to get something right the first time. We thought we had it right, but unfortunately it didn't turn out that way. So, how are we going to pay for this? This is really the issue. And by the way, there's no definition of who can be a magistrate. There's no qualifications whatsoever. So I'm hoping that everyone can support the amendment, that we can send this to Finance, they can take a look at it, and then hopefully we'll be back here discussing this again. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Susi.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the committee amendment. I'm also going to support a subsequent floor amendment. There are a couple things that I think really need to be part of this discussion. There's been a lot of discussion around those who are accused and their rights, but we have scales of justice around this room because this is where the Supreme Court used to meet. We have them between all of the murals. And I think what's often been missing in part of this discussion are the rights of victims of crimes. I understand somebody has constitutional rights if they've been accused to defend themselves. I understand also, though, that there are victims of crimes who may not have their perpetrator found guilty of those crimes, and yet still they are the victims who live with the consequences of what has happened to them. Look, I have the utmost respect for the members of the House Criminal Justice Committee. I believe they moved light years from where they were last year to where they are now when this bill came into our chamber. I think there's been significant progress. I don't think anyone is trying to diminish any of that work. But I do think that the committee amendment retains some of the most critical parts of this law. And particularly for me, having sponsored the bill that listed the violent crimes and asked that those folks be detained and go before a judge before they can be released on bail, that's critical. That's really critical because that's where you have people that have been accused who have constitutional rights, but you have victims that have suffered significantly. We are talking about crimes to include felony level stalking, domestic violence, second-degree assault, first-degree assault, trafficking in persons, robbery, possession of child sex abuse images. Whether or not the individual, as I said, is found guilty and that individual has constitutional rights, there is a victim on the other side. And I do think that's where we're trying to strike the right balance. And I do think the pieces of this amendment attempt to do that. Let me also add that the issue of the counties was definitely an issue that was raised. We know that the differences between Coos County and what Coos County is capable of doing and what Hillsborough County is capable of doing, or Rockingham, are very different. And I think we need to adhere to that. But I think one of the most critical pieces of this that is retained is the funding for implementing the electronic system to share bail status with law enforcement and for the judicial branch to have the bail data platform. That is absolutely key. It's foundational to anything we do moving forward. Those funds were covered by ARPA. That's why they're no longer in the bill. I commend those on the fiscal committee for being able to find that money to fund that critical piece. That is going to be a game changer. So thank you, Mr. President, and all those who serve on the committee. You know, I looked at some of the other changes that are here, and as I said, I know there's a floor amendment coming forward. I will support that as well. Because as I said to you, Mr. President, I believe a couple months ago, doing nothing can't happen. I think people outside of this building believe that there is a problem. I know people in the city of Manchester believe there's a problem. This latest hearing, Mayor Rouet testified. Last year's hearing, Mayor Craig testified. There's an issue. There's a real issue. And we're never going to get it perfect. we have to get it as close to right as we can. And I do believe this committee amendment is foundational to what we need to do. I do believe that the floor amendment would also be helpful. But were it not to pass, we have to move this legislation forward. We have to get to a committee of conference. I do believe there are a few issues where there's some middle ground, but doing nothing can't happen. We have to do something. And for those reasons, I will support each piece of this on the floor today because it's critical to the people I represent, and I think it's critical to the people of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question from my friend from District 15. And thank you for taking my question. Although I don't agree with your constitutional assessment that the clear and convincing evidence standard would have to be applied to hold someone in pretrial detention, I understood what your argument to say that you would have supported the House version that says substantial evidence, which I think was presented to the committee that was lower than clear and convincing evidence. So how could you support the House version if, by your own admission, you don't find it constitutional?
Because it's very clear in this version that there are certain people that are in these enumerating crimes that are going to be held without a hearing. And that's unconstitutional. I mean, it's very clear. It's very clear that we are sort of wiping away that process. We're, eliminating that important, necessary due process hearing. They're not even getting a hearing, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The bill is on second reading, and the first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion of the committee amendment? Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? Senator Avard's ready.
I'm ready.
All right, all in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. It's open for further amendment, and I recognize Senator Chandley to introduce Amendment 1998.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do introduce Amendment 1998, and you've heard much of the discussion already about this bill. We've also discussed it at least 2 other times, maybe 3 in this chamber this session, because it is an important issue for all of us. This amendment reflects the good work of this body as well as the tremendous effort and good faith compromises negotiated by House members with various stakeholders. Most saliently, it restores the portion related to magistrates. Now, I will echo the senator from District 18, who has said often that what was lacking in prior bail actions was not good intention, but good structure. The magistrate program is the infrastructure that this bill needs to make bail reform work. And of course, it comes with a cost. And that cost in that first year, it would actually only be a half year, is $750,000. It will require about, the 10 magistrates will be about $1.56 million per year. I think that is certainly reasonable to achieve our goals. Now, as far as the requirements, it is outlined, if you'll notice in the, if you look at the page of the first page, it tells you what the duties are and who would appoint the magistrates. And on the second page, it's very, very short, but it does say there is at least the requirement that magistrates may only perform the powers listed above if they are licensed to practice law in the state of New Hampshire. Right now, bail commissioners receive training from the courts. Magistrates have to be licensed to practice law, and they will receive training. I don't want to belabor this. We've had this discussion many, many times, but I totally believe that it is important for us to include the magistrate program in bail reform if we want it to work. If we truly believe that bail reform is essential, let's demonstrate our priority by funding all of its components fully. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Is there discussion on the amendment? Senator Gannon.
A question for the good senator from 11. Thank you, Senator. We all went through these hearings together, and one thing I never picked up on was, why is a magistrate going to be, we have no evidence that they're going to be any better than the bail commissioners. Someone like myself, I have a law degree, but I know a lot of these bail commissioners, and I would say that they're much more, their experience and their tenure. I don't see that you're getting a bang for your buck with, it's at least $1,250,000 for the salary plus benefits. You're looking at a $2 million program, and you have no guarantees that you're getting anything better than what we already have.
Well, thank you for that question. I think because the magistrates will have enhanced responsibilities and greater responsibilities, that will serve to allow for the, that will certainly justify the cost. They will also be required to be present so that every person who is arrested can have a hearing within 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a couple points I want to make here because I know that I combed through this whole bill, especially about the magistrate system. It doesn't say that you must be a lawyer, okay? It's assuming that these magistrates will be lawyers. But if you want a lawyer to be a magistrate, say it in the legislation, that they all must be lawyers. And by the way, lawyers in good standing. I think that that's extremely important. But again, the legislation is just really kind of silent. The magistrates are going to have to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. How's that going to work? Can someone explain that one to me? Who's going to want to take this job being on call 7 days a week? I don't know. Not answered in here. And this amendment completely ignores the cost that the counties came in and told us that it was going to cost them. At least $15 million to the counties. Is the magistrate a good idea? Yeah. But it needs more discussion, it needs to be fleshed out, and it needs to be funded. Because if we don't do it, it's going to fail. It will fail. I don't think 10, quite frankly, is enough. One in each county? Who here is going to want to, who's a lawyer and who wants to volunteer, be on call 7 days a week, 24 hours a day? I don't think anybody does. So why are we going to pass something that's not going to work? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? Senator Lang, question.
From the senator from District 14.
Yep.
Thank you. So maybe things have changed. When I was a police officer, I wanted to get a search warrant. I had to go in front of a judge in order to get a search warrant, who I know is a lawyer and I know who's been through the process. This is, again, from your testimony, it sounds like the magistrate could be anybody. It could be the insurance agent down the street who potentially is going to review search warrants and decide whether or not he can violate someone's right to privacy and enter their home.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Because it's not stated in here, who knows? Who knows?
Thank you.
Good, very well could be. Thank you.
Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not wish to belabor this, but I must point out that on page 2, line 1 and 2, it says, magistrates may only perform the powers listed in paragraph 1B through 1G if they are licensed to practice law in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Carson.
Thank you. I'd like to address that. If you want a magistrate to be a lawyer, say it. Don't infer it. Just come right out and say, in order to be a magistrate, you have to be a lawyer that is licensed to practice in the state of New Hampshire in good standing, and then go from there. But to kind of have it as an afterthought, if they are licensed to practice law. And if you look at what they're going to be doing, that's a lot. Let's see. To determine the release or detention of defendants. Let's see, to conduct arraignment hearings and issue decisions on arraignments. You want an attorney, so just say that you have to be a licensed attorney from the state of New Hampshire in good standing. That's it. That's simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carson. I don't see any further discussion. Excellent. All right, the question is on adoption of the floor amendment 1998. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And opposed? No. The ayes. A roll call has been requested. It's a good thing because I was confused. If you're in favor of the floor amendment, you would vote yes. If you're not in favor of the floor amendment, you would vote no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Okay, I just need to know who called it and seconded it. I need this.
The roll call was requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang.
Thank you. Senator Gendreau? No. Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator Innes?
No.
Senator Ward?
Nope.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
She said yes.
Oh, I didn't hear, sorry. Senator Carson?
No.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Bertzel?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
And Senator Bradley?
No. The amendment fails 10 to 13. The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion and amendment. Is there any further discussion? Senator Chanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I truly believe that the best version of this bill should have the magistrate program in it. But I am hopeful that we achieve some resolution this year. If we do not pass this bill and at least move it back to the House to see where it goes, we will not have resolution to this issue, and I do not want to go another year, another session, another several years. So because of that, I will vote ought to pass, and I invite folks to join me in voting yes on ought to pass as amended.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the ought to pass motion? Roll call was requested by Senator Abbas and seconded by Senator Gannon. You missed your calling, Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Bertzel?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
And Senator Bradley?
Yes. The ayes have it 22-1. House Bill 318 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Okay. Before we go for probably a 10-minute recess, the entire body gets to take a vote. It'll be a voice vote. We're going to be here for a while. Would everybody like us to order pizza? Roll call. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. There is some food out. We'll probably try to order pizza at about 7 o'clock. Does that make sense to everybody? And Senator Susi, we need to discuss something else. The Senate will be in recess.
The Senate will be attentive to clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 619 FN, an act to require a person to attain the age of majority for general gender reassignment surgery. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas, as soon as
Always ready, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 619-FN ought to pass. This bill prohibits gender reassignment surgery for minors under the age of 18. HB 619-FN will protect New Hampshire children from making a permanent decision that they're too young to make. And it's a life-altering procedure that is irreversible. Furthermore, not a single medical professional testified during the public hearing that the operation in question was medically necessary. There is no reason for minors to be making such a serious medical decision that can change the course of their lives when the procedure is not medically necessary. For these reasons, the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support in the motion ought to pass on House Bill 619-FN. Thank you, Mr. President. If I may speak further on the motion.
speak.
In respect to the medically necessary issue that was brought up, there were actual members of the medical profession that came, and their objection was based more on principle that the legislature didn't have any, should not be regulating any form of the practice of medicine without exception. That was the testimony. If this is not medically necessary, this procedure, I don't believe it's inappropriate to wait for someone to be an adult when this procedure is done. So for that reason alone, I think we should not allow this to be done on minors. It's an irreversible procedure, and that's what's happening on a procedure that's not medically necessary. So please join me, support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gannon, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Acting President. We all want our kids to be happy. I probably also want them to be very successful, but happiness is probably what we all want mostly. So if we see them struggling, if we see them in pain, it's very tempting to give them what they want. Of course, we can't always do that. As parents, we know that the kids are often incapable of making good long-term decisions in their best interests. We do not have a clear body of research demonstrating either the safety or the effectiveness of gender reassignment surgery for children. This is a radical, invasive, permanent procedure that will stay with children for the rest of their lives. Yet we know that a significant number of children who've gone through this surgery end up regretting it. In law, we have a term called mens rea. We often discuss it in here. We discuss when you hit 18, you can be charged with heavier offenses. You're treated differently at 18 because we know that your mind has developed more. You can make more rational decisions, and we treat you as an adult. We talked about, earlier this session, we talked about marriage, and we said 18-year-olds before that age, really, it's just not fair to them. They don't know what they're entering into. And again, we don't let people contract. And again, this is a totally permanent thing. And so when you're a child, you can only make decisions like a child. We can't give in to temptations to give our children everything they want. Let's be adults, let's children be children, and join me in voting ought to pass on HB 619. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there further discussion? Senator Waters, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1619. I would like to say I think from top to bottom this bill won't work. Whatever the intent of a law, we must ask if it's practicable and enforceable. And in both cases here, I think the answer is no. At least 12 states and D.C. have shield laws that include protection for gender-affirming care providers. This includes all of the states around us, now in particular because Maine has passed its law, which affirms the right to this surgery and provides a shield as well. It not only protects all procedures in state, but prohibits cooperation in any inquiry or action from another state. So, a doctor who practices in New Hampshire and in Maine may perform such surgery. Or a doctor may recommend a provider in Maine, and New Hampshire would be affirmatively prohibited from any action in these circumstances. Now, we know that such surgeries are exceedingly rare. But given the bill no longer includes a ban on puberty-blocking drugs or other drugs that may affect what the bill seems most interested in protecting, the capacity of genitalia and reproductive organs from reproducing sexually, it seems that the surgery alone would not be adequate to that intent. I'd like to take a few moments to get to a more fundamental issue of gender identity, how it's understood, how it develops, and to suggest that being transgender is as natural as any other gender identity. And therefore, we should be extremely cautious about passing laws against certain people from fulfilling their human nature. Now, the New Hampshire Senate may not be ready for a walk on the wild side, but we can gain some wisdom from Candy Darling. If you don't know who she is, check her out, or was. She notably said, "Always be yourself." As Lou Reed sang, Candy says, "I've come to hate my body and all that it requires in this world." Candy says, "I'd like to know completely what others so discreetly talk about. I'm going to watch the bluebirds fly over my shoulder. I'm going to watch them pass me by. Maybe when I'm older, what do you think I'd see if I could walk away from me?" Well, some youth know when very young they need to walk away from that me. You can try in law to call someone by their dead name, but they won't answer. If you have had the opportunity to talk with transgender people about their journeys, you will hear often of the feeling of being born in the wrong body and the coming into one's true self when transition progresses. But, you might ask, how can I argue that being transgender is as natural as being what is called cisgendered male or female? And I'd say, let's look to religious traditions and mythologies to see how people from the very beginning of any stories have understood this. And we can also look to some history, too. The ancients conceptualized gender as multitudinous. The Greek myth has Hermaphroditus, fittingly the child of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and Hermes, the trickster. Hermaphroditus falls in love with the water nymph of changeability, Salamsis, and then he transitions from male to female into her body. Perhaps more familiar to us here is the creation story in Genesis. Now, the Talmud has 6 genders in Jewish law, and you might ask, well, why? Well, in part it's because of the creation story in the Old Testament, in Genesis. In the Hebrew has Adam when first created, and this is drawn from Babylonian tradition, because that's where they were when they wrote the Torah, but it's called two-backed. And what did that mean? It meant male and female in one body. Thus, Adam, until, as in the Babylon story, the two-backed being is being pulled apart, and thus the image of the rib in the Old Testament, and then Adam and Eve. Until that happens, Adam's pronoun in the Hebrew is not gendered, it's not male. It's only when Adam and Eve both come out of that one body, created in the image of God, as it says, so we're meant to understand that God also in the Old Testament was conceived as dual-gendered. It's only when Adam and Eve come out of that one body that they start to use the pronouns for male and female. So, essentially, both Adam and Eve are trans in their gender, and they're then given male and female pronouns. Now, this is not meant to be to comment on anyone's faith or beliefs. It's simply to indicate that gender has been seen since ancient times as a mystery, not a binary. And also say we can look at history as to how In this country, we have considered people who are transgender. Right, and they've been accommodated and recognized. Right here in New England, starting in 1776, a preacher who called theirself the public universal friend for decades refused to answer to their dead name or to use gendered pronouns. Or Charlie Parkhurst called a girl at birth in Lebanon, New Hampshire in 1812. At age 10, escaped an orphanage, went to California, married a woman, and was for decades a successful businessman and community leader. Perhaps what this bill really has wrong is focusing on surgery and making it illegal to the age of 18, when perhaps, in fact, it is a natural part of one's gender. It may be rare, but for some people. If we think we can legislate against the free flow of gender, I'd suggest taking a course at King Canute's School of Tidal Management. The tide flows on through history. How about Mary Jones, born Peter Sawali, who was the head of the Seneca village in what is now Central Park in the 1840s? 240 transgendered people served in the Civil War. Or Jenny June, AKA Cecile Hermaphroditus, famous in 1895. Or Murray Hill, a transgendered political leader for decades in the late 19th and early 20th century. And even the surgery isn't new. Dr. Alan Hart was the first surgically trans man in 1917, so decades before the more famous Christine Jorgensen. For House Bill 619, history and religion have their place. You're always going to get a little bit of that from me, fine. But it's only to suggest that the rise of new drugs and surgical techniques should not in themselves prompt legislative action. We are in a political context determining whether HB 619 is appropriate for state statute. Look then to political history. What became called in the 1950s the civil rights struggle for full personality expression. From the transgender sit-in at Dewey's Coffee Shop in Philadelphia in 1959 to Compton's cafeteria riot of 1966, and of course culminating at the better-known Stonewall in 1969, which was led by transgender women. If, as religious tradition and history suggests, being transgender is natural, then trans rights are human rights that should not be forbidden if parents and a minor believe it is appropriate medical care in that individual circumstances. Let me conclude by recalling some of the stories that transgender constituents shared with me. For any human being, there is the awesome experience of self-understanding, that kind of enunciation, that discovery of who one really is. It's mysterious, it's glorious, sometimes painful, but that's the journey of coming of age. In some ways, when it comes to gender, I think we're all transitioning in one way or another. I'm not the same male body that I was 50 years ago. But the thing is, I'm not a body, I'm somebody. I'm just not, that body, I'm me, right? And I think, too, trans people are not just a body, they're somebody. So, the gift, then, and the turmoil of free will and human consciousness, how are we to legislate that when it may come to surgery? As Candy says, let the bluebirds fly free. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Prentice, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I also rise in opposition, and I want to make 3 key points, if I may. Number 1 is looking at the hearing report, as well as talking with my constituency, which has, the base of healthcare in it. These procedures, first of all, they're rare, and when we're talking from the minor perspective, they are not done in New Hampshire. So the initial movement to prohibit this was just more of a statement than actually being able to impact something that is being done, because it is not being done. Number two, if parental rights, we spend a lot of time talking about the role of parents in the lives of their children, the responsibility, the communications, all of that. If the parents are responsible for the children, including making medical decisions when it comes to minors, then the parents are part of this. So we're getting in their way. And then, but lastly, but most importantly, it is just striking to me, and it is throughout almost all of the testimony, and I speak to you as somebody who has worked in the medical profession, again, not as a doctor and not as a nurse, but been involved in helping people when they need a referral to a specialty care provider. We're actually going to get in the way of medical care providers doing their job. If they want to make a referral, let them make a referral. This is opening a door I'm not sure we want to go down. Once we do this, then there's going to be a question. Well, we're banning, you can't make a referral for this procedure. You can for this, you can't for this. We should be very careful about inserting ourselves into the doctor's office and getting in the way of medical care providers. Making referrals just goes against so much that I have worked for and that I believe in. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Again, let's vote this down.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading, and is there further discussion? Senator Rosenwald, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the way this bill is drafted doesn't even make sense to me, because let's imagine a situation where a trans minor is understanding that they are trans. They voluntarily go to a doctor. That doctor doesn't necessarily do any surgery, but if they were not interested in seeking medical care, they wouldn't go to the doctor in the first place. So I don't see how the minor or the minor's parents can be aggrieved by a referral from the doctor that they voluntarily went to, because nobody is forcing that kid to go to a doctor to talk about trans surgery in the first place. So this bill doesn't make sense to me, and I think we should just politely say no. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Senator Lang, you have a question of? Does the senator accept the question?
So thanks for taking my question. So my question is this: would it surprise you to know that emerging medicine in Europe, specifically Norwegian, has revised all of their clinical guidelines for gender-affirming care for minors and updated the guidelines to restrict the use of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and transition-related surgeries only to clinical settings at all, and that following Norwegian, Finland, Sweden, and UK also updated their guides limiting surgery strictly to clinical settings. So does that surprise you that those countries and a growing list of countries are limiting these types of surgeries strictly to clinical settings for minors?
Well, thanks for your question. And it's interesting, I'm sure you've seen the CAST report, which a lot of people are talking about, and it's a lot of people are going for top line and what they read in the news. I've read it, and it's a couple hundred pages, and I think it's very thoughtful, and I think it suggests caution. But this is where I think that information actually supports my argument. I am not sure we should be legislating on this. I think we should leave it to the medical profession and parents and the minors to work through what seems appropriate in the light of medical information. The other thing that's quite different from the European situation is that we have states.
I'm sorry,
right?
say that
we
again.
Have states.
Okay.
So unless there's going to be a federal law which would preempt those 12 or I don't know how many states I mentioned that permits and shields the ability to have this surgery, so you see what I'm saying is that, whatever we see in other countries doing, we have a federal system. And so I think that's another reason to be cautious and not to legislate here. It's extremely rare. I just am very nervous about our legislating where, I mean, this bill won't work in the first place, but I'm cautious about legislating in an area that we ought to leave it up to the medical profession.
One follow? So in using your word caution, which I really like, don't you think that that create allowing children to have life-altering surgeries, whether pro or con, it's still life-altering surgeries while they're still minors? And we've heard lots of conversation here about minors being undeveloped brains and not having clarity to make decisions for themselves in certain circumstances. So don't you think, out of an abundance of caution and protecting our minors who are going to make these life-altering changes, we should prohibit this until they're at least at the age of majority?
That's the question. I don't, because I don't think being cautious is is a legislative prohibition. And secondly, you know, there are lots of life-altering surgeries, right? You know, that people have, and sometimes have to have, and sometimes choose to have. And the case here I'm trying to make in my remarks were that for some people, this is achieving who they naturally are. So that is different. That life-altering, well, yeah, it's life-altering because it's going to help them achieve who they truly are as a transgendered person. So I understand your arguments, but my version of caution says that, you know, the heavy hand of the law, which is going to potentially make doctors liable for doing what doctors do, which will put us in this bizarre situation for all the states around us where somebody can, in my situation, you know, if they kick a surgery in Dover, they can go over to York or maybe up to Portland, maybe even the same surgeon, you know, it's an New Hampshire surgeon but can practice up there. So I just don't see how the law can work.
So my last question, if I may, is, are these surgeries reversible?
You know, I'm not an expert here, but as a matter of fact, there have been some reversals. But let me just return to what I said in remarks. I really don't like the idea that what someone is as a human being is defined by the fact that they can sexually reproduce. I'm an adoptive parent. I didn't sexually reproduce. And at my age, I'm not going to do it again, right? You know, and it's just, this is what I'm saying, is that, you know, there seems to be the fixation on the reproductive organs. I mean, read the bill, okay? You know, and I'm thinking, no. That's just a body. You're a somebody, okay? So that anyways, you can see where I have a difficulty with
I agree. I think you're focused on the Shelley. I'm worried about protecting the children. Yeah. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you.
Senator Chanley wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make one brief statement, and that is that we all know that hormones, chromosomes, gonads, genitalia, and the brain contribute to sexuality, sex, and gender. These are not issues. The biology and anatomy and medicine are not the purview of the New Hampshire legislature. I do not think it is our job to promote any particular form of medicine or surgery, nor is it our job to ban it. Let us leave it to the medical practitioners. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator. Senator Prentice to speak for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll keep this brief. So in 2005, and I know this is, you know, a different time and a totally different issue, I came over here as part of a stakeholder group to change the way that we practice pre-hospital emergency medical care by going to statewide, all sharing the same document for how we were going to care for different situations called protocols. So, and each protocol would describe what you would do if somebody was bleeding heavily, what you would do if somebody was having an allergic reaction, you know, and there was consensus around these, they were drafted, but we needed to change the system. We needed to change the law so this could be done across the state, not by regions. And in trying to explain this, I remember that I was at a hearing in the House, and I was still kind of sort of a new chief of VMS, and to me, I thought this was like really simple. And as I was trying to explain it, and other people were trying, it wasn't just me, other people were testifying from our stakeholder group. I just happened to be the person that got this question. I finally had a member of the House say to me, and I wish I could remember her name, she said, okay, what you're talking about is, let's say, how you would move a person who has been in a car crash from the inside of the car to the outside of the car and then take care of them. Would you consider that a protocol? And I said, yes, I would. She said, then why would we be legislating that? We're not doctors, we're not EMTs, we're not here to make that decision. That belongs in the hands of the medical professionals. And that was in 2005, and I never forgot it. And it happened not in this building, in the building across the street. And guess what? We ended up passing that system, which has worked very well for our state. Takes me back to referrals. We should not get in the way of letting the medical care professionals do the jobs they do so well. Thank you very much.
Senator Bradley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. There's obviously been a huge amount of debate on this bill. I would note that our friends on the other side of the wall, it was a bipartisan vote, which is pretty telling given the controversy around this. But it also is pretty telling given the magnitude of what we're talking about here. We're talking about minors. And we're talking about countries in Europe that have looked at the medical issues around this type of surgery, and even beyond that, to things that aren't in House Bill 619, puberty blockers, and they are banning it. They're banning it. Why? Because the long-term medical implications in broad-based clinical trials are unknown, especially life-altering surgery for minors. So, let me ask some rhetorical questions of those of you who think that we should vote against this. Should we ban minors from smoking tobacco? We've done that. Should we ban minors from smoking marijuana? We've done that. Should we ban minors from gambling? We've done that. Should we ban minors from voting? We've done that. The list goes on. We've banned minors from holding public office, from serving on juries, being notary publics, other things. Those are not really life-altering, but they're banned. You might be able to argue that smoking tobacco is life-altering, although not on a one-time basis, or alcohol, or marijuana. We've even banned, in this body, this year, people getting married before they're 18. And I remember a really heartfelt conversation with my friend from District 24 about, would my side of the aisle support that? I told you yes, and we did. It's a ban. I think it's a good one. And I would remind my friends who were here several years ago that we banned conversion therapy. Guess what? Why did we do that? It was unproven. It was coercive. And it was the right thing to do. So if it's okay to ban conversion therapy, smoking tobacco, smoking marijuana, not drinking alcohol, not voting, not getting married, how on God's green earth is it okay not to ban this life-altering surgery for minors? That's a rhetorical question. But if you can answer why it's okay to ban all those other things, which we've all done, then please tell me what's the difference. And that's why we should be voting ought to pass on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Whitley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find myself needing to rise to answer the rhetorical questions, okay? What we are doing in this bill is banning a potentially medically necessary service for a very vulnerable group. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's the difference. We are singling out, we are targeting a group of individuals, a very, very vulnerable group of individuals, a very small group of individuals. So small, these surgeries are so rare that they don't even happen in New Hampshire. But here we are, in the most discriminatory way, targeting incredibly vulnerable children when it's been deemed medically necessary by their doctors, by their parents, that this could potentially save their life. That's the difference. That's the difference, and that's cruel to me. I want to highlight some things that we heard in committee. What's particularly troubling to our medical providers, and here's the thing, we're not Europe. This is New Hampshire. This is New Hampshire. Our New Hampshire providers, the Medical Association, Dartmouth, they told us, how could you be doing this? You don't ban referrals. You don't tell us what to do in any other circumstance. Why are you doing it here? Why are you doing it here? We don't prohibit referrals in any other circumstances, yet we're doing it here for potentially life-saving, medically necessary services for kids. For kids! This bill goes so far to what? Make a point? Make a point at the expense of children? Of potentially services that could save their life for a very small group of children? We are denying this small group of individuals access to treatment, and most troublingly, we are interfering with parental rights. I thought this body cared about parental rights. I have heard time and time again about the importance of parental rights. Why, in this case, are we saying, too bad, we don't care, parental rights are overridden, we know what's best? Why, in this one circumstance, do we not care about parental rights? So we're interfering with the rights of individuals to get access to treatment. We're interfering with the parental rights to make the best decisions for their parents, which I thought we cared about. And we're also interfering with a judge or a doctor's professional judgment. Their free speech, by the way, this has been held up in court. Doctors have the right to speech, and their speech is their professional medical judgment. So we're interfering with their rights too. And why? That's my rhetorical question. Why? What evidence do we have to support this dramatic governmental overreach to the rights of parents, the rights of individuals, and the rights of doctors? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 619 FN. Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Bradley, I believe. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters. No. Senator Prentice. No. Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Shortis excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Gray?
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 10. The motion is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1192 FN, an act relative to contempt actions in domestic relation matters. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5 to 0. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1192-FN be referred to interim study. This bill provides a process, standards, and remedies for contempt of court in domestic relations matters. This bill, as it stands, was too prescriptive, and it had the potential to bind judges when the remedies proposed are already available to them. Not only that, there was a concern over the language used in HB 1192-FN was not consistent with other portions of law. As such, the committee felt that though this issue needed to be further studied, it was important to actually keep it. Lost my place, Mr. Speaker. Give me one. As such, the committee felt as though this issue needed to be studied further. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asked for your support in the motion to refer to interim study on HB 1192-FN. Thank you, Mr. President. If I can just speak very briefly on this as well. There was an amendment that was discussed in the committee. However, when you try to codify some existing case law, we really had to be precise with the language we use. We didn't quite get to where we needed to do to advance this. However, there is a lot of merit to the subject raised by this bill. So I hope there will be future legislation to address this. Please join me, support the committee's recommendation of interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study on House Bill 1192 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is referred to interim study is adopted.
Ready?
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1339 FN, an act relative to background checks during motions to return firearms and ammunition. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Mr. President. Provides a procedure for conducting a discretionary background check prior to the return of firearms and/or ammunition in a court proceeding. This bill will establish certain timelines to return the firearms and ammunition to their owners. The committee amendment would ensure that the Department of Safety returns a firearm to the owner if the NICS check is inclusive and the Department of Safety cannot explicitly demonstrate that the individual is prohibited from possessing a firearm. It is in the best interest of the government to return property to citizens in an expeditious manner when there are no further legal prohibitions. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1339-FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson, you're recognized. We have a motion to table that is non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is tabled.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on
Well,
Judiciary.
let me announce it. I was just looking for you to say I'm ready. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
I'm tired. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1350 FN, an act relative to therapeutic cannabis possession limits. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1350 FN be re-referred to interim study. This bill would increase qualifying patients' limit on possession of therapeutic cannabis from 2 to 4 ounces and increases the amount that they may obtain in a 10-day period from 2 to 4 ounces. Over the next few months, it's more than likely that the federal government will declassify medicinal marijuana from a Schedule I drug to a Schedule III drug. In fact, Mr. President, today that process has started. I guess whoever does the rating of the drugs have received instructions, and they're going to start working on rules just to do that very thing. Because of this, amending the possession limits for therapeutic cannabis, while so many pieces are still in motion, would be irresponsible and would move too quickly on an issue that deserves serious attention and consideration. For these reasons, the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of refer to interim study on House Bill 1350 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any other discussion? Senator Chanley.
I just want to mention that we did hear in committee from that folks who need to travel a great distance or get paid on a certain schedule or a variety of factors did ask for this to be at 4 ounces as opposed to 2. I think we need to take very seriously their request. This is therapeutic cannabis only. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion? The motion is on the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study on House Bill 1350 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion to refer to interim study is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 1539 FN, an act relative to annulling, resentencing, or discontinuing prosecution of certain cannabis offenses. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1539 be referred to interim study. This bill would have allowed for additional annulment, sentencing, and discontinuance of prosecutions for certain cannabis offenses. The committee heard numerous concerns from law enforcement in regards to the feasibility of automatically annulling misdemeanors and violation level offenses related to cannabis. Not only that, but they noted it would be especially challenging to process older cases due to the need for manual research and vague records from before cannabis was decriminalized. And with the potential for legalization of cannabis that would address the issue of annulments, the committee felt that more time was needed to see if this policy should be enacted. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion to refer interim study on House Bill 1539. And Mr. President, if I may speak briefly on this. First of all, this bill did not limit the annulments to possession only. It applied to drug dealing and possession with intent, and I don't. That is going way too far. All right, and this will also conflict with another bill that we may hear later today that limits it to just possession only, the annulment consideration. This also requires when you require the automatic annulment. The legislator is not the branch of government that grants an annulment. It's the court that does that. That is a separation of powers issue. The legislature can set the process for one to apply. It's ultimately the court to do it. So for this to automatically grant an annulment to anyone with it's beyond a cannabis possession case, but let's just assume it applied to that, just cannabis possession. You could have been convicted in 1955 of possession of cannabis and passed away in 1965, and the court would still be required to vacate your conviction. They're going to have to, I'm not even sure how they would find it. They don't have the computers in place. But they would be required to do that. And actually, there is a cause of, you can bring a claim against them for not getting that annulment, the next of kin. But that's unheard of to require that. If someone were to apply for an annulment or petition the court for an annulment, that's the appropriate process. This just goes way, way, way too far. It also says that any pleas that get entered It gives a date in November, I think it's November 15, 2024, that plea, even though it gets entered, let's say in July, you have to then vacate the plea. Again, that's another separation of powers issue. So let's just be mindful of, when we see bills like this in the future, to be mindful of what they actually do beyond the scope of just what's represented as simple cannabis possession. This went way too far. So join me, support the interim study motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Senator Whitley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the interim study, and just briefly want to say yet again that criminal records, including criminal records for cannabis, right, which can often be felonies, right? We're about to debate a bill and hopefully pass a bill, making it not a crime anymore, okay, for possessing cannabis. Yet many, many people possess a felony record because of cannabis. And, folks may know that criminal records can mean some significant collateral consequences, right, for cannabis, something that we're about to make legal, okay? And those collateral consequences are things that we should all care about, right? Because it doesn't benefit our state or our economy if those collateral consequences include these people, having trouble finding employment, jobs, housing. This is a problem for everyone, not just the individuals that are holding this record, right? It's not good for individuals, it's not good for our communities. I think, in particular, the portion of the bill that required state-initiated annulments, I think that's an essential part of this relief here, and essential to consider in the context of our potential next few votes on legalization. Those whose earning potential are the ones that are sort of diminished by the conviction. They don't have the resources to avail themselves of these annulments to find that relief. It's expensive to find a lawyer. I don't know if anyone's tried to find a lawyer recently, but lawyers are expensive, right? These folks don't have the resources. That's why the remedy in here, these state-initiated annulments are so important. I also want to say that, what's important here is that we also, whenever we're just looking at a bill, we have to look at, balancing different interests, of course, right? Think about how much money we could potentially save if we didn't go after all these folks, right? If we didn't have to continue to keep them in supervision, right? Many of these folks may continue to be on supervision. Senator Carson's not buying anything I'm saying today. But it's true. It's true. It is costly. These folks, many of them are on supervision. We are paying for this supervision. We are paying for it. And do we want to use our precious resources? Apparently we don't have money for magistrates. We need to find some savings somewhere, right? And so I just think it's an important part of the conversation. So I think this is worthy of a conversation, this annulment provision, particularly because we're talking about some significant records, felony records, for a crime that potentially in less than 6 months will no longer be a crime. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on House Bill 1539 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion to refer to interim study is adopted. As we come to this next bill, there used to be a saying when I was a recruit in the Army that when they took a break, they said, "Smoke 'em if you got 'em." So. The Senate will be attentive to the court.
Oh, geez. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on
Yes, I do have a sense of humor. My wife did.
The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1633 FNA, an act relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1633 ought to pass with amendment. This bill establishes procedures for legalization and regulation through licensing and a regulation of cannabis establishments and making appropriations therefore. While no cannabis policy will be perfect, this amendment was drafted to balance the public safety needs of our communities with the legalization of cannabis. The state-regulated market will allow New Hampshire to have more control over cannabis commerce with a limited number of stores and strict regulations. Penalties will be used to control cannabis, with penalties being imposed as such as violations for a first offense and misdemeanor for subsequent offenses in respect to public use. Many Granite Staters are already purchasing cannabis from out-of-state dispensaries, leading to a loss of economic revenue for the state. With legalization, cannabis is a responsible way with limited stores to restrict strict regulations and numerous penalties. New Hampshire will see a financial benefit of this, but however, it will also can be used to offset some of the potential negative impacts. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion ought to pass with amendment on HB 1633-FN. If I can speak further on the amendment, Mr. President.
Motion to table.
We have a motion to table. Roll call. We have requested a roll call on motion to table.
So I need a second.
The second came from Senator Whitley, I believe.
No, the first one.
Yeah. Oh, the second for the roll call is Senator Rosenwald.
I'm really quiet today.
Are there going to be parliamentary inquiries?
Could
Go
you
ahead, Senator.
tell me what the pending motion is, and for those who weren't in the room, so that we know what is before the body at this time?
The pending motion is ought to pass with the committee amendment, which is what Senator Abbas moved. The tabling motion was made by Senator Gannon.
That was the question I had. So the vote, the roll call vote we are about to take is a motion to table the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But the pending motion, if it is tabled, will be ought to pass with the amendment.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator, parliamentary inquiry?
I do, Mr. President. If I believe that the people of New Hampshire deserve a robust debate on legalization, if I believe that over 70% of Granite Staters support legalization, would I vote no on the tabling motion?
If you're in favor of the bill, you will vote. If you're in favor of the tabling motion, you will vote yes. If you're not, you will vote no. Is there a further parliamentary inquiry? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Innes. Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Shortis excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Absolutely, yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes. The nays have it. 8 to 15. Okay, we'll continue on. The first order of business is the bill is now in second reading. Let me finish the script here. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment that was adopted, it's to replace all. What it does, for the purposes of the retail market, it does create a limit of 15 retail stores, which will be run as a franchise model through the state of New Hampshire. We are limiting those one per municipality unless the population were to exceed 50,000 residents, which really there's only two municipalities that would exceed that. It's Nashua and Manchester. In addition, it provided, for zoning purposes, has to be, can't be any closer than 2,000 feet to any school, preschool, secondary education facility. And that, to me, that's really important. I'm not saying that there's a such thing, and this is important to understand, that there's a such thing as a great cannabis policy, but since my time in serving in the House for 2 terms, and now even serving in the Senate in my first term, there's been some really, really, really scary policies that I've seen regarding this subject. I mean, we saw just last year, there was one that would allow smoking right outside this building, public use. Well, what this amendment does, under the existing law, creates actually a stricter penalty for public use. What's happening now, and we've seen this in the surrounding states, is where many of us are surrounded by these, especially in southern New Hampshire. Literally on the Haverhill border, on 125, heading into Plastow, it's literally across the street from a sign that says, "Welcome to New Hampshire." So whatever those negative impacts are, which I believe that there are potential negative impacts associated with a recreational policy, my point is we're dealing with a lot of those negative impacts already. A lot of it's already here. New Hampshire's the size of a county in states like Colorado and California. So when they see those spikes in some of the auto issues, and they have a lot of statistics. Colorado did a good job studying some of the negative impacts. Keep in mind, when Colorado did this, they were not surrounded by recreational cannabis stores within literally steps of their border. So what I'm looking at here is we have no control over what's happening in Massachusetts. We have no control over what they're doing in Vermont or Maine. This allows us to have some hand on the wheel, to at least have some control over what's happening with this. And I'm not saying that the benefits, I understand there's some revenue that goes along with this. I'm not saying those benefits outweigh the negative impacts. But we're dealing with the negative impacts without any of the benefits at all. So this was my best effort to sincerely try to mitigate the negative impacts of a recreational cannabis policy, knowing that there's the will of the people. Most of the polls are pretty straightforward. They're well over 70% on this. I will say those are very simple questions that are asked of the person being polled. Do you support it or not? I think the details is very important, and we're going to discuss a lot more of those as this debate goes on. One thing that we're going to do right out of the gate that other states, for whatever reason, like clockwork, seem to ignore, there's obviously an issue of potential problems with the black market. A lot of the states like Colorado, California, they always point out the black market problem. Massachusetts, they point it out, but they don't do anything to address it for whatever reason. They just talk about it. So what this does, having liquor enforcement have jurisdiction over this, and particularly with the retail stores, we would have a law enforcement agency ready on day one to address potential black market issues. Will this solve all the problems? I'm not saying that it will, but I think having law enforcement officials with a directive to address it is very important. There's other things that this does in regards to the ATCs. The therapeutic industry, they are not going to be guaranteed a license. I know there was a lot of talk with that. I just want to clarify that although They are welcome to apply. Their experience in the industry is taken into consideration. A lot of states guaranteed and legislated giving licenses away, which I find to be inappropriate. This does not do that. It puts the Liquor Commission in the position to really select who they think the best franchisees would be. However, it does factor in their experience. During the commission we had over the fall, which a few members of this body were on that commission as well, the therapeutic, there was really, how do we incorporate the therapeutic industry into a potential retail market? They're asking to do retail. They've supported virtually every cannabis retail bill that's come out there in hopes that they can join that market. They're asking. However, under a franchise model, you can't have this dual license store. You can't have some franchises that have a second store inside and some that don't. It would create an unfair market advantage. So what was agreed upon during the commission, it wasn't some backdoor conversations while the hearing was going on, that if they were to apply, voluntarily apply to have a retail store, if their product was going to be sold in the retail stores, it could be sold in all the retail stores, the 15 of them, but it would be subject to the same franchise fee as the recreational product. And a few reasons for that. Number one, a lot of the therapeutic product, there's no distinction on the packaging. The same person can use it for recreational reasons, could also be using it for therapeutic purposes. When we discussed that, and it was agreed that that would be paid, one of the conversations, who chaired that commission, we said, go home, think it over, do the math again, make sure that this works, because if we're going to put something together, we want to make sure this works for the industry. All three ATC entities had a representative sitting there together at the same time. We came back at the next hearing and did the same exact exercise. And you're wondering why we do the same thing twice. Well, they all were okay with paying that fee again. It wasn't until we had our public hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee that all of a sudden they don't want to pay it anymore. And it's like, well, when we put this together, it was under that. If they're gonna benefit from the fruits of the labor of the Liquor Commission and be part of the franchise model, and if they were to have one and they want their products to be in there, it's going to be subject to the same fee. We did discuss lowering the potential franchise fee. I think that's a conversation better to be debated in a Ways and Means Committee, which this policy has not been presented there yet. I think that does give you an opportunity to reduce that. So I hope you will join me in these. Let's adopt this a committee amendment, and I understand there's many more floor amendments to come. But so please join me, support me, and support the motion of adopting the amendment that's just been presented. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gannon, you have a question for Senator?
Yes, for the good senator from 22.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Yes. Thank you.
Go
I'll just
ahead with
keep
the question.
two short questions. So we're adding 16 more sources of marijuana purchase points under your system. Is that not going to increase the volume of drugs in our state? So now you had it outside, now you have it internally available everywhere. Are we going to just have tons flood the communities with drugs?
So I think it only would be 15 stores, which that number is really important because Massachusetts has over 300, and I think it's like 350 stores, and those stores keep going out of business. So we'll be limited to 15. Will there be more cannabis on the street? I mean, I don't think it's fair to say that there won't be more cannabis available because hence you have more places of distribution. It would be dishonest to say otherwise. However, if you ever look at any of those dispensaries that are along the border, the majority of the license plates, and I've done this by the one in Salisbury, the one in Drake-it, and the one in Haverhill, I would say more than half the vehicles come in have New Hampshire plates. So will there be more cannabis? I think it's naive to say no, but how much more, it's pretty hard to estimate, considering the amount that are actually going to these stores already that live in the state.
Brief follow-up?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for taking this question also, Senator Abbas. The black market, you and I have discussed, is always going to be cheaper. So now people are going to see that they're just going to be saying, okay, there's stores available, the marijuana must be safe now. When in fact, cheaper marijuana is going to be out there, there's potentially going to be laced with fentanyl, aren't you giving the youth and adults a false sense of security that they're going to be buying and using safe drugs when it's getting handed around at parties?
So,
endangering lives.
So first of all, cannabis is not safe. I'm not saying that it is safe. All right. Alcohol, also not safe. All right. I think it's important. Public education and educating minors is critical. And I think there's funding that goes to that in this. I think $500,000 just to raise public awareness, particularly for youth. And I think we want to make sure that we never lose sight of that. As this goes forward over time, if there needs to be more public education, we need to amp it up. We need to do that because that's important. But what's happening, I mean, you have a cocktail or a beer or a wine, someone can put something in your drink as well. That can also be spiked. So it does happen. The idea is, I understand that the theory of harm reduction by having this, so you're not buying on the street corner. There's some truth to that. Could someone then lace the product thereafter if they buy it from a retail? So that could happen. I would tell people that that's one of the benefits of getting it yourself and not trusting.
Thanks for your answer, Sanders. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator D'Alessandro, you're recognized to speak on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the amendment, and I realize that I think I've said this a number of times. You don't turn a lot of votes here, but it's important to express your opinion. I was very, very supportive of a casino. Had 80% support in the world, the outside of here. Guess what? Couldn't get it through here. Couldn't get it through the House. Couldn't get it through the Senate. 80% supported it, and now we have 20 casinos. So you see, a lot of things happen here that are all screwed up. But let me just say this. I'm older than most people in this room. I've been around here a lot longer than most people in this room. I entered these halls in 1972. Some of you weren't born in 1972. John Kennedy was a guy that I had great admiration for. He got me involved in politics. I got to meet him. I got to shake his hand. I got to see what a real charismatic politician was like. I've got 9 grandchildren. I've got 2 great-grandchildren. I recognize the fact that grass is pervasive. I understand that. But is it good? Does it have a positive effect on the community? Does it have a positive effect on the individuals? I've seen guys pass away because of their drug use and their over-drug use and so forth. I've had kids that have played for me that got involved and are dead today because of it. Guys who went to Vietnam and got to smoking and getting involved and came back to this country and just couldn't live, couldn't survive, and they're gone. Is the fact that they used marijuana one of the reasons? Sure, it's one of the reasons. We see kids on the street every day who are smoking marijuana, who are problematic. We got the mental health situations and so forth. So there's a cost associated with all of this. But let me just say this. Each one of us must make a decision based on what we perceive of is in the best interest of those we serve, the people that we serve, the lives that we serve, the lives that we want to make better. The money we're spending on mental health, the money we're spending on other medical problems, and the fact that that's going to continue on and on and on. I voted for medical marijuana. I voted for it because of the fact that I heard testimony that were people who were suffering and couldn't be taken care of. Drugs were given, but they never satisfied the need to abate the pain. I understand that. I stand by that decision. But I say to you, my colleagues, that if indeed, and I'm sure it's going to pass, I think I got every feeling that it's going to pass, we will all live with the results. We talk about revenue. Christ, we know where revenue is, but we turn it down. This is a replacement for it, a replacement for revenue. Well, Christ, that's just not my way of thinking. The thing that affects me the most is the lives of the people I serve and what's going to happen to the lives of the people that I serve. I have made every effort in my 50 years in this legislature to make life better for the people I serve. That was my aim in coming here. That's the reason I've stayed here, to make life better for those I served. I don't think this will make life better for those I serve. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gannon, you have a question of?
Senator from 20.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Go ahead with the question.
Senator, you and you've coached a lot more teams than I and a lot more children. Do you think that if we pass this legislation today, it is going to send a green light to kids? They're going to see stores everywhere, that it's not a big deal to try marijuana?
Well, thank you for the question. I think when they see the pervasive nature of the sale, obviously it's going to have an adverse effect.
Thank you, Senator.
Hey, Senator Carson, you have a question of?
My good friend from District 20.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Of course.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, I feel the same way that you do. And the question I want to ask you is, one of the concerns I know that I had dealt with people smoking marijuana out on the street. Do you think that that is enforceable, that our police officers are going to be able to enforce it when people decide they just want to light up a joint and go for a walk on downtown Concord?
I think it's a great question. Is it totally enforceable? I don't think so. Of course not. You could go out and walk the streets today and smell it. It's there. It's there today. And the question is how to get there. What's the black market like? What's the kind of availability of the product as we speak? I understand that, and I wouldn't ask I don't ask for the impossible. You know, there are things that are possible and things that are not possible. Just like, is it possible to get rid of all of the drugs that are pervasive in our society? No. 100,000 people died last year by overdoses. Don't you think that's pretty damn stupid for a person to take a drug that they know it's going to kill them? But they do it. The human being is flawed. The thought process is flawed. If we all thought properly, if we all made all of the right decisions, it would be a perfect world. I'd say, and I know I'm elongating the situation, if everybody in the world was a fourth grader, we wouldn't have a problem. They love each other, they have concern for one another, they have respect for one another. And brother, that's what I would wish. My dying wish is that the world was full of fourth graders.
Thank you, Senator.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? We have a request from roll call by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Avard. Is that what I heard? Dynamic duo. All right. We have a request for a recess. We'll be in recess for 2 minutes. The Senate will come out of recess. Okay.
And we didn't do the, no, I know,
The motion in front of us
it's 1633.
is 1633, Amendment 1868. We have had a roll call requested, and I think we've had the parliamentary inquiries that are going to be.
We're just,
So
Senator Birdsell's not in the room.
just waiting on Senator Birdsell and Avard. You found her? Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
No.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters. Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Ennis.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Gray.
No.
14.
The ayes have it, 14-9. And the next amendment that we're going to look at, Senator Abbas, you're recognized to introduce Amendment 2010.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now introduce Amendment 2024-20110. This, out of all the amendments I think we're going to hear, this might be the simplest one. It makes, there was a grammatical or a grammatical error on in the definition section, on the definition number 26. It just said the word per serving or milligram. It was intended to say 1 milligram. This will make that correction. Also, during the executive session, when I spoke so eloquently about the commission, how we that there will be a cannabis commission that kind of will be advisory, would review this. I thought we had an agreement on the members of that commission. However, the amendment that we passed did not actually reflect that. This would reflect the intent of the amendment that we passed in the committee. I did work with my friend from District 13 on that, and I actually said to her during the executive session, "Oh yeah, it's in there. We're good." Well, it was not. So this, in fairness, would correct that. So this is a relatively minor fix. I think we also had the wrong title for that person that was on there, so this would fix that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Who was first? Senator Bradley is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those of us who are not supporting passage of 1633, I would ask them to vote for this amendment as it improves the bill. Thank you.
And I saw another hand in the back. Oh, okay. So the question is on adopting Amendment 2010S. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. And we're moving on to Senator Lang has floor amendment 1959.
Thank you, Mr. President. I introduce floor amendment 1959. This amendment makes two changes to the committee amendment. If you're looking in your little yellow book and following the whole bill and the amendment, on page 62, about halfway down, Roman numeral number 3, there's this line in it that says that a person who violates this section shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and shall be subject to a fine not to exceed $1,000. What this amendment does is strike that line that says, "and subject to a fine not to exceed $1,000." This returns judicial discretion, allowing for aggravating and mitigating circumstances that may come for a violation of that section. And for anybody who doesn't know what that section is, it's relative to public consumption of marijuana through vaping or a joint within a car. And this applies to both the passenger and the driver. So In thinking about this amendment, the reason I was looking at the aggravating circumstances, imagine if you will, you have a passenger sitting in a car smoking marijuana or vaporizing marijuana, the driver is getting the secondhand smoke and getting impaired, and that results in an accident. And the worst thing that can happen to the passenger, he gets a $1,000 fine. I think we should leave that to the judge to have that judicial discretion to decide what the appropriate penalty is. The second thing, and more importantly what this bill does, is on page 66 of your yellow hymnals, is a section that deals with how many licenses a single entity can have, a single person can have. Under the current bill, that allows for 3 licenses in each category. So if you haven't read the details of the bill, there's a cultivation category, there's a manufacturing category, there's a distribution category, and then there's the retail categories. We have 4 different categories. We're allowing someone to hold up to 3 licenses each in each one of those categories, which would result in 12 licenses being controlled by a single person. I think that goes against the interests of what we want for the state. And so what this amendment on line 10 and 11 does, the floor amendment, is it reduces it to just 1 in each category so that if a business wants to, it can be vertically integrated from seed to sale and allows that for that efficiency. But other than that, it doesn't allow for a possible monopolization where one person could control a significant portion of the market.
You're recognized.
Same as the previous amendment, this does improve the bill, in particular lines 3 through 6. While I will have an amendment that makes further changes, hopefully, to the vertical integration, lines 10 and 11 also improve the bill. So I would urge a yes vote for those of us who don't support the ultimate passage. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Bradley. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 1959S. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The next floor amendment is also Senator Lang's.
On page 72 and 73 of the calendar, the first part of this bill, Roman numeral number 1 on line 3, just sets.
Tell them the number.
Oh, I'm sorry.
1960.
Yep, sorry. We're looking at introduce amendment number 24/1960S. So the first part of this bill just establishes the flat 15% rate that's in the bill. The difference is I don't give the 1% to the local municipality that's hosting. What I do with the revenue instead is in the rest of the bill. The first portion of Section 5 moves the money, 50%, letter A, moves 50% of all the revenue generated by cannabis to local municipalities using the rooms and meals tax formula that we have now for shared state revenue distribution. So 50% in direct tax relief of all revenue will go directly to the municipalities to help them. I increased the amount going to the Alcohol Abuse and Prevention Treatment Fund established by RSA 176A. Again, the idea behind this is, as the representative from District 21 said, 22 said, we expect there are going to be some issues. And we need to put money behind those issues to help mitigate those issues and respond to those issues. So we give 30% of the revenue to the Alcohol Abuse and Treatment and Prevention Fund to help deal with the issues of substance abuse. The next bit is 10% going to law enforcement for training purposes. So as a former police officer, I know that the 3 things you got to be able to do when you are going to make an arrest is you need to be able to make an observation, you need to be able to do a documentation of that observation, and then you need to be able to do articulation in the courtroom, which is not a skill everybody has. So this amendment, by giving them 10% of the revenue, will allow them to teach law enforcement how to do those 3 things in a much better situation when it involves a DUI involving drugs or, in this case, cannabis. And the last thing I do is move the money, 10% of the money, to the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Behavioral Health for the purpose of supporting the children's system of care. And what that is mental health services for children. I was recently dealing with an issue with one of my constituents where a child was stuck at Dartmouth Hitchcock for over 2 months because we could not find a mental health bed for them. So putting more money towards this problem to help make more beds, make more services available to children in mental health crisis, I think is extremely important. So I'd ask you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carson, you have a question of?
The senator from District 2.
Senator, do you accept the question?
I do.
Thank you. Senator, I'm wondering if you read the testimony from Chief Crowley, who's the chief of the Atkinson Police Department.
I did not read the testimony.
May I follow up? Chief Crowley had also worked in Lowell, Mass., where, of course, marijuana is legal and has been for a few years. And he talked about the difficulty that law enforcement has in enforcing the law concerning public consumption. And I looked at your amendment, and I see that you only have 10% going to public safety agencies. Is there a particular reason why that number is so low in light of the testimony that we've received about the difficulties police have?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Again, I served on the Marijuana Commission. I was there for all the meetings. I heard the testimony of law enforcement there. 10% was the number we were talking about in that commission. At no point in time did anybody ask for more money from law enforcement in that commission at all over 3 or 4 months that we were meeting during that time, that the 10% was used, and it was agreed upon it was needed to deal with training issues for first responders, whether it's law enforcement for that observation, documentation, and articulation piece that they need to learn when they're dealing with cannabis, or whether it was for people in the emergency EMT field and the training they might need to deal with any possible new issues that are exacerbated by the passage of this law.
May I follow up? Thank you, Mr. President. Would you consider putting more money into police, into law enforcement? Because not only are they going to be, dealing with public consumption, but people that are going to be growing this illegally, because what we're doing is if this passes, we're going to be having an issue with illegal grow houses, much like other states that have legalized marijuana, and it opened the door to the black market to come in. So I don't believe 10% is going to be enough to help the police battle all of these issues. And I would have hoped that the commission would have reached out to other states who are now dealing with this because they legalized marijuana. And a great example would be the state of Colorado. So I'm just wondering if you would be open to giving them more, because they're going to need more.
Thank you for the question. So again, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person in this room that's ever busted a marijuana grow before while I was a law enforcement officer. So it is already illegal. Police are already enforcing that law. There is no additional expense. If it's illegal now, it'll be illegal then when we pass this. So I don't know that there's any more burden for the purposes of illegal grows. As it relates to public consumption, your early question, again, it's going to be it's a crime like any other crime we have now. Law enforcement's obligated to enforce it. There's no additional work on that, and we are giving the municipalities 50% of all the revenue back to the towns to help them. So if there is an increase, there is revenue stream going back to the town to deal with any possible issues as well.
Thank you.
Senator Pearl, you had a question of who?
My colleague from District 2.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Thank you. Senator, we're looking at making these allocations right now, but we're going into a budget year next year. Do you feel like we'll have the opportunity to perhaps make some adjustments in the budget next year if we find along the way, assuming this passes, if we find along the way that there may be needs to reallocate some of this revenue?
After 3 terms in the House and now 1 term in the Senate, HB 2 gets a lot of stuff put on it. So yes.
Thank you.
Do you have a question of?
A question of my colleague from District 2.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
I do.
So I just want to confirm on your amendment line 27, when you're referring to the children's system of care, you're referring to the system we set up in RSA 135F, correct?
I'm going to trust you on that RSA and say yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Birdsell, you had a question?
So, good Senator from District 2.
Do you accept the question?
Yes. Dave wants to take it. He jumped up too.
Thank you for taking my question. You had said earlier about it's illegal then it's illegal regardless. But are you aware that I have a letter signed by Governor Shaheen and a bipartisan group of congressmen and senators, including Congressman Pappas, that are really concerned. They sent it to Merrick Garland that there's over 729 illegal grows, most of them in Maine. 10% is not going to be enough if this happens to us.
So
are you aware of that?
So I thank you for the question. And what I am aware of is, again, it's illegal already. So they should be enforcing that law already. It doesn't change that. Having gone to college in California in Humboldt County, which is the largest cash crop in Humboldt County, is marijuana illegally. I understand that there are enforcement issues, but it's already illegal. And so law enforcement should be doing that job anyway. So I don't think that passage of this bill will also all of a sudden pop up 1 million illegal grows. They're already illegal and it's already black market. You're not licensed to sell it. So if you cultivate it and you package it and you try to sell it, it's still illegal. So it doesn't change anything in that model. It's still illegal for people to do that.
Follow up?
What?
But if we get pop-ups, we don't have them right now. And if we get additional pop-ups, the police are going to have to have additional resources because they don't need them right now. And 10% is not going to cover whatever pop-ups we get if it's run similar to what's happening in Maine and our surrounding states.
So again, thank you for the question, but I just correct you and say that again. When I said I busted marijuana grows here in New Hampshire. So it's happening in New Hampshire already. I've already arrested people for marijuana grows in New Hampshire when I was a law enforcement officer. So it is happening already here, and police are enforcing it already here. And to your point, the 10% is roughly $3.8 million, just to give you an understanding of the size of the money that's being
Still
talked
not
about.
enough. Thank you.
Senator Reverend, you're recognized for a question of who?
The good senator from 23.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Senator, thanks for taking my question. I'm just curious, did the chiefs of police weigh in on this?
Yes, they do.
Follow up? What did they say?
I think pretty universally they said this will be detrimental to the state. It's not going to be good for our youth. It's going to have increased youth. It's going to be a total negative on and it's going to cost. And one answer to the good senator from District 2, I think the other senator was just asking him a question. The product now, the difference between now and later that the good senator was trying to make is the product will be a legal product and very easy to put into the stream of commerce later. Right now, you don't have all these pop-up farms because the end product is an illegal product, where in the future the item itself will not be illegal. So you're going to generate tons of pop-up farms. And the police, no, they say they're not going to be able to control it. They say it's going to be bad for our youth, bad for our state. And from what I can tell, my son is in Philadelphia. His girlfriend's in Boston. And when he comes home here and he's going through Boston, they smell a cloud everywhere. They don't smell it in other states. Why not in Philadelphia? Because it's illegal. We are going to change the fabric of New Hampshire if we pass this legislation.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. Did any other organizations testify against this bill, such as the Insurance Department, HHS, and on and on?
And on, yes. Many, many, many testified against it and the detrimental effect it will have. I also believe it's not going to be good for tourism. Right now, and if I go hiking up, which I haven't been in a while with the good senator, but maybe again in the future, mild trails. No one wants to smell this on the trails. They don't want to smell it in our amusement parks, walking up and down Concord. This is not going to be a net plus financially for the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, just let me tell you what the status is. We've got two people that want to speak, but we've had so many questions that both Senator Abbas and Senator Bradley have not had a chance to speak yet. And we still have Senator Carson who has a question. So just keep all that in mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, I have a question for the senator from District 2.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
I do, thank you.
Senator, you said at the end of answering the question from Senator from District 19, did you say there's a prediction of and that's all I heard, $1 million?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So based on the 15% and the projections of revenue that were done, and I validated with the Liquor Commission, the gross revenue we're expecting is roughly the net revenue is around $38.5 million. If you take 10% of that revenue, that's $3.85 million to law enforcement.
Okay, may I follow up? Senator, do you believe that's enough to give for every law enforcement department in the state of New Hampshire? Just a little over $3 million?
Again, I think that it will provide the training necessary for law enforcement officers in order to deal with any possible new issues that they need to do to deal with things like DUI when it involves marijuana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Abbas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. In respect to this amendment, when we had the commission in the fall, whenever the revenue issue, where the money should go, what should the franchise fee be, we just punted on all that, kept saying, well, that's a Ways and Means issue. Let's resolve that then. This is coming from the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, which is actually, I think that shows some merit to this. Although I like the other funding distribution better. Again, there's been no hearings on this. It deserves a hearing, so I'm sure there'll be something to reconsider this. If this were to become law, regardless if you adopt this or the other one, there will be some further review of this, I think, in the appropriate committee. So I'm going to support adopting this. I know there's some thoughts about, people keep talking about pop-up grows, and they're referring to Maine. One of the benefits we have in evaluating any type of policy on this subject is we get to see the mistakes the other states made. A lot of them made the same mistake, which I'm not sure why they keep falling down that path, but Maine has a problem tracking what they put into the market. And therefore, when it's very easy to get a cultivation license and they can't track it, that leads to having more illegal activity go on top of it. And they're not doing much to stop it. They know it's happening, and they just don't seem to be taking an initiative to do anything about it. In addition to the money to law enforcement that my friend from District 2 talked about, it does also allow more liquor enforcement agents to be hired, which, again, when we created the Liquor Commission and they had enforcement agents, the role and purpose of those agents were to shut down bootleggers. This is kind of like history repeating itself. So you will have that on top of the funding for the law enforcement. So I'm going to support adopting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abbas. Senator Bradley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right. Again, for those of us who do not support the bill, I'm going to ask you to vote for this amendment. And here's why. It improves the funding distribution. So some of the things are the same. The 10% going to children's behavioral health, whether it's specified as a system of care or children's behavioral health, that's the same in the amendment and in the committee amendment. The 10% allocated for public safety is the same in both amendments. Now, I think based on the debate, when this gets to finance, that 10% may be upped, but it's the same. In the committee amendment, 15% is going to alcohol and abuse training. The reason why I'm asking the committee, or the Senate, to vote for this amendment is that this amendment ups that to 30%. I think that's an improvement. But most importantly, the committee amendment dedicated 65% of the revenue for education trust fund. So for those of you who really believe in kiddos, I think it's rather odious that we're taking marijuana money and funding education. So, this amendment dedicates that to property tax relief. I think that's a pretty significant improvement. I will have another amendment that I think dedicates better the allocation of money to host communities, but this improves the committee amendment, so I urge everybody to vote for it.
Okay, before I take you, Attorney, just want to make sure that you guys all know that a lot of those references that are in the bill go back to the original bill, et cetera. Those are all going to have to be fixed depending upon what you pass and what you don't pass. And there will be a motion at the end to authorize the clerk to make those corrections to reflect the intent of the Senate. Senator Rosenwald, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm also going to support this amendment. There are a couple of things I like about it. First of all, that 50% of the revenues, or about $19 million, will go to all of the communities in the state, not just the host communities. So not just those maybe 15, but maybe 11, depending on what Nashua and Manchester might do, will benefit, and that money can be used to support local law enforcement. I also think it's a good idea to not put the money in the Education Trust Fund as the committee amendment did, because that was not additive money. It was to offset the statewide property tax. So it wasn't actually more money for education. And so I think this is an improvement, and I hope we will all support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1960S. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. Senator Bradley. First one I have on the list is 1938. You're recognized.
So I'm going to withdraw that amendment, as myself and the member from District 22 are trying to figure out the implications of it. So I would ask that we would go to Amendment 2000.
Right, 20,000. 2,000. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if you have the committee amendment, I think it's easier to go through the committee amendment than the calendar. And if you turn to page 22, this is where the municipal voting provisions are in the committee amendment. What I find really problematic with the committee amendment is that we are requiring every town in the state of New Hampshire to vote whether to allow marijuana to be sold as an establishment in their community. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that, and this is where the amendment kicks in, that we should strip out from, on page 22, from line 28, to line 5 on page 23, and substitute it with a committee amendment. It's substituted with this floor amendment. So what this floor amendment would do is that under the provisions of RSA 39.3, which is how petition articles or things put on a ballot are happening, under those provisions, whether to allow a marijuana establishment would be voted on a ballot. It could be brought in by petition with 5% of the voters, or a city council or a select board could put it on the ballot. There's a specific provision in here for a public hearing. I don't recall seeing a public hearing in the committee amendment. The question is laid out in the floor amendment: shall we allow the operation of cannabis establishments within the city or town? That is a fair question, given what's at stake. Then it goes on line 23 to say, if the vote is yes, retail outlets may be operated in the town or city. And then importantly, unlike the committee amendment, which requires almost a vote every year if there's a petition year after year after year after year after year for retail establishments, this gives town some breathing space. If it's rejected by the voters, it doesn't have to come back for 3 years. So I think this is a lot fairer process for municipal voting. In the floor amendment, the provisions starting on line 30 to the end of page 2 are the same in the floor amendment as they are in the committee amendment. So I would urge the body to vote for this. It's a much cleaner, better process for towns than what's outlined in the committee amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Abbott, you have question 4?
Thank you, Mr. President. From my friend from District 3.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes, I do.
In respect to the amendment 2024-2000S, that's the amendment regarding the municipal opting in, opting out. If this were to be accepted by the body and pass, would you support the ought to pass as amended with this included in the bill?
No, I've been pretty clear, haven't I?
I'm just.
That's not a rhetorical question. I've been pretty clear. And so let me, because I haven't really talked about this in general. Those of us that don't support this bill, and there are 9 of us right now, have an obligation, in my opinion, because it has such dramatic impact on the state of New Hampshire, to do everything possible that we can to improve it if it's going to pass. Now, I know that some of the 9 of us would probably just want to derail it, and I appreciate that. And maybe that'll happen. But if it isn't going to happen, it needs to be a better process. And I think that what I've proposed is a much, much, much better voting process, much fairer to cities and towns than the way it's constructed, that every town in the state of New Hampshire has to vote on whether they want marijuana in their town. You think that's right? I don't.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, as I read through this amendment, there are things I like in it and things I don't like. I think it's probably a good idea to not try to put it on the November ballot because the cities and towns won't have time to notify the Secretary of State. But I would point out that under this language, the towns will get a chance to vote 6 months before the cities. Maybe that's not a big deal because nobody's going to get a license anytime soon, but I would point that out. I also like on line 28 and 9 that the municipality could change its mind. And that's consistent with a bill from Ways and Means that we were supposed to vote on this week, but has been special ordered. And that makes sense because it's good local control. But what I don't like about this bill is you can't do this again for 3 years, even if the voters of your town want to. So good things, bad things. I think for me, the 3 years seems overly directive. So I'm not going to support this amendment, but I thank the Senate President for his work.
Senator, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 2000. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The chair is in question. Roll call is requested. Seconded.
Divide the question.
Rosenwald. If the attorney would come up and help to advise me.
No, we can just.
We'll get you an answer if it's divisible in just a second, Senator.
Lines 25 through 27 with a separate vote.
Advise that that cannot stand alone, Senator.
Okay.
Senator Waters, did you have a comment?
I just thought we were in the voting mode is all.
A motion to divide the question, I think, may look at the,
No, I got your amendment, sorry.
it's not on my list, so I'm not sure.
No, this part can't stand by itself.
And we ruled that that can't stand by itself. So we have a roll call requested by Senator Whitley, seconded by Senator Rosenwald.
That's what I thought.
Yep. Clerk will call the roll.
But she's standing. Senator Roosevelt.
Oh, you have a PI? Okay.
Mr. President. If I believe that cities and towns should make their own decisions on when they vote on what, would I now vote no on this floor amendment?
If you're in favor of the amendment, you'll vote aye. If not, you'll vote nay. Any other? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendron. No. Senator Lang.
Aye.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Whoops. Senator Prentice. No. Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi is excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller. No. Senator
And
Gray.
the chair votes yes. And the bill, the amendment is adopted 12 to 11. Okay. The next amendment I have is 1946.
It's right here.
Senator Bradley, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the vote on the prior amendment. Right, it was 12 to 11, ought to pass?
Ought to pass.
Yes.
Okay. The next one, if you turn to page 25 of the committee amendment, this is a standalone amendment. It changes the Cannabis Advisory Board to a Cannabis Control Commission. Now, my friend from District 22 actually took a number of the suggestions that I made in the public hearing and incorporated them into the committee amendment, so I appreciate that. The committee amendment placed the Attorney General as a member of the advisory board. It had only one representative of the cannabis industry, and it said that
You don't have the right amendment? 1946?
1940.
46 is the one on the list, Senator.
Oh, okey-doke. All right. Sorry about that. I thought we were going in order. All right. This one's a little more
I was given a
complicated.
list, and I'm going down through the list, Senator.
Got it.
Okay, Senator, you may continue.
All right. This one deals with penalties and public safety. There are a number of citation changes in this. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'll just try to hit the high points on it. So it eliminates some of the language in the definition of cannabis concentrate to restrict the concentration of cannabis. It limits the public place definition to just what's written here, that it's any place where the public has access. It eliminates the volatile extraction piece. My understanding of volatile extraction is that it's a way of enhancing the potency of cultivation. And I think, given how strong marijuana has become, this is not your grandfather's product that we're talking about. This is something very much stronger and leads to much more health consequences. I don't believe we need to allow for volatile extraction. Again, just hitting the high point on enforcement. The committee amendment indicates that it's a violation to sell a cannabis product during an enforcement activity to underage, and if it's knowingly sold, then it would be a misdemeanor. My floor amendment makes the violation in the first instance a misdemeanor, and for knowing sales, it would go to a misdemeanor A. So the penalties would be enhanced for underage sales. I hope if the goal here is to protect youngsters, then we would adopt this. The next provision is line 15 to 18, and what's added is, and such other substances as the commission shall adopt by rule. During the hearing, there was a long discussion about how Canada tests for purity, and there's a long list of things that I couldn't pronounce or even understand what they are, but this allows the commission to test for purity for other substances if they set it by rule. The next one, line 22 to 24 on page 2, establishes a maximum THC content of 15%. I think this is very important when we're talking about health and public safety, that we have some limits on the concentration of THC. The next change proposed is just not allowing by rule giveaways of cannabis samples, and that's line 28 and 29. The balance of this amendment are just citation changes made as a result of these proposed changes. So again, as in all of the other amendments, I think this makes a bill that is very difficult for some of us to support a little bit better. In particular, the change on volatile extractions and the upper THC limit. Those are the two most important things, in my opinion, and I hope the body will vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Abbas, you would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have to rise in opposition to this amendment. I do think that it's very well intended. However, the potency limit issue, which I understand when you look at that, you want to, and you think safety concerns, right? The problem is we're talking about very small candy-looking items here. They're just going to make it bigger. It doesn't actually, it's really what should matter is the amount of THC that is in there, which we have limitations for. So by making it 15%, when we talk about your typical candy piece, if that piece was twice the size, it doesn't necessarily change the THC level. And that's what we need to be focusing on. So what this could do is, what it really would do is basically eliminate any type of vaping industry whatsoever in respect to the THC. It wouldn't make it really a practical thing. Also, I see where it says the misdemeanor, where it was a misdemeanor and a violation if you sell to a minor. The reason why there was two separate offenses, the violation is if someone were to walk into the retail store with let's say a fake ID, and the cashier, despite their best efforts, just did not pick up on it for whatever reason, We used to call it back when I used to work in the service industry, getting beat. But if you got beat, let's say, because someone presented a fake ID you didn't catch, that's a violation offense because there was no mens rea, no intent to sell it to a minor. The person didn't know. The next one, if it's a misdemeanor, which I'm not necessarily against the concept of it being a Class A misdemeanor, but if you intentionally sell it to a minor, knowing that it's a minor, that's a different offense, and that's a much serious offense. To be honest, there's no excuse for that, and it shouldn't be tolerated at all. I wouldn't even oppose that, making that a felony. It's just me. But that's, when I say that that's not the reason why they're separate offenses, when you don't have the mens rea, it is different than obviously someone does it on purpose. In respect to the public use provision, one of the issues that was raised is some people have large plots of land. Some of my friends in here own farms. And if they allow the public to access their land for hunting purposes, the problem is you can be on your own private property, minding your own business, because the public has access to the property, you would technically not be allowed to use it on your own property. So by changing it back to that, there would be, I think, some unintended consequences. If we can maybe agree on a definition to maybe perhaps address that issue that I just raised. But that's why the way we drafted it was if the public has access and it's used for non-commercial purposes would apply as well. So that's one of the concerns that came up. So I'm not going to support this floor amendment, but I just wanted to clarify some of those. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Abbott. Senator Susi, you have a question of?
Yes, my colleague from District 3.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Yep.
Senator, I'm just trying to reconcile. I know we're going to take a motion at the end to have the clerk identify, or to have the clerk put these together, but the previous amendments have all amended certain sections. And when I'm looking at page 2 of your floor amendment, on line 3, it says that you're amending section 318F11. 318F11 of the amendment is the rulemaking section. So I am assuming this should have been 12, and that the same thing applies on line 13, where 12 is supposed to be 13. Because it's a little confusing to follow, because it's not, the others, as I said, I've been checking, identified the proper sections. This one does not. So I just want to make sure I understand what you're trying to amend.
I believe what I said is correct, and that's what I'm trying to amend.
Okay.
We took these suggestions to the Office of Legislative Services, and they came back with these citation changes. As you know, the clerk will, assuming this passes, will have the ability to put it all together. We'll have the ability to review it before it goes to finance next week and back on the floor, and we'll be eating pizza again next week, probably debating this bill. I did my best to, I could have had 17 or 18 different amendments and done 18 different things, but I tried to group them into categories to respect everybody's time here and to shorten the debate. And so that's why these citation changes are somewhat difficult.
Okay. If I just may follow up, and with due respect to our clerk who does a phenomenal job. So I think if we are looking at the floor amendment that was distributed, so line 3 of page 2 should read 318F12, and line 13 should read 318F13 to cover.
You could be right.
Okay.
Senators, this is going to be ordered to finance, so we will have a clean copy of that bill, and we will be able to resolve all of those issues before us next week.
Thank you.
And
Just
if
wanted
there's
to
any
make sure
questions,
we were
we'll
voting
certainly
on.
be able to do that. Senator Avard, you had a question of?
Senator from 22, please.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you taking my question. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. And your opposition to this bill would be, if I heard you correctly, you said, well, if there was a private property and somebody wanted to go hunting and, smoking their pot, this would restrict that.
Thank you for the question. What I'm saying is, let's say I own the property,
Yeah.
but I'm not the one hunting. But because the public has access to, on my property, if I'm sitting on my front porch, that would not be considered a public place that would allow cannabis to be used. Because I'm allowing the public, they generally would have access to the land. That's the concern that was raised, why that definition that's in the amendment would create that problem. And I don't think that's the intent of it, but that's why in the committee amendment, it's pretty clear that if it's for non-commercial purposes, so that's basically saying it's your residential. So that's the issue that will come up. If you're hunting, you should not be using cannabis at all. I would strongly recommend against that.
Thank you for that clarification. No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Pearl, you had a question of?
I do. The member from District 3, if you'll take it.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Yes, I do. Senator, I want to thank you for all the work you are trying to do on something I know you don't support, and I appreciate your effort. But page 3 of your amendment, section 16, in the apportionment section, it appears you're putting the money back into the Education Trust Fund, which we just removed in one of the previous amendments to take it out of the Education Trust Fund. Am I reading this correctly?
You are, and I'm told that it's divisible. So if you want to vote for the amendment, why don't you divide the question?
I will take that.
I love that.
I'll take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Rosenwald, you were recognized to speak.
Thank you. I agree with much of what my colleague from District 22 said, and my colleague from District 17. We did just take the money out of the Education Trust Fund, but we also, if you go up to page 2, lines 8 and 9, we also took out the 1% of the money going to the host community. So I think this amendment has some internal inconsistencies, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Chanley, you had a question of?
The senator from District 13.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. As I read this amendment, am I correct that this amendment would disallow you or a person from purchasing a certain amount of cannabis and sharing with his or her spouse?
Thank you for the question. I read it that way too. If anybody can imagine me going to a cannabis store and buying any, and then going over to your house, I could not share it with you the way I read page 1, line 25 and 26.
Thank you very much.
Even though it would be legal. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1946. Are you ready for the question? We have, who made the request for the roll call? Senator Abbas made the request, and the second was from Senator Rosenwald. Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau?
No.
Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Innes? Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Shortis excused. Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
No.
Senator Pearl?
No.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Bertzel?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Gray?
Yes.
7 to 16.
The noes have it. 7 to 16. Okay, the motion fails. Okay. Senator Bradley, just so that you know, the order that we have the remaining amendments in is 85, 40, and 91 for the last two digits. If you want any of those special ordered, you would need to request that. 85 would be next, 40 would be after that, and 91, and if you want it different than that, just make a request for special order. Okay, Senator Bradley is recognized to introduce Amendment 1985.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So this is similar to the debate that we had on my friend from District 2's amendment on vertical integration of marijuana establishments. The prior amendment, which was adopted, which is an improvement, eliminated the opportunity of 3 separate establishments in the entire chain, from cultivating, producing, and manufacturing, distribution, to retail, to 1. But it still allowed one entity to have one of each of those establishments. So the first part of the amendment eliminates the definition of vertical integration, which is on page 5, line 33 of the committee amendment. Then it further amends on page 17, on page 13, line 27, that you can only have one cannabis establishment. So I think you've all heard me say many times, and I think there's been some agreement about this, that if we are going to have legalized marijuana, that it should be done in a New Hampshire way, which allows New Hampshire businesses and entities to be able to participate and not open the door to vertical integration and big tobacco-like interests dominating marijuana cultivation and distribution and retail. So the first part of this amendment restricts that to one establishment and no vertical integration. And that makes it, to me, much more user-friendly for New Hampshire, and hopefully will diminish the amount of influence that any one entity can have on this subject matter. Then the second piece of the amendment is on the lobbying activities, and this was very important for the governor. In the committee amendment, you could be an LLC, for instance, and use funds derived from other sources to lobby. This shuts the door of using any funds to lobby and influence legislation. I think, as I said before about vertical integration, lobbying, it's important that, especially in the first few years of a new program, which this is, that has pretty significant public health implications and public safety implications, that we ought to be restricting people's ability to try to control this building. So I ask you to vote for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1985. Senator Abbott, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have to rise again in opposition to this floor amendment 1985. In respect to the lobbying activity, I agree that we don't want lobbyists really coming in here and, one, trying to influence what we do here, but also when it comes to the franchise model, you never see, picture any fast food chain. The franchisees generally don't come in here and start competing against each other. That's actually been happening in this whole process, where you have different members of the cannabis industry competing with each other. So that could be, the detriment of that is that it kind of throws off the whole system. That could be addressed in any franchise agreement, hint, hint. But in respect to the lobbying language that's in the committee amendment, without getting into specifics, I didn't draft that. That was given to me by someone in a different branch of government. So I'm under the impression that what's the committee amendment has is would satisfy anyone who wants that in there. In respect to the vertical integration issue, and I think this, I'm not sure this was the intent when it was drafted, but it would limit you only an interest in a single cannabis establishment. Now, the problem is under the definition of cannabis establishment, that does not include the alternative treatment centers or their cultivation facilities. Yet, trust me, they want into the retail market. They want a franchise. That's one of the reasons why they want to limit one, so they have a better opportunity of getting in there. But my point is, for all intents and purposes, they would be fully integrated. But any franchisee that's not in the therapeutic industry would not be vertically integrated. Number one, that creates a huge market disadvantage to the franchisees not in the therapeutic industry. But also, what happens is they're able to sell for such a lower price because by being the seed to sale really cuts down a lot of the costs and helps lower the price, which can then affect the black market if you get too high. But I think there'll be unfair market advantages. So even if we wanted to do this, it would not, right now, we cannot consider, I don't think it's wise to consider that, considering that if any of the therapeutic places did get a franchise, it would just completely put them at a significant advantage. I mean, there was another bill, I don't think we heard it yet, but they wanted to be able to have 2 cultivation facilities. So I'm just saying, there's concerns of this as it is. I was supportive of having it 3. I think reducing it to 1. I did support that as part of the compromise, but I think this, just the way like the business works. I'm not, take the issue of cannabis aside, right? If someone's going to come into the state in any area and do business, you want them to be able to do it without running into a lot of red tape and unnecessary expenses that makes it frustrates the purpose of doing it. I think this might inadvertently do that. I don't think this will lead to the big marijuana coming into the state. So please join me in opposing the floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The next is Senator Pearl to speak.
And you want to...
All right. I've already recognized Senator Pearl, so we'll pick you up after Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, many of you know that I'm in the agricultural industry, and one of my concerns is, if we're going to make cannabis legal in New Hampshire, that I want to look at the cultivation portion of it, and I haven't brought forward any language yet on that. My interest is in the first part of this bill because I am concerned that we want to make sure that we're leaving opportunities for our New Hampshire farmers if they choose to get into and grow cannabis. I think there's a lot of technical issues around it. I'm concerned about supporting this bill at this point in time because I think that the one limitation of one establishment is the amendment says it may be problematic to implement as far as relating to the cultivation side of it. I'm learning about it and reading on it very quickly, so I'm not going to support this at this point in time, but I do look forward to working with my colleague from District 3 in Finance on looking next week as we're progressing through this, assuming it passes today, that we will look at this more and we'll figure out what is the right path forward, especially for the cultivation section of it and the appropriate amount of licenses as it pertains to cultivation versus the whole entire process. So I'm not going to support this at this point, but again, I do appreciate my colleague from District 3. I know he's put a lot of thought into this, and it may have merit, but I think at this point in time, I'm going to stick with the floor amendment that we passed earlier. I think that's an appropriate amount of limitation at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Avard, you're recognized for a question from?
Senator 22, please.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Yes. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you taking my question. So, if I understand you correctly, if we adopt this, it's going to give the ATCs an advantage over the other industries that are proposing to set up shop in New Hampshire?
Well, it would give them an unfair market advantage because for by definition, they may not be considered vertically integrated because the ATCs fall outside of the definition of cannabis establishment. But for all intents and purposes, they would be fully integrated, where anyone who's not in the therapeutic industry, they would not have that same advantage. And I think creating an unfair market advantage is how you end up with a monopoly in the first place.
May I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. So you are aware that the ATCs cannot market for profit, correct? At this time?
At this time, however, in the committee amendment, then it would allow them to actually become for-profit. So
follow-up?
Sure.
So for years, while we've had them in operation, everybody's been going across the border to buy it illegally to compete against the alternative treatment centers that we already have. So they've been working at a disadvantage for all these years. Doesn't this help them gain footage back into the market?
I mean, it would certainly benefit them a lot in the sense that they can be selling it at wholesale. Also, what they can do, and this has happened, by the way, in every other state, and when we put safeguards so this would not happen here, is that cultivators can flood the market, basically overgrow, cause the price to go down. They can operate their retail store at a loss for a certain amount of time, which causes a lot of the other retailers to go out of business while they survive. And that's happened. It happened in Massachusetts. It's happening in a lot of states. And we have safeguards against that, but by allowing someone to have that type of market advantage puts them in a position where they could do that. At least they're in an opportunity to do it because they're paying a lot less for the product to put on their shelf than every other retailer. So that means, if I'm paying $10 to put on my shelf, but they're only paying $2, it's not going to put everyone in the same equal footing. And if a franchise is going to work, if any franchise goes out of business for whatever reason, it's the branding identity that suffers. It's bad for the brand, and that applies in every industry outside of, take cannabis out of it and look at the business sense of that, and that's not a good look because it hurts the other stores that are operating effectively.
And if I may have a final follow-up, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is we want to bring in big business from other states to come in and set up shop here with the 15 locations that are being proposed. And it seems like we're going to have a floodgate of selling pot in the state. And we're going to kind of squeeze out those ATCs because, they get a little fair advantage. Am I understanding correctly that that's what's going to happen here?
Thank you for the question. No one's trying to squeeze anyone out. All I'm saying is if we're trying to avoid a fully integrated model, this does not necessarily accomplish that when certain franchisees would, for all intents and purposes, be fully integrated when others don't have that same opportunity. I'm just saying if you're going to allow for fully integrated, it needs to be allowed for everyone, not just one. And my understanding is that's essentially a loophole just because they're not in the definition of cannabis establishment. But we didn't want to put them under cannabis establishment because the ATC business now, the stores now, they don't necessarily have to become a franchise. They can continue to operate as they are now, but if that's the case, they're not going to be under the jurisdiction of the Liquor Commission. DHHS would still be in charge of that. So that's why we didn't want to put them in that definition. So I'm just saying, technically speaking, what this is trying to prevent happening actually is essentially creating it at the same time. And I don't think that's the intention of it, but I think based on some of the definitions, and that's why I don't think that's the intention of anyone.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1985. Are you ready for the question?
Second.
We have a request for a roll call from Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Avard. We have a parliamentary inquiry. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this divisible?
The attorney would have to know what parts you want to divide.
To divide out lines 11 through 15.
Okay. It is divisible. And the division would be lines what? 13?
You do.
1 through 8,
Right.
9 through 15.
Yeah.
Okay,
May
so,
I speak to a PI, Mr.
yes, you may
President?
speak to the PI. Which section are you speaking to?
I'm speaking to the sections from line 9 to 15.
9 through 15. We will take that one up first then.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think if you believe, like I believe, that we do not want the State House inundated with marijuana lobbyists, we don't want them trying to influence legislation, we don't want them to participate in political activity, nor do we want to get a flood of money coming into this State House. Would you support passing lines 9 through 15? Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald, you have the parliamentary inquiry?
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. If I understand that the underlying bill, as we've amended it so far, has pretty strong lobbying language in it already by preventing any of the funds earned through the sale of or processing of any of this product. But this goes really far. Would I now vote no on Section 318F20? Thank you.
Okay, just a small conference here. And this is lines 9 through 15 on floor amendment 1985. And then we will take up the rest of the bill after. Okay? And we've had our 2 parliamentary inquiries. We're ready to call the roll.
Are we doing a roll or a vote?
We're doing a roll call because the roll call was requested for the whole bill, and then we divided it, so you get a roll call for both parts.
Okay. So we're going to do 9 through 15?
9 through 15 is the first roll call.
Okay. Senator Gendreau?
No.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Bishardi's excused. Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
No.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes. The amendment, lines 9 through 15 are adopted 12 to 11. Next roll call is on lines 1 through 8. As soon as the clerk is ready, we'll call the roll.
So who's the?
Same.
Same, you're doing the same, okay. Sorry, I
The
just
the
wanted.
request came in before we divided the question, so I'm applying it to both parts of the question.
Perfect. I'm ready. Senator Gendreau? Senator Lang?
No.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
No.
Senator Shortis excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley. No. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes. The amendment is defeated, 8-15. Okay.
I just want to cross out the part that failed. Just give me 2
Yep.
seconds. So 1 through 8 failed. This passed.
Okay, Senator Bradley, you're recognized to introduce Amendment 1940.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of all the amendments that
Annie, it's going to be done.
I've introduced tonight, I think this is the most important. And I know that some of you want to pass marijuana with no consequences. Some of you, myself included, want to improve what we see as a bad bill. And some of you just want to vote no on everything. I'm asking everybody to think long and hard when you vote on this one. We've had a lot of debates today about public health, public safety, how it affects children, mental health, a whole range of things. I think Joe Mollica does a great job as chair of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. No question about it. He generates a lot of revenue for general funds and the sale of alcohol. New Hampshire has had a monopoly on alcohol for a long, long time. And the Liquor Commission's mantra, if you will, is to maximize sales and profits to benefit the general fund, and they've done that. They work with the Council on Drug Abuse and Prevention. They've helped the Liquor Commission funding, helps fund Medicaid expansion. So they've been really good public participants, even though they sell a product that can be harmful to people. But we've been doing it for a long, long time. And if we'd been selling marijuana through the State Liquor Commission for a long, long time, I might not be quite as passionate about this amendment as I am right now. My friend from District 22 did take some of the suggestions that I made in the public hearing, having the chair of the Liquor Commission chair the advisory board and the committee amendment, having the Attorney General on the advisory board, and only having one representative of the marijuana industry on this advisory board. But what wasn't established, and what, if we're going to protect public health, if we're going to protect the kids in the state of New Hampshire, this advisory board needs to be turned into a control commission that has to approve the rules. That's what this is about. With public health experts having a large say in how the rules are developed. That's what's at stake here. So, since we like to talk about professionals, and we had a long discussion about professionals when we were debating surgery earlier, This was a letter I think we all received from the Prevention Professionals of New Hampshire. Prevention Professionals of New Hampshire. And I'm going to quote from the second page of the letter. Recreational cannabis legislation is not just about mature, responsible adult use. Our decades of experience have proven where there's more cannabis available for adults, there's more cannabis available for at-risk and vulnerable population we serve. For example, alcohol is the most widely available substance in New Hampshire, and it is used by youth the most. Cannabis, THC, is second most used drug. So what they're saying, the more cannabis that's available, the more it's going to get into the hands of at-risk youth. That's what's going to happen. So, getting back to this amendment, this should not be an advisory panel, at least not for the first few years of legalization of marijuana in New Hampshire. It should be a cannabis control commission that has the explicit authority with experts from the prevention community to oversee the rule process. The rule process is going to be every bit as consequential as what we're voting on tonight. Don't kid yourself. Do not kid yourself. If you don't like marijuana and you don't think it's good in New Hampshire, you want public health officials participating with meaningful participation, i.e. a vote on a commission on the rules. Don't sit here and think, I'm just voting no because I hope this bill dies. Because obviously, there are 13 or 14 votes for it. So vote to improve it. Vote to protect kids. Vote to protect the public health and safety by supporting this floor amendment. This is the most important amendment of all the improvements that I've tried to make. Everybody knows I don't like this bill because of the public health implications. But we can make it a little bit better with this amendment. This is the most important amendment of any one of them. I hope all of us will vote for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
and I
you.
apologize for my screeching.
We've got a request for a 2-minute recess. Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. Come out of recess.
I had, but. No. We have Alice too, to speak.
Senator Abbas.
He just wanted to speak. He left. Here he is.
Senator Abbas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, in respect to this floor amendment, and I guess the real issue is whether it's binding or advisory. And there's pros and cons to both. One of the concerns I had if it's binding is having someone from the industry making their own rules. And I can say from going through some of the rules in the, that apply to the therapeutic industry now, I ran into a lot of rules that weren't enforceable at all. They look good on paper, but in the practical reality, could they be enforced? So I would have some concerns about potential conflicts when it becomes whether this is binding. Because my understanding of the rulemaking process, this would still go before GELCAR but now to even get to that point, you would have to have this commission adopt it. So now there's 2 hurdles to get a rule put in place. I think I also think, I'm not going to name every position, but whether it's a conflict of interest or not, I think it's a different level of a conflict when it's binding as opposed to advisory. So I would have some concerns with that. However, I'm not sure if this is, with it being binding, I can support it. But I do value the opinions of everyone that would be on this commission. I know chairman of the commission was very helpful to have people that supported recreation and people that opposed it to really balance those opinions. I think that can continue to happen when it's not binding. So I'm not going to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Lang, you had a question of?
District 3?
Senator, do you accept the question?
Thank you, Senator. So is it your intention with this Cannabis Control Commission to make sure that the regulatory aspect of this, of legalization, is more focused on public health and law enforcement rather than profitability?
I haven't changed, and thank you for the question, I haven't changed any of the parameters of what the commission will look at. My friend from District 22 did change the membership slightly based on my suggestion, and I appreciate that. It's really the approval process. And what was just brought up about the rules going to GELCAR, I think it's very important that everybody knows that GELCAR doesn't have a ultimate vote of disapproval. They can ask for the agency to go back and resubmit rules, but in the interim, the agency can do interim rules. So while GELCAR can file objections, they don't have that kind of authority to be able to reject rules. Now, there's a process, obviously, with GELCAR, and things happen based on the input, but I think with the public health implications, as dramatic as they are, and I think all of us know that, at least for the initial period of time, for several years, and a future legislature can look at this, it should be a Cannabis Control Commission that has the authority to oversee and approve the rules. Now, the point that my friend from District 22 made, just about the possible conflict of interest, the bill's going to go to finance. If you want the industry representative removed, I'm happy to make that happen too. And if you would join me with that in finance, that would be good. But we need to approve this Cannabis Commission adopting the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Rosenwald. Oh, I'll get you, Sharon, after.
I yield.
Oh, she yields to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the senator from District 3.
You accept the question, Senator?
Yep.
Thank you for taking my question. Senator, I'm looking at the creation of the Cannabis Advisory Board in the amendment, and then I'm looking at the Cannabis Control Commission. And one thing I find pretty disturbing about the Cannabis Advisory Board, it's on line 36, where it says there shall be a minimum of 1 meeting per year. Do you think that at a minimum that is appropriate?
Obviously, with a Cannabis Control Commission, and I'm looking for that citation you just talked about.
Senator, it's on page 25, line 36. Down, it's right down at the bottom in section 5.
Yeah. I think if we adopt this amendment, you can rest assured that a control commission will have to actually work pretty hard to develop the rules, that it's not just going to be advisory. Again, I just want to say that I think that the current chair of the Liquor Commission and the Liquor Commission has done a great job of maximizing profit in the sale of spirits and wine by the state of New Hampshire. But I think where we're potentially introducing a new product, marijuana, with some significant health concerns, that health should be balanced dramatically against profits in a way that a commission approving the rules would make happen. That's why this is so important.
Thank you.
Rosenwald, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the remarks from the senator from District 3 about the importance of public health and children's mental health. And I would just remind us that maybe 6 or 7 hours ago, it feels like, we approved 30% of the revenues to go to the Governor's Commission on alcohol and other drugs, and 10% of the revenues to go to the Children's System of Care. Under the Chair of Ways and Means revenue projections, that's an extra $15 million a year. So I think that indicates the will of this body to do the important public health work. When I look at the membership of the two bodies, I think it's exactly the same. And as my seatmate points out, the Cannabis Advisory Commission can meet once a quarter, I think, or once a year. But the Cannabis Control Commission doesn't have any requirements. And what's more disturbing to me about it is that, well, two things. One, I think it's a big government expansion, which I'm surprised about, given our frugality in New Hampshire. But it's also an unfunded government expansion, because in the bill, the committee amendment, and everything else we've done so far, we've appropriated $8 million to the Liquor Commission to do rulemaking and get the program going. So they will have the funding and the same people working to help them do this with public health and public safety in mind. The Cannabis Control Commission will have no funding, and I fear that they will never get rules done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 1940. Senator Abbas, you have a question of?
My friend from District 13.
Senator, do you accept the question?
Mike, thank you for taking my question. So what would happen if the rules if they reached an impasse and they couldn't get a rule done, or what exactly would happen in that case if the commission had to actually agree on a rule? What's the consequence of that?
Without any funding? Is that your question? How would they do rulemaking without funding?
I can clarify the
I'm
question?
sorry, I couldn't.
What I'm getting at is if the commission were to be formed, but if they were never really to pass rules or advance anything forward, how would any rules ever get done?
I couldn't tell you. And this commission would have no funding to do the rulemaking. Meanwhile, the Liquor Commission will have $8 million starting July 1st to do rulemaking and, get going. So they will have the resources and the same exact people advising them. This Cannabis Control Commission, I don't see how they would get rules done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Waters, you had a question of?
District 13, if I may.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Thank you, Senator. And, we've heard your concern about creating another bureaucracy. And would you also have a concern that, we might create now would have two systems of rules, and that GELCAR couldn't act until this group produced rules. And is there a fear that the industry looking at this and just would say this really is a no-go zone? I mean, I almost think could this be a perfect system to mean we could never actually get this system implemented?
Thank you for the question. I think we could think of it as a dog chasing its own tail. And yes, I think we might never actually get rules.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carson, you're recognized for a question of?
No, to speak.
One to speak, okay. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking over in the amendment because I noticed that there's one thing here and there's another thing here. This has GELCAR rules. Now, there are folks here that have sat on GELCAR. It is a completely open process where the Liquor Commission would have to hold public hearings to hear from the public on any proposed rules. Then it would go to GELCAR, where it would have another public hearing to hear from the public. Now, it has been stated that if they didn't like the rules, there's really nothing they can do. That's really not true. They could go to the House and file a bill to negate those rules. Okay, so there is something that can be done. Here, where's the public? You have members of the commission, but where is the public? I'm looking at this, and it's on page 26. The Cannabis Advisory Board shall consider all matters submitted to it by the commission. Are you talking about commission, the Liquor Commission? And then on line 5, on its own initiative, recommend to the commission guidelines, rules, and regulations, and any changes to guidelines, rules, or regulations that the advisory board considers important or necessary for the commission's review and consideration. And then C, advise on the preparation of regulations, and then finally, review any new science-based evidence of public health. Where's the public? Where's public input here? Where is it? I don't see it here. I don't see public input here. I think public input on this is extremely important. Just as any other board, we hear from the public. Why is this board not required to hear from the public? Can someone answer that question? It's important when we're doing something like this that the public's voice is heard. They are the ones that are going to see the difficulties in their communities if their community voted to adopt this. And believe me, you will hear from them. You will hear from them. They need a voice, and there needs to be a process for them to exercise their right to address their government. It's not in here. Thank you very much, Mr. President. So I'm going to ask you all to support the floor amendment because it does allow for the public to speak. Thank you.
Senator Susie, you're recognized for a question of?
Question my colleague from District 13.
Senator, do you accept the question?
I do, but I hope it's about money.
Actually, it's not, Senator. It's a question regarding the difference between the two amendments that our colleague from District 14 just discussed. Isn't the language the same regarding the advisory board and this commission when it says consider all matters submitted to it on its own initiative? Isn't that language exactly the same in both documents?
Thank you for the question. It is exactly the same in both
Further
documents.
question, if I may.
You may.
Senator, is the reason that the advisory board language doesn't include GELCAR because there is no way for the commission to create rules but by going before GELCAR? So it's already in the law that the Liquor Commission cannot promulgate any of the rules they have but going through GELCAR. So in fact, an advisory board would make a recommendation to a commission that the commission would then have to bring to GELCAR?
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
Senator Whitley, you're recognized for a question of?
Of my colleague from District 13.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
Senator, it was suggested by my colleague from District 3, sort of in my direction, about the notion of ensuring that we're protecting children's public health. You've worked on this bill extensively, as have I. You know, I care deeply about children and public health. And, you know, particularly when we're looking at the existing advisory board in the bill that we just passed, the version that we just passed, and the addition of the certified prevention specialist, do you feel like we have the adequate prevention, public health prevention measures in the bill in addition to the various funding streams?
I do, and I think they're the same in the floor amendment before us as in the underlying committee amendment, which has been adopted.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Therefore, the addition of this control commission is really quite redundant and will instead gum up the works.
I think it will gum up the works because it's an expansion of government without funding.
Thank you.
Senator Prentice, you were recognized for a question of?
Question of my colleague from District 13. I think she probably just...
I'm getting my exercise.
Do you accept the question, Senator?
I do.
Thank you for taking my question. So hopefully I'll get a follow-up. But the first one is, I think, you know, I'll start by saying I'm going to ask a question, but we all respect transparency and public process. And there are very few conditions where you can go behind closed doors. I don't see anywhere in here where it doesn't say the public is either invited or unable to attend these meetings and listen in or provide input.
Well, that's true. Thank you for the question. But also, the Liquor Commission would have to go before GELCAR, and that's a public process as well.
Okay, so you got the second part of it. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Senator Lang, you're recognized to speak.
I just want to clear something up. After 3 terms in the House on GELCAR and now in the Senate and the Vice Chair of GELCAR, 541A is the statute that deals with the process of creating regulations and rules, which has a specific requirement in there about public input and what the commissions must do in order to promulgate rules. So just be clear whether the bill has it or not, 541A is going to be the defining statute, and no commission can bring rules before GELCAR without following that law, which has a defined process about when it's noticed to the public, when public input is allowed, and all of that. So I do want to be clear that regulations will have public input, regardless of whether we do it as an advisory board with the commissioner or as a control board and the commissioner. Either way, 541A will be followed.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carson, speak for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad we're discussing this. We have all authored pieces of legislation, and when we're talking about rules, we give these commissions or these departments the ability to make rules under 541A. Doesn't say anything about that in here. There's an assumption that the Liquor Commission is the ones that are going to be making these rules. What's wrong with stating it and giving the Liquor Commission the legal authority to adopt rules? I think we're not hitting all the points here. We're not doing that. In the zeal to get something passed, we are not doing our job. We have to be very, very clear about all of this, every single bit of it. And I don't think that that's happening right now. So what's the problem of putting additional language in this amendment that gives the Liquor Commission the authority under 541A to promulgate rules, rather than just, well, it's the Liquor Commission, they have the ability to make rules. They can only make rules if we give them the ability to make those rules. So whether you support the floor amendment or this, it needs to be spelled out. You need to hit all the points rather than just make assumptions that others are going to know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Senator Bradley, you're recognized to speak for a second time.
Thank you very much. So there's been a lot of debate about this. I think the only constructive criticism of the floor amendment is that the commission I'm proposing doesn't have funding. So similar to what I said before when we talked about the allocation of the franchise fee, I'm more than happy in the Finance Committee process to ensure that there's adequate funding for a Cannabis Control Commission. But what I'm not willing to do, and I hope none of you are, is to short shift public health. Vote against this amendment, you're short shifting public health. Because public health experts should have a role in developing the rules. If it's advisory, it's a very limited role. If they have to promulgate the rules, and we can put dates in there, if that's what some of you need with funding, fine, I'm willing to do that. But I want the rules developed based on sound science and public health. And I'm going to go back, to the prevention people of New Hampshire, the professionals, okay? I'm going to read a couple of things. There are many concerns outlined in this letter, but we want to address our highest priority to protect children and youth as well as the most vulnerable in our state. That's what the professionals are saying. And then they go on to cite the following. According to several studies, weekly cannabis use among teens doubles the risk of developing depression. Teens who smoke cannabis at least once a month are 3 times more likely to have suicidal thoughts than non-users. Why would we not ensure in the legalization of marijuana, in the first instance, that the rules have the absolute imprint of public health professionals with authority, and authority is so much stronger than an advisory capacity. You want to vote against this amendment? Fine. You're voting against public health, and you're voting against kids that are most at risk. That's the bottom line. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Abbott to speak for a second time.
Thank you. Since my friend from 14 suggested we're trying to rush this through, this commission language versus the advisory board, they're actually identical. The real issue is it binding or advisory? And this language was given to me in the process of whether it should be, was given to me by members of this chamber. We put it together as a team, whether we support the bill or not. I know my friend from District 3, we disagree on certain provisions of this bill. I understand that, but it doesn't mean that we didn't factor each other in. No one's rushing anything through just to pass something. This was discussed during the commission over the fall, and we continued discussing it, as we saw with one of the four amendments earlier today, to exchange or to come to a compromise on who's a member of the commission. So respectfully, this was actually pretty well thought out, and perhaps maybe we forgot to apply funding. That was a mutual mistake I think we both made. But to suggest we're rushing this through isn't a fair statement, because there was a lot of people involved in putting this together, and trust me, it was not rushed at all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lang to speak for a second time.
With misleading information on the floor, again, in your yellow hymnal book, on page 66, Roman numeral 1, no later than 24 months after the effective date of this section, the Commission shall submit statutory language and approved rules subject to the rule-making process in 541A. Roman numeral 2, 30 months, subject to 91A. On page 68, Roman numeral 3, again, will be 30 months and be subject to 91A. Again, so under the rulemaking, franchise, and license requirements, and we're talking about rulemaking, 3 separate instances relative to separate different topics of rulemaking, we referenced 541A, and there will be public input in the rulemaking process.
All right. The adoption of the floor amendment for 1940. Are you ready for the question? We have a question for roll call. Senator Avard and Senator Rosenwald. Is everyone in their seats? No. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau. Yes. Senator Lane.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Shortis excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Tough one, but yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes. No. It's a 11 to 12. The motion fails. Senator Bradley, you are recognized to introduce floor amendment 1991.
I will bring the following funding amendment through finance.
Okay. The amendment is withdrawn. Where we are right now is the bill as amended. Okay, is there further discussion? We have a request for a roll call, but Senator Gannon had requested to speak before we got there.
I'll be very brief. Say when, Mr. President.
Go.
Thank you, sir. Many of my friends are in law enforcement, specifically in Medford, Mass. One of my best friends, Pat, he was the middle school drug enforcement officer. His advice to me, as was all the other members of the force that I know down there, do not legalize. We made a big mistake. Went from our high school before down to our junior high kids. Now kids are vaping in our elementary schools. It's just moved down. The junior high kids started breaking into cars. They do petty thefts to pay for the use. They said, huge mistake on our part. Do not let New Hampshire follow this path. They all come up here in their summers and they're glad they don't have the pot around. Second point I'd like to make. We are condemning more people to death. One thing I really can't stand is we do not have a way to test for THC levels. So my county attorney tells me she more often than not, doesn't try to present any of these cases because she knows with a good attorney on one side, like my district 22 fellow, they know how to use the law. They know how to say, oh, it's not impairment, they stumbled for this reason, that reason, they worked late. They're going to get them off because they do not have a hard and fast rule of a .08 that we have in alcohol. So without a way to test this on the roads, we're condemning probably 15 to 20 people is the number I've heard to death on our roads next year. Last point. Next year, we're not going to be inhaling lilacs here, Senator, from 24. We're going to be inhaling marijuana when we open up this window. I do not want this to be the live free or high state. It's a free state, and you're free when you're not on drugs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Whitley, you're recognized to speak. Oh, she's waved off. Senator D'Alessandro, you're recognized to speak.
I would like to move reconsideration of the amendment.
Actually, we never actually got into the voting rule because Senator Gannon had asked to speak before I ruled on that, so we were taking people to speak. I have a motion to reconsider the last amendment, which was 1940. And we have a motion from Senator D'Alessandro, second by Senator Avard for reconsideration. The question is on reconsideration. All those in favor of reconsideration say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The ayes have it. We are reconsidering. The motion in front of us, the question in front of us is the adoption of floor amendment 1940. Are you ready for the question? Senator Avard requests a roll call, seconded by Senator Lang. Senator Bradley, a parliamentary inquiry.
I thank the body for the reconsideration motion. If I believe that this is the single most important amendment that we've taken votes on tonight, and it's absolutely essential to protect the public health, would I now vote in favor of the floor amendment 1940 with a yes vote? Thank you.
If you're in favor of the amendment, you will vote yes. If you're opposed, you will vote no. Is there any other parliamentary inquiry? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Innes. Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes. The ayes have it, 13 to 10. And
Now we're on the ought to pass as amended.
we still have the request to remove the last amendment, 1991. Okay? And so we are back to ought to pass as amended. And the people that we had on the list, I went through Senator Gannon. Senator Whitley, did you want to speak now? And Senator D, did you want to speak? Okay. Senator Rosenwald, you wanted to speak?
Let me get a list. So Rosenwald.
Senator Rosenwald, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill as amended. As with many bills, nobody got everything they wanted. Compromise and consensus is the great way of the New Hampshire Senate. Big decisions are made in the middle, and that's true here tonight. And there will be time to make changes next year or later this year if necessary. So I hope we will not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and we will vote to pass this bill with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Just so everybody knows, I've got Senator Chanley and then Senator Waters. There were several hands that were popping up. Just get the clerk's attention if you were supposed to be on the list and you're not. Senator Chanley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. I, too, just want to make a couple of points about what isn't in this bill. I think that the bill that we are hopefully going to pass has deficiencies. I hope that those deficiencies will be addressed. We have several steps more before this would pass out of the legislature, so I hope that some of this will be addressed now or in the future. One of the things that does concern me is a tax on patients with therapeutic cannabis. I do think therapeutic cannabis is distinctly different from recreational, and we need to treat it as such. Secondly, I think the ATCs who have been dispensing cannabis in the state responsibly and without incident should be given some preference for licenses, provided that they meet all of the qualifications for licensing. And I think that it is erroneous to dismiss their experience and expertise, and I hope we will continue to consider those issues. And finally, to the folks who are afraid that that by legalizing cannabis in this state, we will be bringing something into the state that we don't want. I want to be clear about this. What we are doing now is not preventing irresponsible use. What we are doing now is not keeping people who are under the influence from engaging in exercises that they shouldn't. So I hope that by having our own law, we are providing the necessary guardrails, the right structure to do it the New Hampshire way. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Waters, you're recognized to speak.
Mr. President and colleagues, you know, some of us been around for quite a while. We've been fighting over cannabis bills. And I was thinking of that African proverb, when the elephants fight, the grass suffers. And I'm thinking that maybe now, finally, we elephants can dance and get something done. For me, who has opposed these bills in the past, I'm voting for this because where I live in Dover, and anyone who's on the southern tier or near a border, they know that my house, Dover, is just 5 miles away from cannabis shop over in South Elliott. So we have created a situation which is just quite impossible for law enforcement and for regulation and otherwise. This bill, I really think this bill is the New Hampshire way. I appreciate the governor for laying down some principles here. They're ones I agree with. And I think, you know, thanks to Senator from District 22, 13, and really for so many who have been working on this, we have a way forward finally. We do have a way forward. I wish there was a world in which, you know, sobriety was valued, especially in our young people, but we're not in that world. And New Hampshire is not an island. I think it is time for us to move forward. I appreciate the work that has been done in the Senate today and for the last several months, and I hope we can get this over the finish line. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Birdsell, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. I'm standing in opposition to this piece of legislation. I'm not sure this body really truly understands what we're passing here. I'm hearing that we can fix it next week, we can fix it next year. We're supposed to be passing legislation that we don't have to fix. Do I have to remind the body how long we've been trying to fix bail reform? 4 or 5 years now, we passed it. It was flawed. We've been trying to fix it, and we can't get it fixed. Same thing's going to happen with this. And I will tell you, whether you think it's going to happen or not, we're going to get black market pot into this. We may already have it, but the CCP is ready to go wherever they've legalized pot. And I'm sorry, the amount of money that is allotted to our police is not enough to take care of that. And I have some real concerns about this, and I am going to be voting against it. And I know it's a spitting into the wind, but I hope you all vote against it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my good friend from District 19. I can't support this. I have two questions for all of you here today. Can someone tell me why we're doing this? Why? Why? Why are we doing this? And the second question is, what is the benefit to the people of the state of New Hampshire? What's the benefit? Oh, maybe the benefit is I don't have to get in my car and drive down to Massachusetts to get some gummies or buy some marijuana. But what is the benefit to the people? We heard about money today, maybe $30 million. That's all? $30 million? We're going to allow this to come into our state. We're going to sell it legally for the princely sum of $30 million. So I ask you, why are we doing this? Why? I haven't got an answer. I haven't gotten an answer from anyone in this chamber. And I've sat here and I've listened. I sat here and I've listened. I listened during the public hearing. I've read the testimony. The vast majority of the testimony was against this, not in support of this. Was against it. And these are people, kids, teenagers, school kids, who see their friends under the influence of marijuana in school. And do you think by legalizing it, that's going to change? I guarantee you it's only going to get worse. Because now it's legal. And if you think you're going to keep it out of the hands of kids, this bill isn't strong enough. 10% to law enforcement. Really? Well, to train them, the money needs to be in enforcement. And it needs to be a heck of a lot more than that. We've heard this bill has problems, but we can fix it later. Remember when I talked about bail reform? And I said, remember what I'm saying, how hard it is to fix it after you pass it. I guarantee you're going to be in this chamber next term, and if you're here after that, you're going to be dealing with problems. If you think you're not, well, we'll see. We'll see. This is not ready for prime time. I think it's confusing for many people. And we have the duty and the obligation to make laws that are clear so people can understand them. I'm concerned about big marijuana coming into the state of New Hampshire. They're here already, folks. They're lining up. They're waiting for this to pass. Is that what we want? What happened to free market? That's the New Hampshire way. And what happens when they flood our state with marijuana? So I just have to ask, can somebody tell me why we're doing this? There's so many negatives. What's the positive? What's the thing that's going to make people's lives better, our constituents' lives better? I haven't heard one thing that's going to improve the lives of our citizens by passage of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. The current status is that Senator Abbas, Senator Whitley, and Senator Avard are on the list. Senator Abbas, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as many of us saw today, and anyone up over here, and anyone watching online, you can see we had some constructive conversations. If this were to pass and become law, it's important that we continue to have those constructive conversations. Because ultimately, whether you support the policy or not, putting together the best product forward, the best bill forward, taking into consideration what law enforcement's position is, taking into consideration the public health officials, that's critical that continue to happen. Not just doing it for today, now it's passed and whatever. We got to continue to do that. And I think working together on that is something that we've been doing throughout this whole process, but it needs to continue. If it doesn't, I do agree, we're going to be creating problems. So it's critical that we do that going forward. Someone asked me, oh, if this passes, are you going to celebrate? No, this is not something you celebrate. Okay? I take this matter very serious. I mentioned earlier today, but the sun was still out when I mentioned it, but I talked about how, in the southern part of the state we're surrounded by it. This to me is having some control over what's going on is what's important to me. I've seen, if you look at some of the other marijuana, you have marijuana miles in Maine, and you see what's going on where they want to flood this state with 300 stores like they did in Massachusetts. That's not good for the state. That drives down real estate values. All right. My family's in commercial real estate, and I'm well aware that many tenants don't want a cannabis dispensary in the same building. That's why if you see them, they're often standalones. So this took into consideration a lot of that. We're limiting what can happen. When I say there's the negative public safety drawbacks, but there's also, how does that affect the neighborhood? Someone said to me, oh, well, that marijuana mile, it was really good for Maine. I don't think that's good for New Hampshire. So I say this sincerely, that this was my best attempt to mitigate all the negatives as much as you possibly can. So that was my intention here. I hope whether you support this or not, you can at least see where I was coming from trying to do that. Because for me, not having all these stores go on, to not have the streets flooded with, because these cultivators keep intentionally manipulating the market for their own financial gain at the expense of some of the smaller retail stores. We won't be able to have that. One of the provisions in here that a lot of people frowned at first, and when we explained the intent was, ultimately the Liquor Commission can control the sale price. And it was like, how could you do that? Well, guess what? If someone wants to flood the market, guess what? The franchise can still sell for this price. Too bad. Shouldn't have flooded the market. So we did everything we can to prevent all those negative impacts. Field sobriety test. One thing we agree on, my friend from 23, is we need a field sobriety test. That's a problem either way. Whether you support this or not, we need a field sobriety test. Not just having a general idea if someone's impaired, one that you can use in court to lead to a conviction. We're not there yet. We don't have one. It's something that we have to deal with. That's why we banned any smoking in the vehicle, period. Doesn't matter. You're losing your license. Doesn't matter if even if you had a standard for being impaired, guess what? Doesn't matter. You allowed smoking in the vehicle, it's too bad. That's it. Public use. I understand why in some states it's not enforceable, because it's essentially on par with a parking ticket. You're going to have a $100 ticket, send drugs up to a lab to get tested to enforce a $100 ticket? No. Know who writes those laws? That's the big marijuana putting those laws out there. That's why this has some real teeth to it. Not only do you have a fine, any cannabis products you have on you, any accessories, all that's subject to forfeiture. All of it. Even your lighter or your matches, subject to forfeiture. And a second offense is a misdemeanor. Not a Class B, it's a misdemeanor. We're trying to deter that behavior the best we can. We had a different bill. It had to do with the penalty for illegally selling the therapeutic product. And first of all, that offense it's a really, really high penalty, and it has a really, really high fine. But not a single person has violated that in 10 years. That penalty perhaps is serving as a deterrent. I think when you make the offenses like this a misdemeanor, the other problem with violation offenses is probable cause. So if someone's smoking in public, they're not subject to a search, because a violation is not necessary. It's not a criminal offense. Well, if it's a misdemeanor, it is. Now we're getting to the ability where it can be enforced. Is this perfect? No. But we're trying to put the police in the best position as possible to enforce this. As respect to the funding for training, again, never went to a Ways and Means Committee. Maybe it's on its way to a Finance Committee. That should be flushed out. I think we should all, if law enforcement needs the funding, we need to support that. Because ultimately, you don't want it to turn into what happened in Maine. You don't want what happened in Massachusetts, and we have the ability to prevent that from happening. But we got to keep an open mind when it comes to some of the policies here, and we're not going to let this get out of hand. So I just wanted to state some of that, and I'm going to be supporting the ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise briefly in support of the pending motion, and I do so on behalf of the majority, the vast majority of Granite Staters who support legalization. I agree, this is not the bill that I would have chosen in full, but it is a compromise. It is a compromise that limits to adult use, that has adequate public health measures, and that sets up a regulatory and tax structure. Colleagues, it is past time to listen to the will of the people of New Hampshire, but do it in a responsible way. Every single year that we fail to legalize adult use cannabis, we waste valuable resources. And I want to point out, my colleague from District 14 asked, why are we doing this? Well, we are doing this because ending prohibition will also end the fact that we ruin the lives of many young and poor Granite Staters when we are enforcing prohibition. That's what we are doing. We are ending those harms for those populations. New Hampshire remains the only state that has failed to legalize cannabis, while our neighbors benefit from increased revenue and, importantly, the ability to benefit from safer testing and regulation of the product. Colleagues, this is the right thing to do, and now is the time. Now is the time to stop the harms with New Hampshire's failed policy of marijuana prohibition. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Avard, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong opposition to this bill, and I find it very hard to swallow the fact that you're against the bill that you fought so hard to pass. That being said, I was born in the 60s, and I seen what pot does to individuals. Artie, I was related to Artie. Artie never grew out of it. Artie died. That's when it was illegal. I watched him year after year after year after year, the sweetest guy on earth, but he never outgrew the pot. I know what drug addiction is. I was addicted to alcohol. This December is going to be my 20th year sober. I know what it's like to get locked up. We talked about a slippery slope earlier. We don't know what the next legislature is going to do. But what we've just done, if we pass this bill, is we've opened up the door. They're going to change it in the next session. Guarantee it. And you've opened the door. I wonder how many pot shops are going to be in Salem. I wonder how many pot shops are going to be in Manchester or Nashua. Just 2 weeks ago, I was gigging at a place in Nashua, our band. And right in front of the restaurant, a mom with her daughter walking on the sidewalk, smoking a J. Entitled. Entitled. Nobody's going to touch me. She's smoking a J with her kid. You think that's going to just slow down? I don't think so. You opened up the door. Salem. What's going to happen? You opened up the door, the slippery slope opened. Now, the next legislature, which you'll have no control over, is going to modify this. To what? 15 stores? You know, $30 million could go twice that amount. We can get $60 million. Big industry is going to come in here. I strongly oppose this legislation. I've seen what it does to people. You can't fight so hard for a bill and then say, yeah, I really don't like it. I just find that disingenuous. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm done.
Thanks, Senator Avard. The question is on the adoption of 1633 FNA as amended. Avard and Lang have already requested the roll call. Okay? We got the senators in the room. Yes, yes. Senator Bradley, okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
No.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Innes. Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Shortis excused. Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chamley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No, never.
Senator Altshuler.
Yes.
And Senator Gray.
No. The ayes have it, 14-9. The bill is ordered to Finance, the Committee on Finance. 2-minute recess.
The Senate will come out of recess. I recognize Senator Murphy for introduction of a guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. The late night in the chamber has one silver lining, and that is for the first time my son, Aiden Murphy, accompanied by my fiancée, Michelle Brown. Thank you, colleagues.
Welcome.
So these are the ones we're keeping.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
You want me to do you want me to do the 1711? The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1711 FN, an act authorizing the state report mental health data to firearm background check purposes and providing the processes for confiscation of firearms following certain mental health related court proceedings and the relief from mental health related firearms disabilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote to 3-2. Senator Abbas.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1711, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have authorized the state to report mental health data for firearm.
You meant to say table, I believe, Senator.
Motion to table.
That's what he meant.
Okay. Motion to table.
You can just take it from somebody else.
I recognize Senator Carson.
Move to table.
Senator Carson has moved to table. It's a non-debatable motion. If you're in favor of the motion to table, you would say aye. If you're opposed, you'd say no. Senator Altshuler.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I know that House Bill 1711, the bipartisan bill known as Bradley's Law, in memory of retired Police Chief Bradley Haas, who was shot and killed while defending the lives and safety of patients and staff at New Hampshire Hospital, is represented in this bipartisan bill that protects those experiencing a temporary mental health crisis from harming themselves or others by authorizing mental health reporting data to be reported to the FBI firearms background check system. And I know that last year, NICS reported that in New Hampshire, we had 683 records for adjudicated mental health prohibitions, which had to come from a mix of other sources. 683. By comparison, Maine, which is a little smaller, had 6,356 records. New Hampshire is allowing thousands, if not tens of thousands, of prohibited persons to easily obtain firearms in our state. And if I know that I understand, Mr. President. And if I know that voting on this bill would have closed the gap in our laws, will I now vote against this tabling motion and take a step towards protecting someone else's life?
Roll call. Second.
Roll call has been requested. If you're in favor of the tabling motion, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to the tabling motion, you would vote no.
Thank you. I'm ready.
The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi is excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
13.
The motion to table prevails on a 13 to 10 vote. House Bill 1711 is laid on the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1713 FN, an act relative to defendants' presence during certain criminal proceedings. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to table.
Senator Carson has moved to table. It's a non-debatable motion. Are you ready for the question? If you're in favor of the motion to table, you would say aye. If you're opposed, you'd say no. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. The motion to table prevails. House Bill 1713 is laid upon the table. So we are now at the consent calendar. Without objection, the following bills will be ordered to the beginning of the regular calendar in our next session. In the Committee on Commerce, House Bill 1559, the Committee on Energy, House Bill 194, the Committee on Executive Departments, House Bill 1292, and in the Committee on Health and Human Services, House Bill 1413 and 1660. Without objection, those bills will be special ordered to the beginning of the regular calendar. We have one bill remaining. It's House Bill 1370. I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 1370 FN, an act relative to durable and tamper-proof containers for preserving ballots. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1370, inexpedient to legislate. The bill would change the boxes supplied by the Secretary of State to municipalities for storage of ballots after the election. The committee determined that the new storage containers would be an added expense and require more space for the storage. Additionally, the current boxes and storage system work well, and changing it would increase the burden on the election officials, but I would like to speak to the bill.
You are recognized.
This bill here, since we were going to inexpedient to legislate, I would like you to vote down that motion so a different motion and an amendment may be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion on the motion? If you're in favor of inexpedient to legislate, you'd say aye. If you're opposed, you'd say no. You ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
The noes have it. Senator Gray is recognized to move.
Pass.
The bill is now on second reading, and it is open for discussion and/or floor amendment. And you are recognized to introduce floor amendment 1903.
That is exactly what I would like to do, Senate President. This is the amendment that we talked about before when we were talking about the other bill, 1569. This takes what is hard to cheat and makes it easier to vote. Okay, there are special provisions in here that do that. When we're looking at evidence that people present, that we will be able to use the databases, Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the DMV on Election Day to be able to do that. In the original bill, the 1569, we did have an appropriation in there. We took that out so this would go right to the House without having to go to Finance. And if you If the House and the Senate pass it, then we would go back and put that appropriation in 1569 possibly. The other things that it does in here is it has a ballot that I call ballot pending judicial review, so that if someone does think that they are being treated unfair, it is not just that period of time from when they were rejected to get their ballot, but they would have until the Friday at noontime after the election, which is the last day to request a recount, because that information would be important whether or not those ballots are counting or not counting when a person requests that recount. So that's in here. Also in 1569, they crossed out the ability for a moderator, supervisor of the checklist, or the clerk to verify a person that they knew. So that individual that you were talking about before, the 96-year-old man who no longer has an identity card of any kind, could be verified for his identity just using the process that we currently have in statute right now. It is estimated that using the databases that we came up with in meetings with the Secretary of State, the Attorney General's office, and the DMV, that there will be very, very, very few people that we would not be able to answer the questions about citizenship, about age, and about domicile. TransUnion database will do a lot of that, especially in the domicile. The database that I talked about before has information in there about citizenship, and certainly this bill recognizes that it's hard for people. But remember, it is still the person who needs to prove that they are meeting the criteria. And all this bill does really is it takes the affidavit out of the process. Well, what happens right now? You go in, you didn't fill out or did not provide the information that you needed, and then we fill out the affidavit, and what happens to the affidavit? You get investigated. We're moving that investigation up till Election Day. Right now, the reason that the that the Attorney General's office says that they have difficulty in the hundreds of people that they can't find from the affidavits is because they lack sufficient information. The person will be standing there in front of the election official. If they want more information, they're on the phone, they say, oh, you know, what car did you register in 1969? The DMV told me they can tell me every car that I've ever registered in the state of New Hampshire, okay? They can tell me. I said, well, gee. He says, well, let's talk about your Social Security card. When do you think you got your Social Security card? I says, well, I moved to New Hampshire from when my father got stationed at Pease, 1963, 1964. He says, that's exactly right. Database says here that you got it in either 63 or 64, and you got it in New Hampshire. So there's plenty of information out there. We just have to use it. We just have to use it. And I want to get us there, okay? This bill, much better for easy to vote, okay? A lot of the things that were talked about in the previous bill, we've tried to solve them in here. So I appreciate it. I'll stop talking so that we can get home.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? Seeing none. Senator Perkins Quokka, sorry.
That's okay. Thanks, Senator Bradley. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to this amendment. As I said in our debate on HB 1569, New Hampshire runs accurate and secure elections. We do things right here in New Hampshire. This amendment, although an improvement from HB 1569, which we saw earlier today, still creates unnecessary barriers for voters, still increased costs, and still drives down turnout. This amendment still removes all use of affidavits, which is problematic for all the reasons I raised earlier. The big change here is adding that there's a procedure on Election Day, which my colleague from District 6 just spoke about, where the Secretary of State coordinates with staff from other agencies to make available real-time verification of data at the request of election officials. The way I sort of envision this working is it would be some kind of voter verification hotline. But the problem is not the intention here. You know, my colleague from District 6 and I have had many good discussions, and I'm sure we will continue to do that. But the problem is the logistics. It's the reality of this. If we're going to remove the use of all affidavits and new voter registration on election day this fall, we are going to flood this hotline with calls. We've never tried this before. There's these series of databases that my colleague has thought about, and they could be a good idea. But to try to put that in place for this year, for a presidential election, when the stakes, in my opinion, couldn't be higher, is somewhat terrifying to me. So when we have 2,000 calls the first hour, what is going to be the remedy in this hotline? How do we know that the TransUnion database is going to locate someone's electricity bill that just moved, 2 weeks ago, even though they now live somewhere that they're entitled to vote, that they are legally eligible to vote and won't be able to? I think this language further disenfranchises individuals who change their name after marriage. I have a letter here from young veterans that's talking about the disproportionate impact on them. Anyone who sort of experiences changes from documentation. So, we're talking again about military families. We're talking obviously about young people. We're talking about people who get married or divorced. Those are all records that, again, take time to obtain, that people are not expecting to have with them when they walk into the polls this fall. And it's important. I have a note from someone in my district, from Durham, where a lot of new voters register because they're university students. They're excited to participate in our democracy for the first time. The staff there is greatly concerned about having all of these new voters come in and being able to make sure that they all have the opportunity to vote. No one is saying that they shouldn't be providing proof of citizenship, age, identity, and domicile. Those things are all going to be provided, but we have a way to do that right now. We have a way to do that through affidavit, which is subject to prosecution for voter fraud if you fill it out dishonestly. It's something that people take very seriously. On top of all this, I'll just remind you, we continue to put our local election officials in a harder and harder position. These folks are being asked to rule on someone's constitutional right on a dime on the only day that it can be exercised. And while I appreciate the point that my colleague from District 6 made, that this does extend the appeal period from the exact same day to 3 days later, Friday at noon. In contrast, I'd just like to offer that there was a law passed in Georgia where this exact same period of time was 26 months. So here we're proposing 3 days. There, people have 26 months to establish that they have the right to vote. And there, it's only if in their electronic DMV system, which is already set up, there's some kind of question about their citizenship. That's the only time they're asked to provide documentation of citizenship. And so we're trying to affect 100% of our same-day registrants with these new requirements. And, again, this seems like something, it's a problem, it's a solution looking for a problem, which I know is a phrase we like to use here, but I really feel like there's not a problem. We haven't seen any cases of fraud. I shared some data from the Attorney General's office this morning on that. We're being asked to consider this amendment as a better alternative. And I get that. But with all due respect, it's somewhat of a Sophie's choice. We're not going to vote for either of these because both of them disenfranchise our voters, and frankly, they deserve better. So I hope you'll join me in voting against this amendment, and keep in mind that if we lose our National Voter Registration Act exemption, we can't get it back. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Quokka. Senator Susi to speak. Yes.
And not to reiterate all the many items that my colleague from District 21 just identified, but to focus a little more on what happens. It seems like we have a double standard. If a voter can't provide these documents, the voter is challenged and prevented from voting. If a person is challenging the voter, they just have to have substantial proof, and the challenge goes through. So it's kind of inverted when you're talking about the treatment of people, and it kind of lacks any due process. But speaking of due process, I think it's really, really critical that we understand how someone appeals this decision. So a voter, on page 9, a voter not allowed to vote as a result of a determination of the supervisor of the checklist may take an appeal to the Superior Court. What happens if you go to the Superior Court? Well, in order to file a claim in Superior Court, it costs $280. So a person who has the right to vote, should have been able to vote, who for some reason is challenged, is now going to have to go to court and pay $280 to have their vote cast. I really think that's a problem, and we should be super concerned about that. But I think we should also be concerned about something else. In order to file in court, you have to put your name on the docket. And guess what? That's your ballot. So if you're living in a small town and you're the one ballot that had to go before a judge, guess what? Everybody knows it's you. And if the results change by one vote, they know it's you. So what happened to the sanctity and privacy of casting a ballot? I really think this is a huge problem. I understand and respect that my colleague from District 6 is trying to come up with a system so that many questions can be answered so we don't get to that point. But this only has $1. And if the House were to simply concur with this, which, you know, they're unpredictable, you never know, I think we put a lot in jeopardy, not just the voters of the state of New Hampshire, but our entire exemption from the National Motor Voter Act. So this is really problematic. I think if this moves forward, we should be very concerned about the jeopardy we're placing this state and its voters into. So for those reasons, I will oppose the amendment and would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Gray to speak again.
Thank you, Senator President. I heard a lot of these same arguments when we instituted various other election law procedures. When we talked about the affidavit ballot, I heard a whole lot of different things about how many people this was going to affect and how many were going to get disenfranchised and what happened in the last couple of elections. I think there was 5 people that filed, an affidavit ballot. Again, what we're trying to do is make sure that every qualified voter, if you're a citizen of the United States, the question isn't can you vote, the question is where can you vote? Where have you established your domicile? Have you reached the age? And with these databases, we're going to be able to get there. The cost, if I take a average salary of somebody fully burdened, that's with benefits of $150,000, okay, and figure out how much it would cost me for 10 hours of their time times 30 people, it's not even $25,000. So for 2 elections, that's why the amount in the other bill was going to be $50,000. And for a lot of these, when you look back to what Senator Perkins-Polka had for data on how many affidavits for various things, if a person is already registered or was registered in New Hampshire, they don't have to go to the team. If they have internet access, they can do it right there. If they have somebody back at City Hall that has access, they can do it from the City Hall. There are lots of different things we can do. But until we get something passed, I can't help those voters. I can't do what I need. People say, well, gee, real ID. That doesn't prove citizenship. But when I've got a person from the DMV sitting there, maybe I put them on the screen, a video conference with the person. The person can see the person on the video screen. The person can see the picture in the DMV record. Pretty good. But they also, if it's a real ID, they're able to go in and look at the place of birth. And if that place of birth is in the United States, What does the Constitution say? They're citizens. Then when we go to the other database that I talked about for verifying people whether they qualify for benefits, that one, again, I can only tell you what it says. I know that Georgia did use that database and survived a court challenge on their process because of that database. It talks about aliens, it talks about others, naturalized citizens, it talks about others, okay? We can get there, just have to give me a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is on adoption of the floor amendment. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rosenwald for a question.
Colleague from District 6. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at page 9, section 8. There's money involved here. And I'm wondering where it's coming from and how much this the automated election management system is going to cost. And the reason I'm asking is that it doesn't seem like this bill is scheduled to go to finance.
It is not scheduled to go to finance. The plan was to put the appropriation in 1569, but right now, the money that we will save in other areas may be enough to fund this. Right now, we are paying for a full-time investigator in the office of the Attorney General's office. The DMV people who would be doing this record looking up, they are already being paid by the DMV. That may be an added duty for them, but there is salary there for them to do it. Other people that we would need, the Secretary of State's office. Again, we're going to try to get this to what we are. The databases that are in use, the TransUnion database is already being used by the Attorney General's office. The DMV, there is no new programming. It would just be looking somebody up into that system. We do not know what the cost of that new system for looking for people, whether they qualify for benefits or not, and that's one of the things we're looking for. And again, I've tried to pull this together by next Tuesday, but you know, I'll do my best, Senator. And with your help, I'll be able to fund it too.
Thank you. So I'm kind of surprised it's not going to finance because we're talking about the purchase or lease of equipment and, well, you're shaking your head, but I'm reading it from the bill.
Yeah.
So we're not going to get a chance to look at what the cost impact is going to be.
If I could get a clarification of where in the bill it tells me.
That is page 9.
Page 9.
Line 20.
Line 20.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a catch-all, and, you know, if there was something new, he needs authorization to be able to purchase it. He would have access to other funds in his department that he could do it, but my intent is to fund it, and then fund that using the bill 1569 if possible. That may not be a finance amendment, it may have to be a floor amendment next week here in the Senate.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment will answer the roll call yes if you're in favor, and no if you're not. It was seconded by Senator Avard. Firsted by Senator Susi. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 13 to 10. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading, open for further discussion and amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it 13 to 10. And House Bill 1370 is ordered to third reading. And now we are at that point in the day where I get to recognize Senator Carson.
So, I'll get it right this time, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
Thank you, Senator Carson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements or personal privileges to come before the Senate? Senator Carson? All right. Couple of things. John, why don't you come on up here? John interned with Patrick in the Senate Research Office and then in the Senate Clerk's Office. Tomorrow's his last day, and he did a great job. The clerk has always told me how wonderful you were. I don't know what you're doing next, but you got 24 advocates, and whatever you need in terms of references or anything like that, we're happy to help.
Thank you very much.
You want to say something? Go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Oh, that's too close. I just want to say that I really appreciated the time that I've got to spend here with the New Hampshire Senate. Everyone's been so good to me. Everyone's been so nice. Tammy's been a great teacher. So is Jack and Patrick. Herb, who's not here, unfortunately. Everybody, really. It's been a pleasure. And I'm really thankful for the time I've gotten to spend here. And thank you. Thank you, Tammy.
Okay. Senator Gray.
Read the statement about 1633 that says, without objection, the clerk is authorized to make the technical and administrative corrections which are necessary to reflect the intent of the Senate on that bill.
We're in the late session. I believe that that's appropriate even in the late session. I'm looking at our attorney. So what it is, and Senator Susi knows as well, the opportunity for the clerk to put all the amendments together in one version on House Bill 1633. Okay, any other announcements? Any personal privilege? All right. I know I promised you this morning I was in a good mood because of the Celtics. I know I got a couple of times a little exercised, but that's whatever. I did my best. But next week, we'll have a chance to see if I get exercised again, because we have 130 bills. 74 on the regular calendar, 51 are on consent. And that includes all of the ones that have been sent to Finance and our opportunities to protect other Senate bills that are on the other side of the wall. I had a brief conversation with Senator Susi. I would propose that both sides caucus at 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. We come into session at either 11 or 12. 11? Is that all right with everybody? And then we'll start with a regular calendar, and we'll move through on Thursday. Okay? Everybody good with that? Okay. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and 217. Is there any further business? Seeing none, recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.